Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51. Of course it's true, Dante said with an air of pure righteousness. I was just passing by. I never expected to run into something like this. He let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Alas, those vicious mock pirates got away. I have failed the very justice I stand for. As Dante finished speaking, Garp and Kuzan just stared at him, completely blank-faced. Is he really going to keep this act up while we're standing right here? Kuzan thought. But before either of them could speak, the degenerate Marine captain smiled at Garp. Surely Vice Admiral Garp doesn't think otherwise? After all, those were some vicious pirates who slipped right under your nose. Garp's face went blank for a second before he scratched his head, a wide grin spreading across his face. That's right, I'd almost forgotten. The mocks, those guys got away from me. They really are a vicious and ruthless bunch. At Garp's performance had Kuzan burying his face in his hands, utterly exasperated. He's playing along, too. You really didn't make a move? Kuzan asked, his gaze still fixed suspiciously on Dante. He dangled the bait. Saving a member nation, that's a huge accomplishment, you know. You could probably get promoted straight to Commodore, maybe even a rear admiral at HQ. No, Dante said, unmoved. He puffed out his chest with righteous dignity. I am not that kind of Marine. I have my own justice, and I would never claim another's achievements for myself, not even a pirate's. That would be an insult to my honor. He smiled at Kuzan again. Honestly, I just came here for some tourism. See? I didn't bring anything with me, not even a warship. How could I have possibly done something like that? He added, you're not thinking of reporting me for being AWOL, absent without leave, are you, Admiral Kuzan? Don't worry, I already requested leave. It's all completely legitimate. Since when did he request leave? A flicker of surprise crossed Kuzan's face, but his voice remained lazy. It's fine. As long as you were in Alabasta, that's enough. This whole incident is a serious mess. A government-backed warlord tries to usurp a throne but gets stopped by pirates? The whole world would laugh at us. So, Marine HQ won't be acknowledging that version of events. It just so happens you were passing by. Congratulations. A faint smile touched his lips. Looks like you get to pick up a major achievement for free, Captain Dante. But Dante remained completely unfazed by the attempt to force the credit onto him. Oh, I haven't been to Alabasta, he said with a serene smile. Admiral Kuzan, you must be mistaken. I was clearly on vacation in the Goa Kingdom. I even ran into Garpsan. Under his guidance, I visited the Great Terminal and even ate some of that famous local focaccia. How could I have been in Alabasta? If you don't believe me, just ask Garpsan. Ah, the Goa Kingdom? Right. We met in the Goa Kingdom. Garp, who had been enjoying the show, blinked as if he'd just caught on. His eyes darted around before he grinned. And let me tell you, that focaccia was delicious. Kuzan frowned as he looked at the two of them. Just now he was passing through Alabasta, and now he was touring the Goa Kingdom. Are they really going to lie through their teeth right in front of me? And Garp. He'd traveled all the way from the Goa Kingdom with the old man, and there wasn't any damn focaccia there. Kuzan sighed, looking at Garp. Garp-san. Ahahaha, I almost forgot. I've still got things to do. You two carry on. Garp chuckled, turning and heading for the door. I'll get out of your hair. As he walked out, munching on rice crackers with a foolish grin, Kuzan could only watch him go, completely helpless. Finally, only Dante and Kuzan were left in the room. Honestly, Garp-san. Kuzan shook his head with another long sigh, then stretched lazily. He gave Dante a leisurely look. I never would have guessed. Dante, you even managed to bribe a vice admiral. You wound me, Admiral Kuzan. Garp-san just happened to be in the area, same as you. He accidentally wandered into my jurisdiction, that's all, Dante said, his smile never wavering. You shouldn't insult my justice. Does your justice even have any honor left to insult? Kuzan thought, rubbing his temples. He didn't press the point, instead sinking into a chair. I thought you'd make your move this time, he said lazily. But I didn't expect it to be resolved before you even had to act. Pirates saving a member nation? Whatever. Let the higher-ups worry about it. He waved a hand dismissively and flopped back on the sofa, still looking at Dante. What about Baroque Works? They ran away. Didn't expect Baroque Works to be so fast. I hear Crocodile saved up a lot of money over the years, Kuzan said, crossing his legs. In a situation like this, that money is supposed to be turned over to the world government. But the Marines went to check, and they didn't find a single berry. I also heard the Seastone prison held there was dismantled and carried off. The place was picked so clean there wasn't even a crocodile left. Who do you think stole it? The mock pirates, Dante said instantly, his voice full of conviction. It must have been the mock pirates. They even stole the banana gator. It had to be that vicious crew. I think it was you, Kyuzan thought, looking at the man who could sell out his own people without batting an eye. He's definitely done this before. But he let it go. It was just treasure. If they couldn't find it, it's not a big deal. The world government probably wouldn't care anyway. Thinking about the celestial dragons made Kyuzan tired, so he just continued his lazy questioning. I heard the Warlord's plan was just to usurp the throne of Alabasta. I wouldn't know, Dante said with a shrug and a smile. But that seems to be the story. I heard Crocodile's plan was to establish something called the ideal nation of freedom, happiness, and bliss. Don't know if it's true, though. He gestured toward Vivi, who was standing nearby. If you don't believe me, you can ask Princess Vivi. As the princess of Alabasta, she would never lie. As he spoke, Vivi on the side nodded seriously. That's right, that's exactly how it was. I can testify. The ideal nation of freedom, happiness, and bliss? Is that really something a guy like Crocodile would come up with? Kyuzan looked from the nonsensical Dante to the earnest princess. Since she was confirming it, he didn't question it further. Rubbing his forehead again, he stood and started for the door. He paused as he reached it. I just hope, he said faintly, that I don't suddenly get a notice from HQ one day saying you're under arrest. Just as he finished speaking, Puraporo, a den mushy began to ring. Kyuzan rubbed his forehead again as he walked, answering it with a weary, lazy tone. Yeah, he was defeated by the mock pirates. Crocodile's conspiracy? It seems he wanted to build some kind of ideal nation of freedom, happiness, and bliss. No, I'm not messing with you. I was shocked when I heard it, too. The mock pirates have already escaped. He pulled the receiver away from his ear, scratched his head, and switched to a helpless tone. Yes, Garp-san and I will return immediately. After hanging up, he stared at the den mushy in his hand and let out a long sigh. Looks like I'll be busy again after going back. What a headache. Only after his figure had disappeared down the hall did Dante allow himself a comfortable stretch. Still trying to trick me? Keep dreaming. Seeing that the matter was finally settled, Vivi let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Dante, the man who had saved her kingdom. Thinking back on the whole experience, it still felt unbelievable. She had been struggling just to become an agent, planning to slowly uncover the conspiracy all on her own, and suddenly, it was all over. The weight was finally gone from her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Dante, who seemed lost in thought. Captain Dante, she said, her voice full of sincere emotion. Thank you so much for saving the kingdom of Alabasta. You're welcome, Dante said with a casual wave. After all, you did offer a reward. Oh, right. You haven't given me that reward yet. Vivi, who had been swelling with gratitude, froze instantly. Her face fell. I. Before she could finish, another figure appeared in the doorway. Dasbone. Mr. 1. He's back. Dante and Vivi stared in surprise. They'd figured he would either have escaped or tried to save Crocodile and gotten himself captured. Why was he here? Before they could ask, Dasbone looked at them, a hint of surprise on his own face. Then, his expression turned cold. Trainee, he said, his voice low and flat. Just as the boss said. You've become a plaything for this degenerate marine. Dante and Vivi exchanged looks, their faces going completely blank with disbelief. What in the world is he talking about? They both thought, their faces going slack. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 52, Chapter 52, Alabasta Royal Palace, Alyaburna. Alabasta was one of the great kingdoms of the Grand Line, home to tens of millions. Though years of civil strife and relentless drought had weakened it, the royal palace in Alyaburna remained a testament to its enduring grandeur. Now that the fighting was over, Dante and his crew were the kingdom's honored guests. Princess Vivi herself had escorted them to the palace. The job was done. It was time to collect the reward. However, given the sensitive nature of the incident, a public narrative was crafted. Crocodile had deceived the people with dance powder, intending to usurp Alabasta. Any mention of Robin or the ancient weapon Pluton was deliberately omitted. Instead, it was announced that a certain pirate crew had indeed saved the kingdom. As such, this meeting was straightforward, a banquet hosted by King Nefertari Cobra himself, who, privy to the true events, wished to express his profound gratitude. Only King Cobra's most trusted retainers were present. Before the banquet could even begin, King Cobra, flanked by a formally dressed Vivi, walked straight up to Dante and knelt, bowing his head to the floor without a moment's hesitation. The surrounding retainers gasped, moving to help their king, but Cobra waved them off. He remained bowed, his voice thick with gratitude and shame. Vivi has told me everything, he said. Thank you, for saving our kingdom. In his heart, he knew the blame was his. If he hadn't placed his trust in Crocodile, if he hadn't allowed that man into his country, none of this would have happened. As king, he had nearly led his people to ruin and condemned his own daughter to a terrible fate. The regret was a physical weight upon his shoulders. Cobra lifted his head, his gaze serious. I give you my word, on the name of Nefertari. Your secret is safe with us. Alabasta will never betray its saviors. He understood that this marine captain from the East Blue wanted to conceal his heroic deeds, and while he didn't know why, he would honor that wish. He had already sent a carefully worded report to the Marine HQ, just as requested. He owed this man everything. Without his sudden appearance, Cobra couldn't bear to imagine what would have become of his home. There was one caveat, however. After solemnly reiterating his gratitude, King Cobra lowered his head in shame. I'm deeply sorry, he murmured. Alabasta cannot provide the reward immediately. He looked at Dante. But please, rest assured, he added, Alabasta will gather the reward as quickly as we possibly can. They had clearly saved Alabasta, yet Alabasta couldn't even produce 1,000,000,000 berries for payment. And when he mentioned the reward, his daughter's cheeks flushed. He assumed she was embarrassed by Alabasta's inability to pay, which only made Cobra feel worse. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Dante, in serious tone. Alabasta will never forget your kindness in saving our nation. Gritting his teeth, he switched to a resolute tone. As Alabasta's king, I give you my solemn promise, if you have any other requests, anything Vivi has agreed to, the kingdom will do its utmost to fulfill them. Please, do not hold our current difficulty against her. But the reaction he'd expected from his daughter, a look of touched gratitude, that never came. Instead, Vivi's face just burned a deeper shade of red. Cobra stared, completely baffled, until a new, unsettling thought began to form. He hesitated. Vivi, did you promise some other kind of reward? He frowned at his daughter. Vivi, a promise is made. No matter what it is, you must honor it, especially for our benefactors. Vivi's mouth opened, ready to protest, but before she could speak, Cobra turned back to Dante, his expression grave. My apologies. Vivi never mentioned another reward to me, but please, be at ease. Whatever she has promised, Alabasta will do everything in its power to fulfill it. As the words left his mouth, the hall fell silent. Vivi covered her face with her hands, looking at her father with pure exasperation. Her panic only grew as she felt Robin's smirk, Nami's sly grin, and Kuana's narrowed gaze all fixed on her. Father, please, she whispered, don't say another word. Cobra was utterly lost. What in the world was going on? As a king, he couldn't allow his daughter to be seen as someone who broke her word. Vivi, he pressed, what exactly is this reward? I. Vivi stammered, frantically searching for a way to change the subject. Just then, a calm voice cut through the tension. There is one thing, actually, Dante said. Every head in the room snapped toward him. Now Robin's smirk, Nami's teasing grin, and Kuana's sharp stare were all aimed directly at Dante. Added to the mix were Cobra's curious frown and Vivi's mortified, pleading expression. Dante shifted under the weight of their gazes and let out a nervous chuckle. I just wanted to discuss a potential cooperation with Alabasta. Might as well, he thought. With Kuma's ability, we could expand our business operations across the Grand Line. Aside from a still confused Cobra, everyone else seemed to let out a collective sigh of relief, a wry smile spreading across their faces. Vivi let out a sigh of relief, though a strange, indescribable feeling lingered in her chest. Just that. Nami said, sticking her tongue out playfully. And here I thought you were actually going to make her fulfill that promise. Vivi, what promise? Cobra asked, his confusion returning tenfold. He had barely finished the sentence when a boisterous voice echoed from the hall's entrance. A promise? You mean Vivi's promise to the boss? Cobra's jaw went slack. Everyone else froze. They all turned in a daze to stare at Mach as he swaggered in. What, the one about marrying him? Before Dante could even palm his own face in despair, Mach continued cheerfully, completely oblivious to the stunned silence. Heard the boss was gettin' a banquet, so I had Kuma zip us right over. Bonnie and Kuro are here, too. Old Kuro said the kid could come out for a bit, so she pestered her way along. He turned to call for Bonnie, only to find that she wasn't beside him. Kuma, who should have been carrying her, was also missing. Instead, they were both standing several paces behind him, their expressions unreadable. Mott blinked. Why are you two so far back? Walkin' awful slow. Come on, the party's about to start. Neither of them answered. They just stared at him blankly, leaving Mach thoroughly confused. Finally, the ever-honest Kuma took pity on him, hesitated, and simply pointed forward. Ahead. Mott turned his head back to the group, who were all still staring at him. He scratched his head, then looked to his boss. What's up, boss? We got another mission. No, Dante said through gritted teeth. Just, thanks, Mach. He turned back to King Cobra, who was now glaring at him with a stony expression, and forced a laugh. Right, where were we? Yes, cooperation. Alabasta's location is prime, a real strategic gem on the Grand Line. We'll split everything 50-50, don't you worry, King Cobra. It's a win-win. He was laying it on thick, desperate to steer the conversation anywhere else. Oh, and I heard the Sandora River had some seawater intrusion? Probably crocodiles doing. I can have someone take a look, see if it can be repaired. Since we'll be partners, I'll just charge you a small labor fee. You can pay it along with that 1,000,000,000 berries later. Cobra, whose face had been filled with gratitude just moments before, now looked at Dante with a completely deadpan expression. Thank you so much. Then, a tight, dangerous smile spread across his lips. We can discuss business later. Right now, Captain, I believe we need to discuss you and my daughter. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 53, Chapter 53. Despite a minor hiccup caused by Mach, the banquet went off without a hitch. In fact, with Mach leading the charge as the self-appointed master of festivities, everyone had a wonderful time. Even King Cobra, who started the night with 1,000 questions, was soon swept up in the cheer, drinking so heartily that he ended up with his arm slung around Mach's shoulders, laughing like an old friend. Seeing her father so undignified brought an exasperated smile to Vivi's face, but watching the genuine joy on his face, she couldn't help but smile too. It felt as if a tremendous weight had finally been lifted from her shoulders. The kingdom of Alabasta had finally found its peace. Of course, the fallout from the incident wasn't over. Crocodile had been dealt with, but it would take time for the scarred and chaotic nation to truly heal. As a princess of Alabasta and one of its saviors, Vivi still had to stand before her people and explain what had happened, to win back their trust and help them move forward. So, even though the banquet ran late into the night, Vivi was up at dawn, preparing for the speech she had to give. Also arriving that morning was Igaram, the captain of the Royal Guard, who had accompanied her on the dangerous mission to infiltrate Baroque works. They had, embarrassingly enough, almost forgotten about him entirely, Vivi included. If Cobra, deep in his cups at the banquet, hadn't confusedly asked where Igaram was, he might still be serving as the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Early that morning, the citizens of Alabasta began to gather. They filled the plazas of the royal capital, Alyaburna, and clustered around broadcast den mushies in cities all across the kingdom. Vivi didn't keep them waiting long. Dressed by her maids in formal Alabastan royal attire, she finally emerged. She shared a quick, apologetic word with Igaram, who had rushed back overnight. Then, with a reassuring nod from her father, she walked toward the prepared podium, the eyes of the nation upon her. Looking out at the sea of faces, a jolt of panic shot through her. This was just Alyaburna, and she was about to speak to the entire country. But then she thought of everything she'd fought for, and of the friends who had fought beside her. She glanced over her shoulder at the people standing behind her: Nami, Robin, Kuana, Mach, Kuma, her father, and Marine Captain Dante, who was watching her with an encouraging look. Her racing heart began to steady. Taking a deep breath, Vivi turned back to her people. After a simple introduction, a small, genuine smile touched her lips. "This has been a wonderful and incredible adventure," she began. She couldn't tell them the whole truth, couldn't have her people thank her friends by name, but she would carry the memory of their deeds in her heart forever. As she spoke, the citizens of Alabasta finally began to understand. It wasn't the complete story, but it was enough. Their king had not failed them. It had all been the conspiracy of a despicable pirate who had masqueraded as a hero. Watching his daughter, who seemed to shine under the gazes of her people, King Cobra was moved to tears. "Vivi," he murmured, his voice thick with pride and relief. "She's truly grown up. Princess Vivi is so brave." Igaram sniffled beside him, his own face streaked with tears. "I never thought she actually did it. She saved Alabasta." Nearby, Dante nodded in agreement. "She is indeed quite brave," he said. "And this trip was definitely worth it," he thought with satisfaction. "Isn't she beautiful? My daughter." Cobra beamed, hearing his daughter praised. He chuckled, turning to Dante with a sly look. "So, Captain, don't think I've forgotten. You still need to explain what happened last night." The king may have been drunk, but his memory was perfectly intact. Soon, the speech was over. Stepping down from the podium, Vivi let out a long, heavy sigh, feeling as if a week's worth of tension had just drained out of her. "It's finally over." Then, her expression shifted to one of confusion. She looked up to see Dante with his arm casually slung over her father's shoulders, the two of them chatting like old friends. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" Yesterday, her father had been scowling at him. Did he drink so much he forgot? "It's nothing," Dante said, clearing his throat. He looked down at Vivi. That was an excellent speech. She had written it herself, carefully navigating the truth while successfully winning back the hearts of her people. It really was. Nami added with a wide grin. "Vivi, I'm telling you, you were practically glowing up there." Even Robin and Kuana offered nods of approval. "Perfect. Dante was saying great things about you to your father." "Oh, no, not at all," Vivi said, her cheeks flushing at the praise. She looked at all of them and gave a deep, serious bow. "Thank you for everything." For a moment, her friends were caught off guard, but then warm smiles spread across their faces as they accepted her gratitude. "Well, since that's all settled," Dante said, looking at the happy group. He cleared his throat again. "I suppose it's time for us to head back." The joyful atmosphere evaporated. A heavy silence fell over the group. Nami and the others looked reluctant. This journey had forged a powerful bond between them all, especially Nami and Vivi. The thought of leaving already felt like a weight in their chests, but the 16th branch was their home. Vivi knew they couldn't stay forever, and as much as she wanted to, she didn't ask them to. Just as the silence stretched, thick with unspoken farewells, Dante, having just given Mach some instructions, turned back to the group. "What's wrong?" he asked, looking genuinely confused. "Why the long faces? Let's get ready to go. Can't you read the room?" Nami huffed, raising an eyebrow. "We're leaving, you idiot. Of course we're sad to go." Was he really rushing them at a time like this? "Yeah, it's time to leave," Dante said, completely missing the point. What's there to be sad about? Everyone, who had been lost in their melancholy, snapped their heads toward him. "You moron. We're leaving. We're saying goodbye to Vivi. The East Blue is a long way from here." "You're terrible, Dante-senpai." Aside from Robin, who maintained her elegant smile, even Vivi was glaring at him. "Are you in that much of a hurry?" Cobra, standing nearby, shot him an angry look. "Do you have a problem with my daughter?" Dante frowned as he stared back at the accusing crowd. "The East Blue is indeed far from Alabasta," he retorted irritably. "But in case you've all forgotten, we have Kuma. If you want to see each other, just have him send you over. It'll take what, a day? What's there to be so dramatic about?" As the words sank in, everyone seemed to remember at once. They all turned to look at Kuma, who was standing quietly nearby with a wooden box on his back. Being the center of attention, Kuma offered a simple, honest smile. "If you need anything, just tell me." In an instant, the mood shattered. Ha ha ha, I totally forgot. Me too, I forgot, too. Sorry, senpai. The heartfelt reluctance was replaced by a wave of awkward laughter. After arranging everything, Dante and his crew arrived at the port. Cobra and Vivi came to see them off. Even with Takuma Express on call, the suddenness of the departure still carried a hint of sadness. Vivi, remember to come visit when you have time. You all have to come back to Alabasta, too. I promise I'll treat you to a grand feast. Just as they were exchanging reluctant farewells, a voice cut in from the side of the docks. Captain Dante, did you forget about me? A lone figure emerged. You told me to wait for you here, Desbone said, his face calm but his tone laced with displeasure. What took you so long? Both parties, still reeling from their awkward farewells, whipped their heads toward the source of the voice. They seemed to realize something. Robin, Nami, Kuina, and Vivi all fell silent. The atmosphere grew thick with awkward tension as everyone looked at Daz. Daz blinked, utterly confused. Before he could figure out what was happening, his eyes landed on the man standing next to Vivi, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. King Cobra? What are you doing here? Then, another, more boisterous voice rang out. Boss, Kuma and I are all done. Everything's been moved. That voice. Daz's head snapped around as if he'd heard a ghost. He saw two familiar, burly figures walking toward them. He stared blankly, his voice a low, grim rumble. Mach, the overlord of the East Blue, and Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. What are you doing here? The pieces began to click into place with terrifying speed. Boss. He looked up, his gaze darting between the figures now surrounding him. He was trapped. A low, playful chuckle echoed across the dock. Daz saw Captain Dante watching him, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Well now, Dante said, his voice deceptively light. Looks like you've been discovered. What should we do with you? Boss, Desbone thought, a cold dread washing over him as he swallowed hard. Looks like I won't be coming back. They had been played, tricked by this damned corrupt marine. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 54, Chapter 54. The little incident at the docks hardly fazed Dante. He simply waved a hand, instructing Mach and Kuma to tie Desbone up and haul him onto the ship. As for Mach's helpful suggestion to kill the man or toss him overboard to feed the fish, Dante just ignored it. After all, Crocodile had handed him a fortune, practically entrusting his entire estate to him in the end. As an important partner, what kind of person would Dante be if he just fed his partner's most trusted subordinate to the Sea Kings? He gets it, Dante thought, lounging comfortably in a beach chair on the deck. He was pretty sure he understood the meaning behind the message Daz had delivered from Crocodile. It was a roundabout way of saying, the treasure, Baroque works, it's all yours. Just take care of my man. Stubborn old bastard. If he really planned on getting his treasure back after a jailbreak, why would he tell his right-hand man to stick so close to Dante? To get him killed? No, Crocodile was just one of those types, proud and prickly on the outside, but with a weird, buried sense of loyalty. Dante recalled Crocodile's peculiarities. After Alabasta, when his former agents tried to break him out of a temporary holding cell, Crocodile had refused to go. I'm not in the mood, he'd said, turning his back on freedom. Was he really not in the mood? Or did seeing the very tools he'd used and discarded risk their lives for him stir something in his stubborn heart? He knew the Marines wanted him. If he ran, his crew might not make it. But if he stayed, they'd focus all their power on him. So he stayed. And later, during the Summit War, he'd even offered a word of encouragement to his old enemy, Luffy. If you have something you want to protect, then protect it. An old Sundara, through and through. So, this time, knowing he was caught, that pride flared up again. He couldn't ask for help directly, so he sent Desbone to his business partner under the guise of a final message. Besides, Dante mused, why waste a perfectly good asset when it's delivered right to my doorstep? He opened his mouth slightly as Robin, seated beside him, peeled a grape and brought it to his lips. He chewed thoughtfully, spat the seeds over the railing, and turned his gaze to Daz, who was trussed up on the deck. I'm truly saddened by what's happened, Dante said calmly. So, have you calmed down a bit now? The words hung in the air. Daz stared at the cunning Marine captain. Saddened? Your mouth is practically grinning ear to ear. And you have the nerve to say that right to my face. He glared, his expression dark. I never expected even boss to fall for your trick, he said, his voice grim. It seems we all underestimated you. He finally understood. He scanned the figures surrounding the captain, Mach, the overlord of the East Blue, Kuma, the tyrant, and sitting gracefully by his side, the devil child herself, Nico Robin, a faint smile on her face. The target his boss had been searching for and the pirate who defeated him were all working for this Marine. And this bastard, not only did he swindle them out of their fortune, he had the gall to act sympathetic? Daz took a deep breath. There was no use dwelling on it now. He might never see his boss again, but a strange sense of calm settled over him. He met Dante's gaze. How do you intend to deal with me? Do with you? What do you mean? You were entrusted to me by old Croc. Dante's expression turned serious. Did you forget what kind of deep bond old Croc and I share? How could I possibly lay a hand on his only remaining subordinate? This scoundrel. Desbone thought. Before he got the money, he called Boss Bro Crocodile, but now, it's old Croc. I've never seen such a shameless Marine. No, not even among pirates. Dez turned his head away, intending to simply ignore the bastard. Dez turned his head away, refusing to look at the man. He had nothing more to say. A failure was a failure. Being tricked was being tricked. He could face it, just like his boss. Doesn't matter, he said flatly. If you're going to feed me to the seeking, get on with it. Feed you to the seeking? You're thinking of suicide after one little setback. Suddenly, the captain was on his feet, stalking toward him with a furious expression. Are you worthy of the boss who took you in? Are you worthy of the man who gave you a second life? Are you worthy of the boss who gave himself up to the Marines for your sake? Do you ever think about anyone else? About your boss? No, you only think about yourself. Does this bastard have any shame? A muscle in Daz's jaw twitched. He turned back, snarling. What the hell do you want? Nothing much, Dante said, his smile returning instantly. Just wondering, now that your old company has gone bankrupt, have you considered a new line of work? He snapped his fingers. Robin. Of course. Having served as his personal secretary, Robin understood immediately. With her usual elegant grace, she produced a document and held it out for Daz to see. Daz stared at it, utterly confused. He lowered his head, his brow furrowed as he read the title. Marine 16th Branch. Special Talent Recruitment? Understanding dawned. He looked up at Dante and sneered. You want to recruit me? Dream on. I will not betray the boss. He closed his eyes. Just kill me. Dante sighed, a hint of pity in his voice. Do you still want to die? Do you think that's fair to your boss? Think about it. How sad would he be, when he finally gets out, only to find you're gone? Ridiculous, Daz scoffed without opening his eyes. The boss is a man who rules the seas. He wouldn't be saddened by something like this. Stop trying to persuade me, you cunning marine. All right, if you insist, Dante said, shaking his head regretfully. It's a shame, but you're right. Old Croc might be sad for a day or two, but he'll get over it. We can just pin your death on Marine HQ. Let him go after them, keep him busy so he never finds out we tricked him. He can even use his treasure to buy whatever he wants, and we can just keep sending him the bill. After all, with the only subordinate who knows the secret gone, we can say whatever we want. Dante's eyes began to gleam with excitement as he spoke. Why didn't I think of this before? That way, Old Croc will never know he was swindled, and we can continue our partnership. If he ever gets suspicious, we'll just blame it all on his dead subordinate. He didn't seem to notice that Daz's body had gone rigid. A muscle in his jaw twitched violently. His eyes, which had been squeezed shut, snapped open, burning with rage. This bastard. Before he could speak, the captain clapped his hands together, his face alight with inspiration. All right then, toss him overboard. Feed him to the dash. Wait. Daz's voice suddenly cut in. Dante turned, feigning confusion. What's wrong? I thought we were agreeing with your suggestion. Don't you want to be seeking food? Daz gritted his teeth, glaring at Dante before his gaze fell to the deck. After a long moment, he spoke. I will not abandon the boss. In that case, mock dash. Wait. Daz looked up again, his expression now a mask of cold resolve. I won't betray him, but I can promise you this, I will work for you until he gets out. The day he's free, you let me go. If you agree to that, I, Daz Bonnet, will give you my word. A moment of silence hung in the air. I'll honestly work for you, but if you don't agree, then please, just kill me. The captain didn't answer. Daz sighed inwardly, resigning himself to his fate. Of course he wouldn't agree to such a demand. He slowly closed his eyes. No problem, Dante said, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. For Old Croc's sake, it's a deal. Daz's eyes shot open. He stared at Dante, a flicker of disbelief in his gaze. For all his shamelessness and cunning, the man's audacity was something to behold. He let out a short, harsh laugh. Aren't you afraid the boss will come after you when he gets out and learns the truth? Come after me? What for? I told you, Old Croc and I have a great relationship, we share deep bond. Dante waved a dismissive hand. Besides, I always conduct my business with integrity. I brought Robin over, just like I promised. As for the treasury and Baroque works, you gave those to me, remember? He snapped his fingers again. Robin. This bastard. Daz took another deep breath and ignored him, turning directly to Robin. He saw that Robin hadn't pulled out a new document, but merely removed the top talent recruitment file, revealing the one underneath. Daz frowned. Had this guy guessed my decision all along? But at this point, he didn't care. He looked down and saw. Outsourcing labor contract. He nodded, a grim satisfaction settling in. At least it wasn't a recruitment form, to recruit him into the Marines. He continued reading. Only provides accommodation. He looked up, his face dark. No compensation. Exactly, Dante said, nodding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It's not that there's no compensation. Our outsourcing program doesn't offer a basic salary, but we do have profit sharing and performance bonuses. So, you in. Basic salary? Bonuses. The words were foreign. As a pirate and a bounty hunter, you got paid when the job was done. Simple. But something about this felt wrong. A trap. Where did Marine HQ find a man like this? And how did he become a captain? He was more devilish than the devil child. Fine. It was just money. When the boss got out, they would take back everything that was theirs. Taking one last, deep breath, Daz gritted his teeth. I will sign. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 55, Chapter 55. Achoo! In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine HQ, Sengoku sneezed, a sudden, loud sound that broke the dignified silence. He rubbed his nose, frowning. Must be overworked lately, he muttered to himself. My body's starting to protest. He glanced up just in time to see Garp stroll in, grab a bag of rice crackers from his desk, and start munching away without a word. Sengoku's eyebrow twitched. Garp, this is an office, not your personal pantry. Relax, relax. Garp waved a dismissive hand, his mouth full. Talk to Kyuzin if you need something. I'm just here for moral support. Sengoku's face reddened in frustration. Beside him, Kyuzin just looked helpless. That rascal, Sengoku muttered, rubbing his forehead. He ignored Garp and turned to Kyuzin, taking a deep breath. Never mind him. You, tell me about the Alabasta incident. Kyuzin merely shrugged, a lazy tone in his voice. It's the same as what I reported over the Den Mushi. As Kyuzin recounted the events, Sengoku listened, his brows furrowing deeper with each detail. It wasn't until Kyuzin finished that Sengoku let out a long sigh, running a hand over his troubled face. A utopia? What the hell was Crocodile thinking? Is he trying to be another Big Mom, playing house with a kingdom? Never mind. We stopped his scheme, anyway. Otherwise, if he had truly usurped the Alabasta kingdom, that would have been a massive disgrace. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice heavy with chagrin. No, wait, it already is a massive disgrace. To let a pirate save a world government member nation. The world government member nations paid the heavenly tribute for protection. The 7 warlords were supposed to be an arm of that power. But here, a warlord had nearly overthrown a member nation, only to be stopped by a common pirate. It was a slap in the face to the Marines and the world government. I remember Smoker was assigned to the East Blue, Sengoku said with a sigh. To think that after the fiasco with the pirate gala, the mock pirates still slipped past his blockade and made it to the Grand Line. We really did underestimate that crew. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Sengoku turned his head again, glaring at Garp. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost think you were helping them. Garp, completely unfazed, simply opened another bag of crackers. A vein pulsed in Sengoku's temple. He slammed the table again. And those are my crackers. Don't you dare eat them all. Wahaha. Garp paused, then grinned. It's just a few snacks, Sengoku. Don't be so stingy. Stingy? You shut your mouth once you finish that bag. Sengoku snapped, his face stormy. He turned back to Kyuzin. Fine. Since things have come to this, there's nothing else to do. That's it. Kyuzin asked, a little surprised. What's the world government's official response? Crocodile will be sent to impel down. At the same time, the world government will suppress the impact of this incident as much as possible. There's no other way. Sengoku shook his head with a bitter smile. A pirate saving a member nation, it's too ridiculous to spread. If there had even been a single marine nearby at the time, otherwise. His expression grew grim. The world government was even prepared to directly credit the success of this incident to any marine who happened to be there. Kyuzin frowned. He knew what that meant. Arbitrarily handing a pirate's victory to a marine was a stain on the very justice they were sworn to uphold. Of course, they didn't know that the true hero behind the scenes was a marine, but the principle of it was galling. Well, Kyuzin said, stretching. If there's nothing else, I think I'll go get some rest. That was a long mission. This lazy oaf, Sengoku thought. He used to be so driven. What happened to him? A hint of helplessness crossed Sengoku's face as he thought of his 3 current admirals. But seeing Kyuzin stand up, ready to leave, he quickly spoke. Wait a minute, there's one more thing. Kyuzin turned back, confused. Don't worry, it's not work-related. Just a small matter. Sengoku said, opening a drawer and pulling out a stack of familiar-looking items. The finance department just sent these over. They said there's something off about a part of your expense report for this trip, so they asked me to ask you. He handed the papers directly to Kyuzin. I've looked through it carefully myself. The suspicious part is mostly recent bills, specifically from that Romance Dawn club. It seems you spent millions there in just 1 week. What in the world is Romance Dawn? Kyuzin stared silently at the bill. Before he could formulate a response, Garp chimed in. Ah, Romance Dawn. That's a great place. Garp, who was still eating snacks nearby, cheerfully chimed in. You actually got a receipt for that. He slapped his thigh, as if he'd missed out on hundreds of millions. How could I have forgotten about that? You've been there too. Sengoku asked, looking at Garp curiously. What kind of place is it? Why is it so expensive? A bar. Kyuzin blurted out. A bar. Garp echoed at the same time. Sengoku looked between the two of them, puzzled. But since they both said it, he took them at their word. Still, he frowned. A bar. What kind of bar costs that much? Is the booze really that good? Yes, the alcohol is very delicious, Kyuzin said quickly, seeing Garp open his mouth again. He nodded with a serious expression. That's why it's so expensive. And there weren't many hotels nearby, so I stayed there for a while. Vice Admiral Garp must have gone before me. You can ask him. It's top-notch, Garp agreed cheerfully, still eating. He gave Kyuzin a subtle wink. I'll take you sometime, Sengoku, when you're free. Free? I won't be free until I retire. Sengoku sighed, then glared. And you'd just try to stick me with the bill. Wahahaha, it'll be my treat. I'm not lying. I have a VIP card. Put my crackers down. You scoundrel, you're almost finished. Sengoku watched in horror as Garp opened yet another bag while shamelessly offering to treat him. Meeting adjourned. He roared. Now both of you, get out. Garp, are you trying to pack those up, too? Put them down. But Garp had already scooped up a huge pile of snacks, thrown open the door, and bolted. Kuzan, meanwhile, stuffed the expense report into his pocket, gave a lazy wave, and conveniently closed the door behind him. Sengoku was left fuming, a dark expression on his face. In the end, he could only curse under his breath. Acting like brats at such age. He lowered his head again, looking at the expense report on the table. Romance Dawn, is the booze there really that good? He sighed again, put away the bill, and gritted his teeth. If I do find the time to go, that bastard must treat me. Damn it, my snack expenses for this month are going over budget again. With another sigh, he shook his head, clearing away the scattered thoughts. He looked at the bounty poster on the table and the Warlord letter of appointment next to it. The mock pirates. He sighed. Where have you run off to now? Meanwhile, on a certain stretch of the Grand Line, boss. Mock's loud voice carried across the deck. That's Drum Kingdom up ahead. Should we dock? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 56, Chapter 56. On the way back to the East Blue, Dante decided against having Kuma send them home directly. The plan was to sail to the border between the Grand Line and the East Blue, and have Kuma send the ship flying from there. This gave them time for a detour. Since they were passing near Drum Kingdom, Dante figured it was worth a stop. He had Bonnie with him, after all. Crocus was a world-class doctor, but even he had no immediate answers for her condition. Perhaps the infamous Dr. Korha would have a different perspective. It wouldn't cost them anything to ask, and besides, Dante had other business on the island. Heh, what a lively little girl. Dr. Korha, dressed in her signature purple jacket, leather pants, and cherry blossom t-shirt, let out her cackling laugh. She took a long swig from the bottle of plum wine she treated like water, her sunglasses perched high on her forehead. Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, scanned the gem-like crystals on Bonnie's skin. She bared a set of pearly white teeth and a wide grin. Sapphire scale disease, eh? Haven't seen a case of this in years. You've brought me a real tricky one, kid. Is there a cure? Dante asked. The simple question hung in the air. Everyone in the room looked at Dr. Korha, their faces filled with hope. Kuma's hands were clenched so tight his knuckles were white, his gaze fixed on the doctor with a desperate intensity. Even after Crocus, a doctor of incredible skill, had found no solution, he couldn't help but hope. Dr. Korha, still grinning, faced their gazes. You must have had Crocus examine her, right? What did he say? He called it an incurable disease, Dante said with a sigh. He said there might be a way, but it was beyond his reach right now. An incurable disease. Just as I thought. Korha took another large gulp of wine. Looks like I won't be making any money off you this time. What a shame. Her words landed like stones. The hope in the room deflated. Kuma, who had been holding his breath, lowered his head, his shoulders slumping in disappointment. Is it hopeless? As if sensing her father's despair, Bonnie reached out her small hand and squeezed Kuma's warm, broad palm. Her eyes curved into crescents as she gave him a bright, innocent smile. It's okay, Dad. I'm going to be fine. Don't you worry. Bonnie, Kuma whispered, his eyes welling with tears. He forced a smile back. That's right. You'll definitely be fine. Bonnie is such a good girl, Nami said softly. Of course you'll be fine. That's right, Kuina added. Dante-senpai will find a way. We'll all think of something together. Wahahaha. Bonnie, your Uncle Mock will find you the most amazing doctor in the world. Thank you, Uncle Mock. The others chimed in with warm smiles, and Bonnie even made a funny face at the burly man, drawing a ripple of laughter from the room. Even Kuma couldn't help but smile through his tears. Dante let out a quiet sigh. He hadn't really expected a different answer. This disease, as Vegapunk had theorized, likely required a treatment as advanced as a stem cell transplant. It was no surprise that most doctors couldn't cure it. Dr. Korha was a miracle worker, but even she had her limits. He looked at her again. Is there any way to at least slow it down? Slow it down? That's no problem. Korha nodded, her smile returning. She looked down at Bonnie. It's clear this little girl has been taken care of exceptionally well. For the sapphire scale to have only spread this much over the years, her father has done a fine job. Of course, Dad loves me very much. Bonnie said proudly. I. Hearing the praise, the despondent Kuma straightened up, a flicker of excitement on his face. He quickly bowed his head to the doctor. Thank you so much. Don't get happy yet. My treatment fees are astronomical, Korha said, waving off his gratitude. She met his gaze, her tone turning solemn. And you need to be prepared. There's no guarantee a cure will ever be found. Once this little girl. Everyone understood her meaning, and heads began to fall in somber understanding. Even Kuma clenched his fists, about to retort. As long as it can be slowed down, that's enough. Dante interrupted, his tone firm. Don't worry, Bonnie will absolutely be fine. Oh. Korha wasn't offended by the interruption. Instead, she looked at Dante with curiosity. By the sound of it, you already have a solution in mind. Why not just use it, then? At that, every head in the room snapped toward Dante. Kuma's eyes, which had been clouded with despair, now shone with renewed hope. He had thought Crocus and Dr. Korha were the solution. Could it be, there's really another way? Boss, Kuma began, his voice trembling with excitement. It's already in motion, but it's going to take time, Dante admitted with a sigh. The guy I need is just too good at hiding. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to make a trip to the New World myself. If I can't find him, Dante thought, I'll just have to go pick a fight with Doflamingo. He wasn't certain the op fruit could cure sapphire scale, but if a stem cell transplant could work, then a fruit that could rearrange a person's body down to the cellular level was his best bet. It would be faster and cleaner than any technology. If worst came to worst, he'd find Trafalgar Law, bring Crocus and Korha to him, and hold a joint consultation. He refused to believe there wasn't a way. He looked at Kuma, who looked like he was about to burst with questions. Don't worry, Dante said again, his voice steady. She will absolutely be fine. I already have someone looking for him. Yes, boss. Kuma was curious, but he held his tongue. If his boss said there was a cure in the New World, he would believe him. After so many years of searching, he couldn't afford not to. Slowing the disease was already a victory. As long as Bonnie was alive, there was still a chance. And this new boss had already found him 2 legendary doctors. Maybe he really did have a plan. With his worries settled for the moment, Kuma turned back to Dr. Korha, his expression earnest. Please, I beg you. Whatever the cost, I will pay it. Don't worry, I still have that some medical ethics, Korha said with a cheerful wave. She dismissed Dante's mysterious plan and turned her head, shouting into the back of the castle. Chopper, we have a patient. Get out here. As Korha's voice echoed away, everyone seemed to understand. They turned their heads, gazing towards the door. There, they saw a small, brown-furred figure, sporting cute long antlers, a hat, and shorts, peeking timidly from behind the doorway, shrinking back. As if sensing their collective gaze, he instantly recoiled in fright, shrinking further into himself. Before Dante, who'd just seen Chopper slip inside, could utter a word, Bonnie's eyes lit up immediately. She peered curiously at the small figure huddled in the corner. Is that a tanuki? The shy little figure immediately jumped out from its hiding spot, indignant. Reindeer. I'm a reindeer, not a tanuki. Now fully in view, the creature was so small and endearing that Nami, Kuina, and Bonnie all gasped in unison. So cute. I'm not. The reindeer, who had just been so defensive, now blushed furiously, twisting its little body and scratching its head. I'm not that cute. Then, as if remembering its manners, it quickly put its hooves together, bowed, and said in a shy, nervous voice, sorry for the intrusion. My name is Tony Chopper. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 57, Chapter 57. Dante. Robin. Hiya, Chopper. It's been a while. You're as cute as ever. Robin said with a warm smile. I am not that cute. Chopper did his little happy dance, scratching the back of his head with a hoof, and the rest of them couldn't help but laugh. Dante smiled at the little reindeer, but his mind was already on business. He hadn't come just to have Dr. Korha look at Bonnie's illness, he had another goal in mind. So, Chopper, he began, how's that little project I asked you about coming along? Oh, right, I heard you were coming, Dante, so I ran right over. Chopper's expression turned serious as he pulled 2 small bottles from his blue backpack. I finished them, the things you asked for. I even had Doctorine check them over, and she said they're fine. They should work. His voice was a mix of nerves and hopeful anticipation. I hope they meet your requirements, Dante. It was the first time he'd made anything like this, and Dante had been so serious about it. Even with the finished product in hand, he was still a little nervous, desperate for approval. You actually did it. Dante's eyes lit up as he took the 2 bottles. Chopper, you're a genius. He grinned. How about it? Come sail with me. I'll take care of you, I promise. We could build you your own research institute, the biggest hospital on the seas, anything you want. Before a blushing Chopper could even process the praise, Dr. Korha, who had been observing from nearby with a bottle of liquor, spoke up. You brat. She snapped, pointing a finger at Dante. So you're the one who had Chopper secretly working on beauty treatments and weight loss cures. I haven't settled the score for that, and now you're trying to poach him right in front of my face. Doctorine. Chopper, still flustered, visibly tensed at Korha's scolding tone. He quickly pleaded, Doctorine, it was all my own idea. Please don't blame Dante. You idiot. Korha looked at Chopper with exasperation. How am I supposed to drive a hard bargain when you do that? She took a long swig of plum wine and turned her sharp gaze back to Dante. Don't you dare shortchange him. He put a lot of time into this, staying up all night, waiting for you to get here. I've already checked his work. It'll do what you want. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Dante gave her a confident smile, ignoring the glare he was getting from Dasbone. I would never treat Chopper unfairly. We'll make the arrangements. This stuff is going to make a fortune. At the mention of a fortune, Dr. Korha's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she took another hearty drink. Meanwhile, Nami's ears perked up. Her eyes practically turned into berry signs as she scurried over. Make a fortune? What is it? The blue one is a cream for your skin, it makes it firm and smooth, Chopper explained, his doctorly instincts taking over despite his nervousness. The red one you drink. It helps you lose weight and stay in shape, and it's good for your health, too. I had Doctorine check it, and I even tested it myself. There are absolutely, definitely no side effects. Both Nami's and Kuina's eyes went wide. Even the ever-composed Robin couldn't help but let her gaze linger on the 2 small bottles. A thought suddenly struck Nami. She glanced at Korha, then sidled up to Dante. Hey, she whispered, how old is she, really? Over 100. Whoosh! A liquor bottle flew past Dante's head, which he casually dodged. He. Young lady, Korha cackled, somehow already holding a fresh bottle of plum wine. It's rude to ask a woman her age. Sorry. Nami chuckled sheepishly. Right, she thought, a little embarrassed. Probably should have saved that question for later. Still, even Dante's half-finished sentence was enough to tell her the spry old doctor was way older than she looked. Her eyes scanned Korha from head to toe, taking in her vibrant energy. A moment later, Nami threw her arms around Dante, her face alight with excitement. We're going to be rich. We're going to be filthy rich. I'll dash. Kuina and Robin approached, both with amused smiles. Dante-senpai. Kuina chirped with a smile. Boss. Robin added smoothly. Whoa, hold on. Dante cut them off, looking helpless. We'll figure it out when we get back to the ship. You can manage it then. As I expected, he thought. This kind of thing will sell like crazy on these seas. He'd seen it before, aside from a few rare exceptions. Once women on the Grand Line hit a certain age, they changed. Youthful beauties would transform into misshapen, exaggerated versions of their former selves, almost like different people entirely. He'd only asked Chopper to give it a shot on a whim. He never actually expected him to succeed. If you're going to flirt, do it in your own rooms, Korha said flatly. There are children present, and I'm a lady. Have some decency. Her tone shifted. Now, it's time to discuss my payment. Please be sure that Idashkuma's expression shifted, clearly about to launch into a serious negotiation. Name your price, Dante said, cutting him off and looking directly at Korha. What's the fee this time? Korha didn't answer right away. She took another swig of her drink, her eyes scanning Dante's crew. You certainly travel with a rough-looking bunch. Planning on raising a Jolly Roger. Why does everyone say that? Dante thought, his expression darkening. First Crocus, now her. They don't get it. Aside from a couple of them, we're all good people. On these seas, you could practically call us saints. As he was stewing, Korha took another drink and grinned. No cash this time. Just do one thing for me. She didn't pause. You know that brat Wapol, don't you? The man is an absolute nuisance. I want you to go teach him a lesson. A secret one. Dante stared at her, a hesitant look on his face. Before he could speak, she added, is there a problem? Because if so, paying is always an option. No, we can handle that, Dante said, a slow grin spreading across his face. In fact, for a job like that, I'll consider it a discount. He turned to two of his men. Mach, Kuma, you've got work. All right, boss. Understood, boss. Marine headquarters. For the first time in days, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally had a moment to himself. The Alabasta incident had kept him buried in paperwork. He took a leisurely sip of his hot black tea and reached for his bag of rice crackers, only to find it nearly empty. That fool's only been back for a few days, and he's already eaten all my rice crackers, he muttered, tossing the last few pieces into his mouth with a sigh. Sure enough, he thought, nothing good ever happens when that knucklehead shows up. After muttering a few curses at Garp under his breath, Sengoku lowered his head again, focusing on the documents spread across his desk. The Alabasta incident, largely contained by the world government's suppression, hadn't caused too much widespread impact. As a result, the mock pirate's bounty remained unchanged. His gaze fell on the world government appointment letter lying on his desk, and his headache returned. A warlord. Are they serious about making Mock a warlord? The thought was absurd. He had barely left the East Blue and they were already offering him a position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even poor Gasti Face, who'd made such a splash, hadn't gotten an invitation this fast. The key difference, of course, was that the Mott pirates had been tangling with the Marines since they were still in the East Blue. Compared to them, Ace was troublesome, but not nearly as brazen. TCH. The decision's already been made by the higher-ups. Sengoku sighed. It wouldn't be the worst thing if it got him to settle down a little. A pirate that arrogant in the East Blue was a ticking time bomb. If they couldn't rein him in, who knew what kind of chaos he'd cause on the Grand Line? Of course, getting an ambitious brat like this to actually accept the government's offer was another matter entirely. Just as he decided to make the call, a Marine burst into his office, his face frantic. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we've received a distress signal from the Drum Kingdom. A group of pirates has invaded and captured their king. Drum Kingdom? Pirates. Sengoku was stunned for a second, then he rubbed his temples, the headache intensifying. Another affiliated kingdom? I just put out the fire in Alabasta. Who is it this time? The Mock pirates, sir. Sengoku's eye twitched. Who did you say? He asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. The Mock pirates, Fleet Admiral. The Marine reiterated. As the Marine's words sank in, Sengoku rubbed his forehead, his headache now throbbing. Why is it them again? He said, his voice laced with weary disbelief. Can't they stay put for 5 minutes? And now they're attacking an affiliated kingdom? Do they have no respect for the Marines? Are they trying to declare war on us again? It had only been a few days since they'd entered the Grand Line. If they were already doing this, what would they do next? Issue an alert to all Marine bases in the first half of the Grand Line. We need to blockade them. No, forget it, he corrected himself, this kid is too slippery. Even Crocodile couldn't handle him. Get the admirals. We're holding a meeting. Now. Dear readers and fans. For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 58, Chapter 58. The conference room at Marine headquarters was filled to capacity. At Fleet Admiral Sengoku's sudden summons, every available officer at Marineford had assembled. Once they were all seated, they picked up the documents on the table, their expressions quickly turning to puzzlement. A murmur of surprise went through the room. Kuzan and Garp, having only just returned, felt their lips twitch at the sight of a very familiar name on the briefing papers. What did that kid get into now? Kuzan wondered. Attacking the king of an allied nation. His brow furrowed for a fraction of a second, a flicker of solemnity in his gaze. Just as quickly, it vanished. He returned to his usual lazy slouch, leaning back in his chair as if ready for a nap. As for Garp, after a brief, stunned pause, he went right back to cheerfully munching on his rice crackers, as if nothing in the world was wrong. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, decided it was time. He scanned the faces before him, he asked with grave expression, "What do you all think?" His words drew their gazes, and several officers frowned back at him. "Sengoku, isn't this a bit much?" Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, spoke up, her white hair tied back neatly. "The mock pirates just entered the Grand Line. Is all this really necessary?" She'd assumed the emergency meeting was for something major. But this? A strategy session for a rookie crew? Her sentiment was shared. The other officers looked at Sengoku with open confusion. It wasn't just a full house, the three admirals and the hero of the Marines were present. This was the kind of assembly you'd call to plan an assault on one of the four emperors. Yet here they were, discussing how to catch a crew that had just sailed out of the weakest sea. It felt like a gross overreaction. Anyone could see that aside from the ever-glowering Akainu, Kizaru was busy filing his nails and Aokiji had already pulled down his eye mask to get some sleep. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat, a wry look on his face. To be fair, I only summoned the officers currently on base. I didn't realize you were all so available today. Alright, since you're all here, let's get down to it. Ignoring the sour expressions, Sengoku's face grew serious again. Do not underestimate the mock pirates. In the East Blue, they fought the 16th branch to a standstill for years, inflicting heavy losses and keeping them constantly on the back foot. Isn't that the boy Zephyr was so proud of? Tsuru frowned. I remember the name. That branch commander has been drowning us in funding requests for years, always pleading poverty. The auditing department nearly flagged him for colluding with pirates. It was true. The 16th branch was infamous for its paperwork. If they hadn't been applying for funds to fight the exact same crew, year after year, the finance department wouldn't have looked twice. We investigated that, Sengoku said with a helpless nod. His requests were all by the book. The simple truth is that the mock pirates were more than the 16th branch could handle, which is why their equipment losses were so consistently high. Before Tsuru could reply, Akainu spoke. A former prodigy. He scoffed, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. After all these years, he can't even handle a single crew from the weakest sea, yet he has the gall to request more funds? Pathetic. It seems Zephyr's standards for genius have fallen. He was never the same after what happened, Sengoku said with a sigh. Getting demoted to a dead-end post in the East Blue, it broke his spirit. I remember the kid, he really was a talent. Headquarters made an exception to grant him the rank of captain. He had potential. A Marine's only duty is to obey, Akainu countered, his voice dripping with disdain. A man who can't even uphold his own justice is nothing but a coward. Fine, you have a point. He never recovered, and maybe Zephyr was wrong about him, but that's not what matters right now. Sengoku waved the topic aside. This pirate captain is dangerous. He united the pirates of the East Blue, held a feast, and declared he would cleanse the 16th branch with blood. If Smoker hadn't arrived to reinforce them, the mock pirates might have actually wiped them out. He leaned forward, his voice low and serious. Shortly after entering the Grand Line, he defeated one of the Shishibukai, Crocodile. Now, just days later, he's captured the king of Drum Kingdom. He despises the Marines, he plunders our allies, and he's just getting started. Imagine the ambition on him. Sengoku's frowned and continued with solemn tone. Furthermore, Garp has already faced this crew in the East Blue, and they managed to escape him. He may be a rookie on the Grand Line, but his strength is not to be underestimated. For the details on that, you can ask Garp. All eyes turned to the Vice Admiral. Sengoku turned too, and his eyelid twitched seeing Garp still happily crunching on snacks, completely tuned out. Thud. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table. This is a meeting, Garp. Pay attention. Ha, oh, right. Garp nodded cheerfully, unfazed by the outburst. You got it, Sengoku, everything you said. The room fell silent. Of course, this was just Garp being lazy and unconcerned. Everyone knew that. Still, the facts remained. A pirate who could escape Garp, then defeat a Shishibukai like Crocodile, he was no ordinary rookie. In that case, we do need to take this seriously, Tsuru conceded, nodding. It seems the East Blue has produced another troublesome one. They were still dealing with the fallout from Porgas D Face, and now another one pops up, causing chaos the moment he hits the Grand Line. That sea was nothing but trouble. So, what's your plan? She asked. We stop him in the first half of the Grand Line, Sengoku declared. We cannot allow an element this volatile to grow stronger. I see, Tsuru mused. But, isn't the world government preparing to offer him a position as the new Shishibukai? The appointment letter is sitting on my desk. It hasn't been sent, Sengoku said, shaking his head. We'll see if he even manages to escape this time. Besides, he continued with determined look, a pirate with that much ambition isn't likely to accept the offer anyway. A rookie fresh on the Grand Line, high on his own success? That was the last man who would bend the knee. Then it's settled. Let's discuss who to send after the mock pirates. We cannot let him run wild. With the decision made, the officers began debating logistics. A pirate who'd escaped Garp, eluded Smoker, and beaten Crocodile would require a significant response. At minimum, a rear admiral, supported by several captains and local branches. They couldn't afford a repeat of the Ace situation. This pirate had to be contained in paradise. Just as a plan was finalized, with Sengoku nodding in satisfaction, the doors opened. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, New Intelligence. A marine reported, walking in with a strange expression. He glanced nervously at the assembled command before handing a report to Sengoku. It's the latest from the East Blue. Intelligence from the East Blue? Has another dangerous individual appeared there? Sengoku took the report with a puzzled expression. When he saw it was from the Logtown branch, his face froze, then he frowned and looked down. Then, under everyone's gaze, he fell silent. After a long moment, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh and slapped the paper down on the table. Meeting adjourned. You're all dismissed. A wave of confusion washed over the officers. Sengoku, Tsuru said, frowning. What about the mock pirates? We were just about to block him off in the first half of the Grand Line. That will no longer be necessary. What do you mean, no longer necessary? Sengoku rubbed his temples, looking like he had a massive headache and nowhere to direct his anger. Mock, he said, his voice laced with pure exasperation. He's turned around and gone right back to the East Blue. The marine officers, who'd just been engaged in an intense discussion, immediately exchanged bewildered glances. What exactly were the mock pirates doing? They'd already defeated a Shishibukai and caused this much ruckus. Shouldn't they be continuing their rapid advance and realizing their ambitions? Why in the world had they rolled back to the East Blue again? Were they insane? All that for a one-week tour of the Grand Line. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 59, Chapter 59. Is this guy insane? Smoker watched Dante's ship pull away, a grim expression on his face. Driving a pirate ship so brazenly into his territory, then expecting him to just host them? What did he think this place was? A resort? I am a marine captain, damn it. Ha ha. Tashigi chuckled nervously beside him. Well, Captain Dante is on vacation, sir. It's only natural he'd be a bit relaxed. Vacation? On a pirate ship? Smoker shot his subordinate a sideways glance, flicking the ash from his cigar. That man's been nothing but trouble lately. The Alabasta incident. The Drum Kingdom incident. If Dante hadn't filed those intelligence reports, Smoker would still have no idea the scoundrel had run off to the Grand Line. And for a vacation. The thought brought a strange twist to Smoker's face. He remembered headquarters asking him about the so-called overlord of the East Blue. Some law-abiding branch captain, Smoker thought with a sneer. What a joke. Forget it, he grumbled, taking the cigar from his mouth. At least he's gone. He looked at Tashigi, his expression flat. What's the status on that God Valley incident I had you look into? Tashigi's demeanor immediately turned serious. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. I've been looking into it secretly, just as you asked, Captain. But there's not much progress. All the information matches what we already have. The Rocks pirates in their bid to wreak havoc across the seas, and Vice Admiral Garp saved the Celestial Dragons, earning his title as the Hero of the Marines. Hero of the Marines. Smoker flicked his cigar again, his brow still furrowed. The Rocks pirates. Celestial Dragons. God Valley. What really happened there? Why had Garp shut him down so forcefully when he'd asked? And how did that bastard Dante know about it in the first place? The fact that everything looks normal is exactly what's not normal, Smoker said, a cold smirk touching his lips as he took a deep drag from his cigar. I told you to ask around discreetly. Did you find anything else? Well, Tashigi flushed, looking embarrassed. Kuina said she didn't know anything, but then she took me straight to Captain Dante. You asked him directly. It was fine, sir. Captain Dante wasn't upset, and seeing Smoker's frown deepen, she quickly fumbled in her pocket. And he gave me this pouch. He said it has everything you wanted to know. It's for your eyes only. She carefully handed over a small, specially made silk pouch. Smoker took it, a bewildered look on his face. He'd really just tell me, so easily. After a moment's thought, he pulled the drawstring. Inside was a single, small note. He unfolded it. His face, which had been set in contemplative lines, instantly reddened in fury. He looked up at the vast sea, his knuckles white around the crumpled paper. That bastard. He gritted out. Tashigi blinked, leaning over curiously to see the note her captain was about to crush into a ball. It held a single sentence. I don't know either. A helpless smile touched Tashigi's lips, and she stuck her tongue out slightly. Captain Dante really is a complete scoundrel, Smoker cut in, finishing her thought. He flicked his cigar again, his face a thundercloud. I swear, one of these days, I'm going to beat the hell out of him. Fine, he thought, a spark of stubborn curiosity flaring within him. This just makes me want to find out for myself. I'll dig into it slowly. He glanced at the pouch still in his hand, then turned back to Tashigi. Don't tell anyone else about this. Yes, Captain Smoker. Tashigi's expression grew serious again. She understood. If the hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Garp, was this wary of the topic, it had to be dangerous. Just as the words left her mouth. Puru puru puru, puru puru puru. The den mushy in his coat pocket rang. Smoker pulled it out and answered gruffly. Hello, what is it? A moment later, he hung up, a vein throbbing on his forehead, as he muttered, Shishibukai. What's wrong, Captain? Tashigi asked. Is it from headquarters? Nothing, Smoker grunted, offering no explanation. He pocketed the den mushy and stared out at the sea. Later, submit a military budget request to HQ. Another one, sir? But we just got our last budget approved. Tashiji looked at him, baffled. Will they really sign off on another one so soon? It's fine, Smoker said, flicking his ash. Tell them the Mott pirates re-entered the East Blue and attacked Lowtown. Tell them the town suffered heavy losses and needs funds for reconstruction. He ignored Tashiji's bewildered expression, his gaze fixed on the horizon where Dante had disappeared. What are you really up to, Dante? He murmured to himself. Nope, nothing at all. Just a little accident, nothing to worry about. You can always believe in my justice. Beep. Dante hung up on Kuzan and put the den mushy away, sinking back leisurely to enjoy his personal secretary's pampering. Just Kuzan asking about the Mott pirates, he thought. No big deal. Besides, since we'd gone through all the trouble, we also took Wapol. His ability is nothing to scoff at. He can synthesize almost all sorts of things. Especially alloy. Later on, the guy would use that power to create a special alloy, get rich overnight, and even found a whole new kingdom in the South Blue. Since they'd run into him, it felt like a waste to just leave him. Might as well package him up and bring him along. It could be a boost for their tech development. The only shame is that I can't extract devil fruits directly, he mused. I could always try the old method, kill the user near a pile of fruit and hope it regenerates, but that's not exactly foolproof. So, for now, he'll just have to sit in a cell and produce alloy for us. The Mott pirates captured him, after all. What does that have to do with the Marine's 16th branch? We're here. We're finally home. Nami's excited shout came from the helm. Everyone, get ready. We're home. At her words, the crew looked up. As the familiar outline of their island appeared on the horizon, relaxed smiles spread across their faces. They were finally back. From inside a large wooden box on the deck, a happy, curious voice piped up. Papa, are we there? At our new home? I want to see. We're here, Kuma said, a faint smile on his face as he looked up at the approaching island. A new home. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 60, Chapter 60. Back on their home turf at Branch 16, a collective sigh of relief seemed to pass through the base. Everyone settled back into their routines, some catching up on much-needed rest, others handling the duties that had piled up in their absence. A house was waiting for Kuma and Bonnie in the officer's residential area. Thinking ahead, Dante had sent word to Noda about Bonnie's condition. Following his instructions, the house had been modified. Aside from the essential doors and windows, every other opening was sealed tight to keep the interior shielded from light. Hearing a little girl was coming, Noda had taken it upon himself to prepare a special surprise. He'd painted one of the rooms a soft pink and filled it with all sorts of cute dolls. The moment Bonnie saw it, her face lit up, and her happy laughter echoed through their new home. A warm smile spread across Kuma's face, mirroring his daughter's joy. Both father and daughter were clearly very satisfied with their new home. Even though the two greatest doctors they'd met couldn't offer an immediate cure for the sapphire scale disease, they had managed to slow its progression. For that, Kuma was deeply grateful. He held on to a simple, powerful belief: as long as they were alive, there was hope. A cure would be found. And at Dante's suggestion, both Crocus and Dr. Korha had agreed to continue their research. Maybe one day, sapphire scale wouldn't be an incurable disease after all. In the meantime, Kuma would need to bring Bonnie back for regular checkups and treatments to keep the illness at bay. There was, however, one small setback. Dante's plan to abduct, or rather, invite, Chopper to join them hadn't panned out. Chopper felt his medical skills weren't sharp enough yet and wanted to continue his studies under Dr. Korha. As a result, Bonnie, who had quickly become good friends with Chopper, was understandably disappointed. Having had few friends growing up, she genuinely wanted to be friends with Chopper, but she understood Chopper had his own dream to pursue. Her sadness didn't last long, though. She brightened right up when she realized she could see Chopper again every time she came back for a checkup. Chopper, who had also been lonely for most of his life, made her a promise. He told her that one day he would become a doctor who could cure any disease, a panacea, and then, he would cure her. In that moment, a bond formed between the two of them. Watching them, Kuma felt a warmth spread through his chest. He quietly took off his glasses, covering his face to hide the tears welling in his eyes. The gains from this trip were undeniably substantial. With the generous donations from their top contributor, who'd practically had his coffers emptied, how could they not be substantial? In addition, taking over Baroque Works, with Daz Bonet's help, had been incredibly smooth, without a single hitch. On top of that, there was Baroque Works. With Daz Bonet's help, the transition of power had gone off without a hitch. As for Crocodile's grand plan for an ideal nation, let's just change the venue, Dante mused. The East Blue is looking pretty good. Moving forward, Baroque Works' operational focus would gradually shift to the East Blue. Their intelligence system and agent network, however, would continue to function, and he entrusted this critical aspect to Robin. Dante was absolutely confident in Robin's abilities. Furthermore, he would continue to have Baroque Works secretly acquire Seastone. And on top of all that, this trip, his own performance metrics had increased significantly. Name, Dante Ashford. Occupation, Level 3 Senior Staff Member. Performance Indicator Value, 10,100. Note, promotion to Level 2 Senior Staff Member and receipt of employee benefits occurs at 100,000 points. Taking down Crocodile and capturing Wapol had netted him a cool 8,000 points. The other 2,000 must have trickled in from the development of the Kanamai Archipelago and Branch 16 itself. He really had to thank Crocodile and Wapol for their contributions. Pity Crocodile was locked up, he'd have to wait for his release to thank him personally. As for Wapol, he was currently enjoying 5-star treatment in a private room made entirely of seastone. The next morning, Dante woke up feeling refreshed and ready to get back to work. When he reached his office, Robin was already there, as usual, engrossed in her work. He had to hand it to her, the woman was disciplined. All these years, and she'd never broken her routine of early to bed, early to rise. "Good morning." "Good morning," Robin replied without looking up from her book, a playful lilt in her voice. "Though, it's closer to noon, boss." She finally raised her eyes, a soft smile on her lips. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her as she sat at her desk, giving her a quiet elegance. "Noda's been waiting to give you his report since this morning," she added. "Is there anything urgent?" "Nothing major at the branch. Noda followed your instructions to the letter while we were gone. As for the Kanamai Archipelago..." Robin paused, her gaze drifting back to her book. "Thanks to the labor from the pirates we captured, development has started in all the areas you marked out. Kokoyasi, Mikan, and a few other towns are already starting to be linked by new roads." A spare arm sprouted from Dante's desk, casually pouring him a cup of hot tea before disappearing. Robin picked up her own steaming mug. "Also," she said, taking a sip, "what are your plans for Rainbase?" Rainbase. Dante mulled it over. With their new partnership, Alabasta City of Dreams and Crocodile's former stronghold, was now temporarily designated a special economic development zone. Rainbus' largest casino, Rain Dinners, had been preserved. Though the treasures and seastone inside had been stripped bare, the facilities themselves were still intact, so they'd been kept. However, the operating model would need changing, along with a complete redecoration. Currently, Rainbase was under Vivi's temporary management. Alabasta is a major kingdom on the Grand Line, Dante thought. It draws plenty of merchants, tourists, and pirates. Losing Crocodile's protection would normally make it a target, but I've already got that covered. He dispatched a team of Baroque Works agents to provide support, and a contingent of Marines from Branch 16 would follow, operating undercover. Between them, the Alabasta Royal Army, and the flag of the Mock pirates flying overhead, things should stay quiet. Mock might be the weakest of the so-called overlords, but the reputation he'd gained from taking down a warlord was enough to scare off most trouble. As for Kanamai Archipelago, Dante mused, there don't seem to be any particularly competitive or unique products yet. Tangerine jam, canned tangerines, and tangerine wine, he pondered. Or perhaps Romance Dawn. Dante rubbed his chin and muttered, looks like a cosmetics factory will be needed soon too. Robin diligently noted down her boss's thoughts. Then, as if remembering something, she looked up again. And what about Whiskey Peak? What's the plan for it? Whiskey Peak. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 61, Chapter 61. Whiskey Peak, the only town on Cactus Island, sat at the front door of the Grand Line. On the surface, it was a welcoming place, famous for its wine and its music. But that was just a cover. The town was crawling with bounty hunters, lying in wait at the very start of the Paradise route to prey on rookie pirates. With Mayor Igaram gone, operations at Whiskey Peak had ground to a halt. Truth be told, their business had always been slow. It was a waiting game, they'd lie in ambush for pirates to drift into their territory, lure them in with a warm welcome and plenty of booze, then strike when their guards were down. The overhead was steep, though. Running into a crew with a low bounty could mean taking a serious loss. And their brand of enthusiastic hospitality meant they were always running short on food. It was that constant shortage that had once led them to consider targeting Laboon. Still, it had served as a key outpost for Baroque Works, a hub for transactions, mission assignments, and agent training. Dante mulled it over for a moment, his gaze landing on Robin. Whiskey Peak. I've seen how they hunt pirates. It's completely outdated, he said. Relying on luck for a ship to even drift by? How long would it take to catch anyone that way? Never mind. We can talk about that later. He paused, a thought striking him. Oh, right. Where's Mock? Did he already ship out? Mock went to Kokoyasi town last night, Robin replied. He hasn't come back yet. Kokoyasi town. As she spoke, a realization seemed to dawn on him, his eyes narrowing. At the same time, he felt a dull ache settle into his muscles, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Right, he thought. A little soreness is to be expected after being on the move for so long. He stretched, stood, and was about to say he was going to find Mock to discuss a few things. His secretary finished her notes, looked up, and gave him a smile. Are you tired, boss? Ahem. A little, he admitted. Then, Robin lightly twirled a lock of hair around her finger. She rested her chin in her hand, turning to him with that familiar, soft smile. Do you need my help? Dante blinked. A moment later. Damn, he thought. She's good at this. Meanwhile, in Kokoyasi town, Mock whistled as he strolled down the street, stepping out from the luxuriously decorated shop behind him. It was a rare chance to get a good night's rest before he had to ship out again. Of course, Mock was more than satisfied with his life these days. My only regret, he thought, is that it's been a while since I've been on a real adventure with the boss. He missed the good old days. The kind where they'd eat and drink their fill, spot a pirate ship, and howl, get over here, you bastards, before charging in. Ever since the boss went straight, we hardly ever go out hunting pirates anymore. He still remembered how it all started. He was just a villager from an island near the 315th branch. After the boss came to the East Blue, Mott was in the first group of misfits to follow him and Robin out to sea. He remembered the day they heard a new commander was taking over the 315th branch. No one had paid it much mind. The place was a barren rock, so poor that even pirates didn't bother with it. It was a marine base without a single warship and barely any marines. Why would they care about some new captain? They figured he'd either find a way to get transferred or just become a pirate himself by day 2. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. The boss arrived on a small, dilapidated boat and gathered everyone on the island, marines included. Just as they'd expected, he took one look at the barren wasteland and clutched his head, muttering things like, "Is this a demotion? This is exile. And, what's the point of being a base commander for this dump? Even pirates would shake their heads at it. And, I might as well just become a pirate." It looked like he didn't have any connections, so a transfer was out. Piracy it was. But it didn't happen quite like they'd imagined. The boss, still clutching his head, had walked right up to Mock, grabbed him by the collar, and asked his name. The next thing he knew, he was Mock, captain of the newly formed Mock Pirates. They'd set sail on a single, dilapidated boat, the boss, Robin, and a handful of villagers too hungry to stand straight. That very night, they acquired a slightly bigger ship, and their adventure on the high seas began. And now, look at them. He was strong, they had a massive ship, more crewmates, and a base that was bigger and more beautiful than he could have ever dreamed. They even had an admiral and the hero of the Marines in their corner, not to mention a few more big sisters. As for the 315th branch, after the boss left to another base 16th branch, no new commander ever came. Marine HQ probably figured the godforsaken place didn't need one. Now, it was the boss's territory. The villagers who once lived there were still there, watching over their old home, though life had changed completely. It wasn't big and there was still nothing there, but it was where they came from. A cheerful smile spread across Mock's face. He looked around at the bustling streets of Kokoyasi town, and a surge of pride welled up inside him. All of this, built from the ground up by the boss, brick by brick. Because of that, Mock would carry out any order from the boss with everything he had. As he walked, he spotted a familiar figure and grinned, waving. "Yo, Kuma. You're here, too." He ambled over to the burly giant in the barriered hat, who was carrying a large wooden box. Mock gave the box a friendly tap. "Hey, Bonnie, you're in there, too." "Uncle Mock." A voice chirped from inside. "Mock." Kuma rumbled in greeting. "Since you're both here, let me show you around," Mock declared, puffing out his chest. "You're gonna love this place." His eyes landed on something, and without waiting for Kuma to reply, he strode toward a focaccia stand. "Boss, 3 focaccia. Captain Mock's treat," he called out, waving Kuma over. Kuma hesitated for a moment before walking forward and thanking him. From inside the box, Bonnie giggled. "Thank you, Uncle Mock." "Focaccia." Kuma looked at the banner hanging in front of the stand, his brow furrowed slightly as he read it aloud. "Goa Kingdom Royal Family Secret Recipe?" Even the hero of the Marines said it was good. This advertisement seems a little strange, he thought. "Alright, so that recipe," Mock whispered, pulling Kuma closer. "It's actually the boss's. Not from some Goa kingdom. But that's a secret, you hear? I promised him I wouldn't tell a soul, so don't you go blabbing. I'm Mock, the most tight-lipped man on the seas." He finished with a proud grin. Bonnie was silent. Kuma was silent. The owner was silent. Finally, the owner, who had just finished making the focaccia, looked at Mock with a pained expression. "Captain Mock, I heard that. It's fine. Kuma's one of us. He's a new talent the boss recruited." Mock waved off the owner's complaint. He was, after all, the most tight-lipped man on the seas. He never would have said anything if Kuma wasn't family. He took the focaccia, handed 2 to Kuma, and took a huge bite of his own. "The sign might be a little embellished," he said, looking at the stunned Kuma, "but this is the really delicious." "Fake." Kuma took the bread and stared at it for a moment before nodding. He glanced back at the banner. Even the hero of the Marines said it was good. Before he could finish, Mock cut in, his mouth full. "That part's true, and I heard an admiral ate it and said it was good, too." Kuma just stared. Did the hero of the Marines really say it was good? The owner asked, blinking at Mock in confusion. "How come I don't know anything about that?" Another wave of silence fell over the stand. As the owner started grilling Mock about when, exactly, the Marine hero had stopped by, Kuma let out a helpless smile. At this point, it didn't really matter. He found a shaded spot out of the sun and passed one of the focaccias into the box, then looked down at his own. He took a gentle bite, and a small smile touched his lips. A moment later, Bonnie's voice came from inside the box. "Dad, it's delicious." Kuma rumbled, a warmth in his voice. "It really is." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 62, Chapter 62. He went to order a new sign, Mock said, stuffing his face with focaccia. Said he's gonna add the Marine Admiral to it, too. "You done? This stuff's good, right? I've still got some. Want another piece?" Kuma stared at him through his frameless glasses, at a loss for words. The Marine hero, a Marine Admiral. He thought, the owner of this little stall is certainly bold. It reminded him of what the most tight-lipped man on the seas had told him back in Alabasta. "No, thank you. I've had enough." Kuma managed a faint smile as Mock offered the bread again. Thanks. Though his mind was reeling with questions, none of it mattered as long as the boss could help Bonnie. Everything else was secondary. You sure? It's on the house. The owner gave it to me, so don't be shy. When Kuma politely refused again, Mach just shrugged, folded the 2 remaining pieces together, and took a massive bite. A big guy like you, and you're full after 1 piece of bread. He watched Kuma scan their surroundings, a slight frown on his face. What are you looking for? Nothing, Kuma said, shaking his head, though his eyes continued to drift over the lively street. He hesitated. This place, it's very busy. He had only come to take a look. Last night, a man named Noda had told him about the Kanamai archipelago, mentioning all the good food and fun things to see. Bonnie had overheard and, being in a new place, had been begging to come out all morning. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, he'd brought her. And if he was being honest with himself, he was also curious about what kind of man this boss truly was. A marine who broke so many of the marine laws, any one of his operations was enough to land him in front of a military tribunal. It was hard not to be curious. He just hadn't expected the place to be this prosperous. It wasn't always like this, Mach said, his chest puffing out with pride. It was just a rundown village before. The boss let us, and we built it up bit by bit. This is his territory. Before the stunned Kuma could respond, Mach clapped a hand to his own chest. It just so happens I'm free today. Let me will give you the grand tour. I guarantee you'll be amazed. With that, he devoured the rest of his focaccia in one gulp and started walking, leaving Kuma standing there, looking helpless. Hey, keep up. Mach called back. Kuma shook his head with a sigh and followed, Bonnie secure in the box on his back. Well, he thought, he certainly seems to know his way around. Might as well see what this place is all about. Under Mach's guidance, Kuma began to explore the island, his initial curiosity slowly shifting to doubt, and then to outright shock. The streets were paved with neat, clean flagstones, lined with tidy, brightly painted houses. The entire town was bustling with people, a sea of activity. As the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, he knew just how difficult this level of prosperity was to achieve. Not even the capital of his own country had been this beautiful or organized. Even Alabasta, a major power on the Grand Line, hadn't felt quite like this. But what stunned him most were the people. Everyone was dressed in clean clothes, and their smiles seemed genuine. He found it impossible to square this image with what Mach had told him. This used to be a rundown village. For a moment, his thoughts drifted back to his old companions in the Revolutionary Army, and to his days with Ginny. He quickly pushed the memories aside, his expression returning to a calm mask as he continued to follow Mach. The tour was surprisingly enjoyable. Mach would point out different spots, explaining what they used to be and what they were now. Even without seeing it, Bonnie seemed to grasp the transformation through Mach's vivid descriptions. She declared that as soon as she was better, she was going to see it all for herself. Mach let out a hearty wahahaha, and presented her with a serving of Captain's chicken nuggets. Kuma stared at the box. The nuggets were delicious. There really was a lot of good food here. And Mach seemed to be some kind of local hero. People were constantly greeting him as they passed. He was a pirate, yet everyone here seemed to respect him. It was a puzzle Kuma couldn't quite solve. Watching another group of villagers greet Mach enthusiastically, he hesitated, then began to ask, everyone here? Wahahaha. Mach cut him off, seeming to know exactly what he was about to ask. These are all people the boss and I kidnapped. Kuma nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He then gestured to a group of men working under the hot sun, being urged on by a foreman. Then, those people. Oh, them? They're all pirates. I tricked them into coming here. Kuma nodded again. He watched the miserable-looking laborers, a stark contrast to the cheerful villagers, but said nothing. Just then, Mach stopped in his tracks and shouted at a figure a little ways down the street. Hey, old man. Yeah, you. He strode over to an old man who had been happily strolling along with a little girl, and slapped a huge hand on his shoulder. Smack! The girl squeaked and hid behind her grandfather. Before Kuma could process what was happening, Mach broke into a wide, triumphant grin. See, now you know I wasn't lying, right? The old man, recovering from the shock, recognized Mach and offered an awkward smile. Ah, Captain Mach. He said, his voice full of guilt. I am sorry. We misunderstood you back then. Mach. Kuma said, walking over. He looked from the old man to the little girl peering out from behind his legs, but before he could ask, Mach spoke up. This old-timer? I brought him here not too long ago. Mach clapped Kuma on the back. He cursed me out the whole way. The old man's face flushed with embarrassment. Captain Mach. It was true. At the time, he had been convinced the pirates and the marine with them were in it together, rounding people up for the slave trade. He'd screamed at them, at Mach, at the marine, but he'd been wrong. They hadn't been lying. Now, he, his granddaughter, and the citizens who had followed him were all living here, safe and fed. Because he was literate and had experience running a country, he'd even landed a good job with a decent salary. He no longer had to live in a garbage heap, watching his granddaughter starve. Thinking of it all, the old man's eyes welled up. He looked at Mach, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you. Please, forgive my rudeness back then. And that marine captain. I've been wanting to apologize to him, but I could never find him. The little girl peeked out from behind him again. Captain Mach, thank you, she whispered. Wahahaha. Mach's grin was infectious. He seemed completely unbothered by the past. He slapped the old man's skinny shoulder again. No need to apologize, old man. I don't care about that stuff. Just live a good life here. As for Smoker, I'll pass along your thanks. His hearty laugh brought fresh tears to the old man's eyes. Watching the scene unfold, a faint smile touched Kuma's lips. He reached back and gently patted the box. Bonnie, he murmured, it seems we've come to a good place. This boss, he really is indeed somewhat incredible. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Mock's demeanor shifted. The carefree smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look of sudden, intense seriousness as he stared down at the old man. Russ looked back, confused. Captain Mock? Is something wrong? I almost forgot. Mock slapped himself on the forehead. Your treasure. I haven't told the boss about it yet. Let me tell you, old man, you're about to get rich. Before the equally stunned Russ could say a word, Mock spun around to Kuma. Kuma, hurry, get me back to the ship. I have to tell the boss about this, now. That thing. Mock thought, his mind racing. It really is a devil fruit. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 63, Chapter 63. Boss. What is it? The office door flew open with a bang. Dante didn't so much as flinch. He took a slow sip of black tea, watching over the rim of his cup as Mock skidded to a halt in front of his desk. Easy, Mock, he said calmly. How many times do I have to tell you? No need to rush. Just breathe and tell me what's going on. Boss. Mock rubbed the back of his head. The boss seems way too calm today, he thought. His eyes darted around the office. And Robin isn't in her usual spot, either. Of course, he wasn't here to see her. He turned his attention back to Dante, shaking off his boss's relaxed air. He eagerly set a small treasure chest on the desk. Boss, this is it. The last time he'd been back, he'd been completely blindsided by the news that a Marine Admiral was now their backer. Then the boss had rushed them all back out to sea so fast he'd completely forgotten about the treasure that old man had given him. He'd left it locked up in the ship's treasury until just now, when a stray thought about the old man had finally jogged his memory. Mock looked at Dante, who was still sipping his tea like some retired admiral, and excitedly flipped the chest open. This has to be the devil fruit you were talking about. I can't believe I almost forgot it. The chest was open. Dante's gaze fell inside. There, nestled on the velvet lining, was a strange, swirling patterns, fruit. No doubt about it. It was a devil fruit. A flicker of surprise finally crossed Dante's face. He looked up at Mock. Where did you get this? He was surprised, sure, but after all the other good news today, he wasn't about to get worked up over it. From that group we brought back last time, Mock said, scratching his head as he tried to remember. That old man, what did he say? Oh, right. He said he found it in the forest. As Mock stumbled through the story, Dante pieced it together. An old man finds a devil fruit in the woods, Mock brings him and his family back to the island, and in the chaos of setting sail again, the fruit gets forgotten. Dante nodded, waving off Mock's clumsy explanation. He lifted the devil fruit from the chest, turning it over in his hands. Finally finished with his story, Mock leaned in, his eyes wide with fascination as he stared at the fruit. He knew about devil fruits, of course. Besides Robin, he'd seen plenty of users lately. Like Kuma. Man, I'd love to have Kuma's ability, he thought. Kidnap a ham rescuing people would be so much easier. I could just swat anyone I needed to, and thwump, they'd land right at the boss's feet. But that was Kuma's power. This was the first time he'd ever seen an actual devil fruit up close, uneaten. Mock blinked. I heard these things are worth at least 100 million berries. He'd barely gotten the words out when a new voice piped up from the doorway. 100 million berries? Where's 100 million berries? Nami's head poked into the office. She looked around, confused. Hey, where's Robin? She's usually here. Ahem. It's nothing, Dante said, clearing his throat. As Nami walked in, he dangled the devil fruit from his fingers. This is 100 million berries. A devil fruit. Nami's question about Robin evaporated. Her attention snapped to the strange fruit in Dante's hand, her eyes lighting up as she hurried closer for a better look. She'd knew enough of the Grand Line to know exactly what it was. But like Mock, this was the first time she'd seen one that hadn't been eaten yet. Where did this come from? Mock brought it back. After Dante gave her the short version, Nami finally understood. A look of wonder crossed her face. I can't believe our luck. She pouted, a wistful look in her eyes. If I found something like this back then, maybe my life wouldn't have been so hard. Don't be ridiculous, Dante grumbled, shattering her daydream. Arlong and that rat Nezumi would have never let you keep it. They'd have just stolen it along with all your money and made you start over from zero. You're right, they absolutely would have, Nami said, her fantasy deflating. The memory of Arlong's breaking promise after Dante helped her acquire the money. But still in the end all that money meaning nothing, her years of struggles being useless still stung. She sighed, then clenched a fist. Damn it, I should have landed a few more hits on Arlong and that rat myself. She remembered the absolute despair she'd felt when she learned they were working together. But then, her anger softened. A small smile touched her lips. At least, she thought, when I hit rock bottom, I found true friends. A wave of warmth washed over her. Everyone was thriving now, and she was so happy for them. Her only regret was that Belmir wasn't here to see it. 100 million berries. Nami said, pulling herself back to the present. Her gaze fixed on the fruit again. So, what kind is it? I know devil fruits are worth a fortune, but I've also heard some are totally useless. You eat one by accident, and you get a worthless power and you can't swim anymore. So what's this one's ability? Mock asked, leaning over curiously at Nami's words. Is it useful or not? While the two of them peered at the fruit, Dante took another sip of his tea. Actually, I know what this one does. He'd read about it in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Robin had a copy, of course. He just never expected to actually see one in person. Instantly, Nami and Mock snapped their heads up, their eyes locked on him. What is it? Is it a valuable logia? Nami pressed. Boss, can I eat it? I've never tasted one. Mock pleaded. Dante looked speechlessly at the two of them. One had eyes that were practically sparkling with berry signs, the other had a trail of drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Everyone on the sea thinks logia types are the strongest, he mused, but they have no idea what's coming. In the long run, the mythical zoans are where the real power is. As for this fruit, Dante gave Mock a strange look. You can eat it if you want. Huh, really? Sure, Dante said with a shrug. He glanced at Mock's eager face. But I don't think you'll like the ability. It's the Comcom fruit. The Comcom fruit? Mock repeated, scratching his head. What's that? The Comcom fruit. That's right, it was Corazone's old fruit, Trafalgar Law's adoptive father. It created invisible, soundproof barriers. Anything inside couldn't hear the outside world, and nothing outside could hear what was happening within. He hadn't found Law, but he'd found his adoptive father's fruit instead. It wasn't exactly useless, it had its uses, but an ordinary person wouldn't know how to tap into its true potential. While the true potential of a devil fruit always came down to the user's ingenuity, and many on the open sea chanted, there are no useless devil fruits, only useless users. How to develop a seemingly useless fruit like this was beyond most people. Then again, he recalled with a smirk, Corazon mostly used it to get a good night's sleep, which, to be fair, it was great for. After Dante's explanation, Mock's burly face scrunched up in disgust. What would I need that for? I'm already the most tight-lipped guy on the sea. Nami's interest plummeted, too. She pouted. So what's the use of that? We should just sell it. She'd been hoping for a logia. Just as the two of them wrote the fruit off, a slow, sly smile spread across Dante's face. No, he said, holding up the Comcom fruit. This is actually very useful. In fact, I have a crazy plan. He lowered his gaze to the fruit in his hand, a glint in his eye. Under Nami and Mock's confused stares, he spoke in a low, deliberate voice. If it works, we'll have everything. Hearing the word everything, Nami's disdain vanished. Her eyes narrowed, locking onto the fruit as if it had just turned to solid gold. Kidnapping. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 64, Chapter 64. The Marine's 16th branch was more lively than usual. It was the day of the monthly commendation ceremony, and the base was buzzing. Marines milled about, their faces bright with anticipation. So, who do you think is getting title a model soldier this time? Don't even bother guessing. I heard the rules are different this month. Yeah, that's right. Word is you can't even get nominated unless you've mastered at least one of the Rokushiki technique, or even just stealth walk, at least. Well, that counts me out. I don't know a single one. Guess I'd better start practicing stealth walk today. Kuro watched the scene from a distance, unfazed by the commotion. I've come to terms with this new reality, at least, he thought. After proving himself by taking care of that sick girl, they'd finally accepted him as one of their own. Now he was an official training instructor for the 16th branch, teaching new recruits the basics of stealth walk and other combat forms. He even taught Soru, one of the Rokushiki. He'd picked it up surprisingly fast after seeing the branch's training manuals. His own mastery of stealth walk gave him a massive head start. He wasn't a master yet, but he knew enough to teach these grunts. It still amazed him. Captain Dante, the commander of this base, has some serious guts. The man had openly taken training manuals meant only for Marine headquarters, slapped a new name on them, and passed them off as branch-approved materials. If HQ ever found out, getting hanged would be a light sentence. No, with all the stunts Dante pulls, if they were discovered, he'd have to be executed 10 times over to make it stick. As for the event today, it was a monthly tradition. Diligent work got you nominated, and the top prize, title a model soldier, came with a promotion, a raise, and other rewards. None of it had anything to do with him, of course. Leaving aside his real identity, he was a newcomer. He was just here to watch the show. Kuro followed the crowd into the large hall built for these events and found an empty seat in a corner, his expression neutral. In a way, he was a member of the 16th branch now, and he was curious to see what this was all about. The job had its unexpected turns, but he was surprisingly satisfied. As for escaping, that's impossible now. How could he possibly run? He was a 16 million berry pirate from East Blue, against a marine hero and an admiral, who were both backing Dante. And the so-called overlord of East Blue was Dante's subordinate, not to mention Dante's own strength. Kuro hadn't forgotten that night. Besides, he mused, the pay is better than my butler gig in Syrup Village, the benefits are good, the food is great, and this job gives me exactly what I've always wanted, a quiet, stable life. So why run? This wasn't a bad gig at all. Dressed in his suit, Kuro pushed his glasses up with the palm of his hand and watched the spectacle unfold from his corner. It was certainly lively, and the Marines were practically vibrating with excitement. He was just settling in to observe quietly when a voice cut through his thoughts. Kuro, what are you doing all the way back here? He looked up to see Chief Petty Officer Noda approaching, a look of surprise on his face. Ah, Chief Petty Officer Noda. Kuro stood, adjusting his glasses. My apologies. I just picked an empty seat. Is it taken? I can move. Oh, no, it's not that. Noda insisted, shaking his head. You're an instructor now, you can't be sitting back here with the recruits. With that, he took a bewildered Kuro by the arm and guided him toward the front rows. As an instructor, you should be closer to the front. After they reached a slightly more forward position, before Kuro could react, Noda firmly settled him into a seat. What? He stared, wide-eyed, at his proximity to the stage. Though he was a special instructor for the Marine 16th branch, strictly speaking, he was still just a captured pirate. And this looked like where the most important officers of the 16th branch sat. But seeing Noda treating him with such respect, Kuro felt a flicker of warmth despite himself. He adjusted his spectacles, about to speak, when, I've heard you're working very hard in the training camp. Noda said, his tone regretful. It's a shame you're so new to the branch. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have been in the running this time. He followed up with an encouraging smile. But don't get discouraged. The captain really values your work. I bet you'll be selected next month for sure. Kuro swallowed the thank you that had been on his lips. With a faint, almost imperceptible smile, he turned his gaze to the stage. I have no interest in such things. Spoken like a true instructor, Kuro. No concern for fame or fortune, Noda said with genuine admiration. But even if you don't care, the 16th branch won't forget your contributions. Seeing Kuro about to speak again, Noda quickly changed the subject. Ah, that reminds me. Django, the man laying bricks over on the north side of the base, he was one of your old crewmates, wasn't he? Kuro's mind clicked. So that's what this is about. He wants me to recruit Django. Noda continued, a thoughtful look on his face. The captain is quite impressed with his abilities, you know. It's a shame Django doesn't seem interested in his offer to join us. Kuro didn't take the bait. He was my crewmate, and I respect his decision, he said flatly, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Everyone has their own path to follow. I wouldn't stop him from pursuing his, even if that path currently involves. He paused for a moment. Laying bricks. He was fully prepared for Noda to look displeased, but he didn't care. He had made his own choice to stay here, he wouldn't make choices for his former crew. To his surprise, Noda simply nodded. That's right. Everyone has the right to chase their own dream. He accepted the answer and turned his attention to the stage. It's starting. Maybe next time, you'll be the one up there. As Noda spoke, the special banquet officially began. Kuro was somewhat surprised Noda hadn't pressed the issue, but he calmly redirected his gaze to the stage. Minutes ticked by. Name after name was called out, each announcement met with a burst of warm applause from the crowd. Everyone who was called up received a red certificate and a bonus personally handed out by Captain Dante himself. Without fail, those who went on stage were moved to tears, profusely thanking everyone imaginable and promising to redouble their efforts. It was all a bit peculiar, he thought, and undeniably, a truly boring affair. Kuro adjusted his spectacles again, watching the scene before him expressionlessly. This, he surmised, was probably just the branch's way of motivating the Marines to train harder and win their loyalty. Looking at those emotional Marines, it certainly seemed effective. Recognition was something many people craved in this chaotic era, but it was still incredibly dull. Of course, none of this concerned him. He might as well use the time to think about what he'd eat later. Honestly, the food in the 16th branch cafeteria was surprisingly good. He heard that the chefs here had all trained at the famed Barataisi restaurant in the East Blue. That certainly explained their excellent cooking. Just as Kuro was deep in thought, arms crossed and brow furrowed, pondering his dinner options. Kuro, it's you. I can't believe it, they called your name. Noda was practically bouncing in his seat. Hurry, get up on stage. Go on stage for what? Kuro thought, turning to look at Noda and the sudden eruption of applause directed at him. He frowned, confused, about to ask what was going on. Just then, the host's voice boomed across the hall. Next, please welcome to the stage, Kuro, to receive his award. Kuro froze. Did they just call my name? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 65, Chapter 65. Swept up in a storm of applause and Noda's prodding, Kuro found himself walking onto the stage in a daze. He stared out at the sea of faces below, all of them cheering for him. What is happening? How did I end up here? His mind raced. Is Captain Dante trying to buy my loyalty? What a joke. What do I even have that's worth buying? I'd be working here honestly anyway. As Kuro stood there, utterly bewildered, Captain Dante strode over and clapped a hand on his shoulder, his face a mask of sincerity. I've been hearing things, he began, his voice booming with emotion, about your dedication. It's only been a few days, but your efforts haven't gone unnoticed. Trainees keep coming to me, telling me how hard their new instructor is working. Thank you, Instructor Kuro. Thank you for everything. I have. Kuro blinked. All I do is teach them a few things in the morning, then find a quiet spot to sit and think about lunch. That's hard work. Before he could voice his confusion, Dante cut him off, turning to the crowd with a grand smile. You don't believe me? Ask the trainees yourselves. Tell me, everyone, who has guided your training, pouring his sweat and effort into your future, without a single word of complaint. As soon as he finished speaking, another round of applause erupted, as if on cue. Instructor Kuro. They roared in unison. The name echoed off the walls, sending a strange jolt through Kuro's chest. But that wasn't the end of it. Who selflessly dedicates himself to teaching you everything he knows? Instructor Kuro. Who nurtures you, like a diligent gardener tending his crop? Instructor Kuro. Who teaches you to look toward a brighter future with optimism and strength? With every line from Dante, the cheers grew louder. The raw enthusiasm of the crowd stunned the normally composed Kuro. He felt something unfamiliar welling up inside him. A warmth. A fire. Looking at the trainees below, a thought surfaced against his will. Is this how they really see me? At that very moment, many of the cheering trainees were just as confused. Why is it Instructor Kuro? Hasn't Instructor Kuro only been here for a few days? And didn't he only teach us stealth walk? Are there other things? Why haven't I learned them? I remember Instructor Kuro just casually taught us something every morning, and occasionally he'd suddenly appear behind everyone and bluntly point out someone's mistake. I even suspect Instructor Kuro spends the rest of the time thinking about what to eat for lunch, right? What's wrong? Did Captain Dante say something wrong? Didn't Instructor Kuro teach us? If so, why are you all shouting along? I don't know, I just shouted along with everyone, and Instructor Kuro really did teach us. Everyone's just happy that Instructor Kuro is being honored. The crowd, who didn't quite know why they were shouting along, kept chanting Instructor Kuro, and Kuro, who hadn't expected such widespread recognition. At this moment, an unexpected harmony emerged. On stage, Kuro adjusted his glasses, staring at the excellent instructor certificate and the bonus cash in his hand. He looked down at the crowd chanting his name, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Maybe I should start taking this teaching thing more seriously. But a part of him remained defiant. He won't buy my loyalty this easily. I'm the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, damn it. If Django can stick to his principles, so can I. He steadied himself, his expression returning to its usual calm. He would say a few polite words and get this over with. Just as he was about to consider this moment a testament to his desire for a stable life. Although Instructor Kuro only arrived recently, our branch will never forget his contributions. If not for his arrival, we would probably still be agonizing over how to structure everyone's training. He solved a huge problem for us. Therefore, after winking at Nota, who was hiding behind him, Dante smiled with satisfaction. He then extended a hand towards Robin, who stood smiling beside him. I also have a special gift here for him, to express our deep gratitude for his contributions to the Marine 16th branch. Dante took the small chest Robin had already prepared and handed over from the side, then offered it to the stunned Kuro with a smile. Only after a bewildered Kuro had taken the chest did Dante continue, still smiling, go on, open it. Kuro, who still hadn't figured out what was going on, stared blankly down at the chest in his hands. A special gift. At Dante's urging, he opened the chest, still confused. The moment he saw what was inside, he instantly froze. Devil fruit. Under everyone's gaze and Dante's smile, he looked at the item in the chest in disbelief. That unique feeling he just experienced welled up inside him again, even clearer than before. Was this what they called recognition? An answer seemed to form in his mind. Kuro stiffly turned his head, looking at Captain Dante, who was smiling at him from the side. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, suddenly, snap! A hand closed the box. Dante closed the box lid and smoothly placed a broadcast den mushy in front of Kuro's face. Come now, Instructor Kuro. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? Say something to everyone? Caught off guard yet again, Kuro just stared for a moment. Then, looking out at the smiling faces, something clicked. Holding the box tightly in his hand, he finally knew what he had to say. He, a captured pirate, had been given this. He had been recognized. Django, what is that idiot even thinking? When a man like Dante offers his trust, isn't that worth following? Dreams? Dante will lead us closer to our dreams than we could ever get on our own. Kuro took a deep breath. His voice was steady, but the corner of his mouth was still turned up in that slight, uncharacteristic smile. Thank you, to the 16th branch, to all of you, and to you, Captain Dante. Soon, the lively event concluded. Of course, the commendation ceremony had ended, but the banquet had only just begun. Dante didn't disturb their enthusiasm. With a slight smile on his face, he walked towards the back of the venue with Robin. Their objective for the day had been achieved. Sensing his good mood, Robin asked elegantly, "You seem to have high hopes for him, boss." Dante shook his head without hesitation. Not at all. Before a confused Robin could figure out what was going on, she saw Dante beside her, expressionless, leisurely say, "I'm simply not very familiar with him. Even if an accident happens later, I won't hesitate to act." Robin's smile returned, this time with a knowing, dangerous edge. "You really are a terrible person, boss." She gently twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "Then again, so am I. Ha ha ha." They both chuckled, a shared, sinister understanding passing between them. Dante glanced back at Kuro, who was now surrounded by celebrating Marines. "Still," he said calmly, "that devil fruit really is perfect for him, isn't it?" Just as Robin smiled in agreement, a sound cut through the air. Pura per Peru, pura per Peru. Dante answered his personal den mushy, already guessing who was on the line. Before he could even ask Mock what was wrong, an urgent voice burst from the receiver. "The world government just invited me to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boss, what do I do?" Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 66, Chapter 66. Inside in his office, Dante stared at the den mushy in his hand, a surprised expression on his face. Mock's rambling explanation had finally clued Dante in on what had happened. Turns out, while Dante had been out working, Smoker had unexpectedly shown up, grim-faced, sailing a marine ship right into their harbor. Without so much as a greeting, he'd announced that the world government was ready to offer Mock a spot among the Shishibukai, and the official letter was already waiting. Then, with a few impatient words, he'd practically shoved the appointment letter into Mock's hands, telling him to read it himself. But what was Mock supposed to make of it? Sure, he knew about the Shishibukai, that big-shot client that had last time was one of those warlords of the sea, after all. Beyond that, though, he was completely in the dark. So, following his usual rule of ask the boss if you don't know, he'd called to see if Dante wanted him to take the job. Besides, he'd heard from Tashijine that becoming one came with a lot of perks, which might be useful to the boss. He'd started calling her Tashijine because she resembled Kuina so much that it just felt wrong not to. Meanwhile, Dante knew exactly what being a Shishibukai entailed, the rights and the obligations. Becoming one meant your bounty was frozen and the world government would turn a blind eye to your past crimes. But it also meant your bounty was frozen. The Mock pirates were a key enemy of his 16th branch. If they officially became allies of the government, how was he supposed to apply for military funding? The budget for the 16th branch was pathetic, sure, but it was better than nothing. And as for the so-called legal privateering rights, what good were those? It wasn't like Mock needed the government's permission to plunder. Worse, with their approval, every haul would mean giving a cut to the world government. Lose my funding and have to pay them taxes. Dante thought. What a rip-off. He didn't hesitate. Legal privateering? Who needs it? Dante said into the Den Mushi. You're the overlord of the East Blue. You think you need the world government's permission to take what you want? A Shishibukai title? A stray dog wouldn't even take that scrap. Before Mock's Den Mushi could even respond, the mollusk in Dante's hand suddenly shifted. Its bald head flattened, a grim expression spreading across its face, and a cigar materialized in its mouth. It spoke in Smoker's low, gravelly tone. Do you realize what you're saying, boy? While the title might be dash. Before he could finish, the face snapped back to Mock's. Smoker, this is my Den Mushi. Mock's voice shouted. I'm talking to the boss. Dante watched the Den Mushi, which now seemed to be arguing with someone off to the side. He paused. Smoker's still there. Oh, him. Mock's voice returned, sounding nonchalant. Nah, he hasn't left. I had to talk to you, boss, so I put him and his crew to work catching guys for me. Dante remained silent, staring oddly at Mock's Den Mushi. That fool asked Smoker to help out with arrests again, he thought. Smoker must be fuming. He probably wanted to arrest Mock more than anyone right now. Oh, right. Mock's voice chirped cheerfully. Smoker, that old man who was cursing you out last time? He told me to say thanks. Almost forgot. His tone turned serious again. So, about this Shishibukai thing, you don't want to take it? No, Dante said casually. That title is useless to you. Got it, boss. Shishibukai, not even a stray dog would take it. Do. Click. The line went dead. Dante nodded, satisfied. He could trust Mock to handle it. As he was setting the Den Mushi down, a presence at the door made him look up. It was Kuma. He stood there, looking like a man with something important to say but no idea how to start. Oh, Kuma, you're back. Dante said, waving him in. Kuma hadn't been in the East Blue for the past few days. He'd been away on a special mission. Ever since Dante had shared details about the Rumber pirates, Crocus had been itching to visit the Florian Triangle. Twin Capes was quite a distance from the Florian Triangle. Crocus had initially planned to find a small boat and paddle his way there, perhaps even swim part of the way, but after witnessing Kuma's abilities, he'd abandoned that idea in favor of a Kuma Express trip. He'd also worried about unexpected incidents, so the plan was to first head to Sabayati Archipelago to meet Crocus's old friend before continuing on together. Kuma, grateful to the man who had eased Bonnie's suffering, had agreed without hesitation. He works fast, Dante thought. But seeing Kuma, standing there like an honest man trying to hold back a confession, his face a mask of hesitation, Dante fell silent for a moment. His gaze then drifted to the item Kuma held in his arms. A Shishibukai offer. He understood. Looking at Kuma, he asked, did you refuse? He hadn't expected them to offer Kuma a position at the same time. Kuma's face froze for a second before he shook his head. Not yet. I plan to ask you first, boss. I haven't accepted or refused. He recalled the words he'd overheard at the door and his voice grew muffled. I'll go refuse it now. As soon as the words left Kuma's mouth, Dante cut in, wait a moment. Cough, cough, cough. Dante cleared his throat, looking at Kuma's puzzled expression. Your situation is different from Mock's. You can still become a Shishibukai. Shishibukai are legally allowed to occupy islands not affiliated with the world government, and they can forbid the Marines from entering their territories. If Kuma became a Shishibukai, future expansion would be significantly easier. Speaking of which, it was about time to start developing territory near the Kanamai archipelago, Dante thought. Mock's purpose was to draw attention and hatred. Why on earth would he become a Shishibukai? Ignoring Kuma's slightly perplexed gaze, and Robin, who was smiling and quietly observing from the side, Dante recalled Kuma's actual mission. He put on a serious expression, changed the topic, and cut straight to the chase. Is your task handled? It's handled. Kuma affirmed, and his puzzled expression finally cleared as he heard the boss's question. Kuma was well aware of a Shishabukai's rights, and so he understood Dante's reasoning. It was why he had specifically returned to ask for guidance. He just hadn't expected to overhear that conversation when he'd approached the door. But now, that wasn't important anymore. As you said, boss, a crewmate from the Rumber Pirates is still alive. No, Kuma paused, correcting himself earnestly, was still alive. Mr. Brooke has already left with Crocus. He's very grateful to you, boss. After Mr. Crocus mentioned you were a formidable swordsman, he gave me this as a thank you gift. As he spoke, Kuma pulled a katana from his side. Its blade boasted distinctive Midare Tojiri patterns, with a black-purple body and striking red, jagged hamon. He also said he'd come thank you in person next time. As he spoke, Kuma pulled a katana from his side. Its blade boasted distinctive Midare Tojiri patterns, with a black-purple body and striking red, jagged hamon. Dante stared at the blade in surprise. He knew Shisui was supposed to be with Gecko Moria, but he'd been perfectly happy with his Sande Kaititsu and hadn't felt like going to the trouble of acquiring it. He never expected Brooke to just hand it over. Well, since it was here, he accepted it. A faint smile touched Kuma's face as he saw the boss take the sword. After seeing that the Florian triangle was exactly as Dante had described, his faith that Dante could truly save Bonnie had deepened. And the boss had said Bonnie would be cured soon, right after getting that new devil fruit. Maybe Bonnie really will be well soon. The thought filled Kuma with renewed gratitude. He adjusted his glasses, remembering his other, secret mission for this trip. His expression turned serious. Boss, I found what you wanted. He paused. The cyborg hadn't eaten it yet. It looks like he only just found it, so I left him there. As Dante watched, Kuma carefully pulled a strange, patterned fruit from his coat. As you requested, boss, I made sure no one else saw it. Is this it? Dante looked at the devil fruit, a hint of genuine surprise on his face. Not eaten yet? It was possible. Absalom probably only found the fruit after Moria and Hogback finished his modifications. With his personality, if he'd eaten it sooner, he would have been too busy peeking to bother joining Moria's crew. He looked up at Kuma, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Perhaps Bonnie will be cured very soon. Ignoring Kuma, whose face was now alight with excitement, clearly on the verge of saying something, Dante turned his head. He looked at Robin, who was watching it all while smiling beside him, and spoke with a firm tone. Tell Mach to come back. It's time to get to work. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 67, Chapter 67. The prize Kuma had brought back was none other than the Clear fruit, a paramecia ability that Sanji himself had once coveted above all others. It granted its user the power to turn their own body, and any object they touched, completely invisible. Dante's original plan had been to have Kuma capture Absalom if the man had already eaten the fruit. He was surprised to learn that Absalom had only just located it, allowing Kuma to simply retrieve the fruit instead. Had Absalom consumed it, Dante was prepared to kill him and force the devil fruit to reincarnate. This new plan of his couldn't afford a single misstep. Success meant securing his future, failure meant he might have to abandon his post and become a pirate for real. To ensure everything went off without a hitch, he couldn't allow any outside factors to interfere. And yet, he'd never expected such luck. Kuro now possessed the Comcom fruit, and the Clear fruit had been secured before anyone else could eat it. Is this how some users are chosen by devil fruits? Dante wondered, as if just thinking about them was enough to draw them here. But that didn't matter now. With both fruits in his possession, it was time to put the plan into motion. When Mach arrived, he was led straight to a specially constructed secret room deep beneath the base. Kuro was already waiting there, the same Kuro who had recently been honored with the 16th branch's Excellent Instructor certificate. Receiving the certificate seemed to have flipped a switch in the man. While he'd been compliant enough before, teaching his classes without causing trouble, the recognition had ignited a new, almost frightening passion for education in him. He now voluntarily added several hours to his schedule each day, offering free, intensive tutoring to the very students who admired him most. His methods had become ruthlessly strict. Any student caught slacking off or training with less than total focus would be publicly criticized, their flaws laid bare before he patiently, relentlessly guided them back onto the right path. He would materialize silently behind them the instant their form wavered, moving with such stealth that it was impossible to anticipate. Hiding was useless, Kuro-sensei would always find you. Rumor had it that many of those same students now quietly cursed the day they had ever started calling him Kuro-sensei, a term of respect that he now seemed to take as a personal mandate. The man was simply too dedicated. Of course, it was just complaining. The recruits Dante selected weren't so fragile as to break from a little hardship, and those who were had already been weeded out. In this world, if you lacked innate talent or a convenient shortcut, the only way to keep up was to work twice as hard as everyone else. Of course, some people were just exceptions, Dante thought wryly, recalling a certain pink-haired Marine who had apparently achieved in 2 years what took others decades. Kobe's progress was so absurd it wasn't even worth considering as a benchmark. The sea is full of people who train hard. He thought of one of his own Kawahe from the dojo, a green-haired swordsman, Zoro, whose current whereabouts were a mystery. That boy trained relentlessly, especially after losing time and again to him and Koana. He would push himself to the point of collapse in the mountains behind their village, often found covered in wounds and unable to move. And what did he have to show for it after all these years, compared to Kobe? Dante's attention returned to Mach, who had already consumed the clear fruit. As a man of the sea, Mach had been hesitant at first, wary of losing his ability to swim for a power someone else had wanted. But when Dante explained how useful it would be for ambushes, Mach's eyes had lit up, and he had shoved the entire fruit into his mouth without a second thought. His enthusiasm quickly soured. He began clutching his throat, gagging as he choked out, How can something so valuable taste so disgusting? Seeing that the deed was done, and not wanting the simple but sharp young man to lose motivation, Dante and Kuro exchanged a look and decided not to mention that only a single bite was necessary. What was done was done. Now, the real work began. The goal was to combine the powers of the clear fruit and the com fruit. One would render them invisible, the other would erase any sound they made. If they could awaken it, they could move with perfect stealth, potentially slipping past even a marine admiral undetected. However, after half a day of training, the reality was far from the ideal. Dante watched the two men stumble. They couldn't synchronize their movements or their thoughts. Even when holding hands, they couldn't agree on how to navigate a simple obstacle. One would try to go left while the other veered right, pulling them in opposite directions. The com fruit was manageable enough. Kuro had already proven its terrifying effectiveness on his students. The true challenge was the clear fruit. To remain completely hidden, they had to rely on Mach to render them both invisible. That meant they couldn't see each other, relying only on whispered directions and physical contact. The moment they let go, they were lost to one another. Dante rubbed his forehead, a headache building behind his eyes. "This isn't going to work," he said, his voice tight with frustration. "At this rate, you'd be walking straight into a trap." "We have too little time, Captain Dante," Kuro stated, pulling his hand from Mach's sweaty grip. He suddenly wiped his palm on his trousers before adjusting his glasses. "Besides, I am not familiar with this brute. Achieving the necessary level of coordination in a few days is unlikely." "No," he thought with a grimace, "it might be impossible no matter how much time we have. The man is a full head taller than me, built like a sea king, and his grip feels like it could shatter bone. We are simply too different. Moving as one while invisible, it's a fool's errand." Though he didn't know the specifics of the mission, he had pledged his loyalty to Captain Dante. As a man of his word, he would see the order through to the best of his ability. A heavy silence fell over the room as Kuro finished his analysis. He was right. Ignoring the time Kuro had spent as a prisoner, he had only officially joined the 16th branch a few days ago. He and Mach had started training together just that morning. Dante frowned, his mind racing. "Are we really going to give up on this?" he thought. While Bonnie's condition was no longer a pressing concern now that he had the com fruit, a chance for a massive payday was dangling right in front of him. It seemed a terrible waste not to even try. "Boss, do I have to be stuck to the Catman the whole time?" Mach asked, blinking with genuine confusion. Then, a thought seemed to strike him. His eyes lit up, and a clever, simple-minded grin spread across his face. "I've got an idea. How about the Catman and I try something?" "I told you to stop calling me that." Kuro snapped. This oaf from the East Blue, how did I ever let myself be tricked by him? Despite his annoyance, he adjusted his glasses and eyed Mach with deep suspicion. "You have a plan? Really? Let's just try it. I don't know if it'll work, but it's worth a shot." Mach pressed. Kuro sighed, his expression flat as he looked at the other man's beaming face. "Fine," he grumbled. "We can try, but I'm not holding my breath." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mach's grin widened. "Great, the Catman agrees." He looked as if he'd just solved the world's most complex puzzle. His carefree expression sharpened for a brief moment, and in that instant, a flicker of the East Blue Overlord's cunning demeanor once was shown through. Kuro was completely bewildered. Just as he was about to ask what Mach was planning, the big man took a deep breath and shouted with grave seriousness, "Kuro, combine." "What?" Before Kuro could even process the bizarre command, Mach dashed forward and dropped into a low crouch right in front of him. Before he could react, Mach grabbed his feet, lifted them, and swiftly placed them on his own neck, hoisting the dumbfounded Kuro onto his shoulders. "See, this is my plan. Pretty great, right?" Mach declared, beaming with pride from his position below. "I call this move, the Mach-Kuro combo." As the words echoed in the silent room, Kuro stared down at the top of Mach's head, his face a perfect mask of disbelief. "The Mach-Kuro combo." Kuro opened his mouth to order the fool to put him down at once, but a flicker of movement caught his eye. He slowly turned his head toward Captain Dante. The faint, deeply amused smile playing on the captain's lips made Kuro's stomach sink. His mouth twitched, and he fell silent. A profound sense of dread washed over him. He suddenly, desperately, wanted to resign. Maybe moving bricks with Django isn't such a bad life after all, he thought. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 68, Chapter 68. The problem of their mismatched abilities was solved by Mach-Kuro combo. Adding Kuma to the equation took it a step further, creating the Mach-Kuro-Kuma combo on the spot. The arrangement was simple. Kuro perched on Mach's shoulder, and Mach in turn lay flat across Kuma's broad back. At nearly 7 meters tall, Kuma could bear their combined weight without any trouble. Mach and Kuro would handle invisibility and sound suppression, while Kuma's role was to swat aside anything, or anyone, in their path. With this system, who couldn't they capture? As for Kuro, the situation was beyond humiliating. It was one thing to ride on Mach's shoulders, but to do so while being carried by a giant was an entirely different level of indignity. The very thought of it was mortifying. This was somehow even worse than being forced into hard labor with Django. If my old crew ever saw this, he thought, his stomach twisting, how could I ever show my face again? However, after Dante personally guaranteed that no one would ever find out and sweetened the deal with a promise of a promotion and a raise, Kuro adjusted his glasses and reluctantly agreed. Since all three of them would be invisible, he reasoned, no one would ever have to see it. With their coordination sorted, the next hurdle was endurance. The devil fruit abilities couldn't fail them mid-mission. To ensure their synergy and stability, the three of them were ordered to remain together constantly for the foreseeable future, functioning as a single, perfect unit. Mach didn't mind in the slightest. An order from the boss was an order, and besides, he thought the whole setup was incredibly cool. Kuma, upon learning it was all for Bonnie's treatment, accepted without a second thought. He was even more dedicated than Mach, willing to do whatever it took to help her. Kuro, on the other hand, was in misery. He had braced himself for a one-time ordeal, endure it, finish the mission, and it would be over. But now they had to stay joined together every day. They would even attend classes this way, moving unseen among the trainees. The shame of it was almost unbearable. Even though they were invisible, the thought of performing such a ridiculous act in front of others made his skin crawl. But what could he do? He was cornered by two men, one grinning like an idiot, the other a giant bowing his head in earnest appeal. He had already thrown his lot in with them. Silently, he repeated his mantra, this is all for a promotion and a raise. After threatening both of them that if a single word of this ever got out, he would make sure they could never speak again, Kuro gritted his teeth and submitted. And so, the Mach Kurokuma training officially began. Life at the Marine 16th branch went on as usual. The trainees had their instructions, and how they practiced was their own business now. Aside from a select few, no one was aware that an invisible, composite monster was now living in their midst. A few days later, rumors of a ghost began to spread through the base, especially around the training camp. Marines would get the unnerving feeling that they were being watched, but a search would always turn up nothing. As Kuma, Mach, and Kuro grew more coordinated, the feeling faded, and most wrote it off as a case of nerves from overtraining. The trainees were also puzzled by instructor Kuro's prolonged absence. Many of them, surprisingly, found themselves missing his strict guidance. From his invisible perch, a faint, involuntary smile touched Kuro's lips whenever he overheard them. It only made him train them harder in his mind. He diligently noted every trainee's mistakes, planning to resume their rigorous lessons the moment this secret mission was over. These idiots, he fumed silently. How many times do I have to explain the stealth walk technique? They still haven't learned it. But how long would this secret mission last? Time ticked by, and soon Dante dispatched the perfectly synchronized trio to a designated location, where they waited in silence. Today was another peaceful day. Dante had just finished enjoying Robin's unique insights, and was now relaxing alone in his office with a cup of tea. Creak! The door flew open and Nami rushed in, a frantic look on her face. Where's Kuma? She demanded. Where did he go? I haven't seen him in days, and Bonnie isn't at home either. Kuma. Dante set down his teacup, looking at her with mild confusion. I sent him on a mission that required his help. Why are you looking for him? The base is haunted, isn't it? Nami said, her voice laced with anxiety. I heard he used to be a priest, so I thought maybe he could help with an exorcism. The ghost fear-mongering. Dante thought. I thought that had died down. Why, did something else happen? He asked. Where are people seeing ghosts now? Ah, you haven't heard. Seeing his genuine confusion, Nami seemed surprised but continued nervously. The night before last, one of the trainees was practicing late and went to the bathhouse by himself. When he walked in, he saw a shower head spraying water all on its own. Maybe someone just forgot to turn it off, Dante suggested. That's what he thought at first, too, but after he shut it off, it turned right back on. He figured it was broken and turned it off again, Nami said, her face still pale with second-hand fear. That's when he heard it. Tap, tap, tap. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Footsteps echoed through the washroom, and he saw ripples spreading across the water on the floor, like someone was walking toward him. Just as he was about to scream, another voice spoke up. What did it say? Dante prompted. It said, what are you doing? I'm still Dash. And then what happened? Nothing. The trainee said the voice just cut off. He either didn't hear the rest or he fainted right then and there. Nami poured herself a cup of tea, taking a long sip to steady her nerves. He only woke up last night. He's still in the infirmary, shouting about ghosts. Dante was silent for a moment. He had a pretty good idea of what had happened. That idiot Mach must have gone to take a bath while they were invisible, he mused. The voice cutting off probably means Kuro was there too and silenced him immediately. He offered a weak smile. It was probably just a misunderstanding. Training that late, he must have been hallucinating. You're not behind this ghost events, are you? Nami's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She knew Dante too well. Come to think of it, you and Robin have been acting shady these past few days. She glanced around the office. Where is she, anyway? Why isn't she here today? Robin's just resting. She was a bit tired, Dante said, clearing his throat. Anyway, what did you need? Kuma might be gone for a little while longer. What exactly are you two hiding from me? Nami scanned him up and down, but finally waved a dismissive hand and pouted. Forget it. If you're not telling me, it's probably something I don't want to know about. She paused, a thoughtful look on her face. Ever since that Marine Admiral visited, her relationship with Dante seems to have gotten closer. She shook her head and pulled a newspaper from her bag, placing it on his desk. Your paper. I ran into Noda on the way here and grabbed it for you. As for Kuma, besides the ghost thing, Vidi said she wants to visit soon. I was going to ask him if he'll be free in a few days. As she spoke, she noticed Dante was no longer listening, his eyes fixed on the newspaper. She leaned over his shoulder, curious. "What are you looking at?" she asked, reading the headline aloud. "Unknown explosion on Punk Hazard? Punk Hazard, that's in the New World. Is this the news you've been waiting for?" He didn't look up from the paper. "It is," Dante said, a slow, determined smile spreading across his face. He folded the newspaper, his gaze shifting to the window. "Finally, it can begin." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 69, Chapter 69. From the very beginning, his goal had been the man they called the world's greatest scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, user of the Paramecia brain fruit. Everything Dante had done, every move he had made, was in preparation for this moment. Since the creation of the Mother Flame, the scientist, whose technology was said to be 500 years ahead of the present day, had become a figure capable of shifting the global balance of power. His research in biology, physics, medicine, weaponry, and even devil fruits far exceeded the world's current understanding. He was a true polymath, and Dante coveted the potential he represented. If he could recruit Vegapunk, he would have everything. But it won't be that simple, Dante thought. He's already under the world government's thumb. Getting to him will be difficult. He never could have anticipated that the Clear fruit and the Com fruit would fall into his hands. With these, a bold new plan began to form. He would go and quietly recruit Dr. Vegapunk himself. Whether the doctor would accept was another matter entirely. Securing him was the priority, convincing him to cooperate could come later. The technological development in this world was strangely unbalanced. Some islands were still in the steam age, while others had already invented submarines. Legend even spoke of an ancient, hyper-advanced kingdom that had vanished for reasons unknown, a civilization that even Vegapunk himself regarded with the highest praise. Like the ones that created Emmet, recruiting the scientist would be a monumental challenge. The world nobles on Mary Geoase might still be using manual elevators, but the world government placed immense value on technological superiority. Their surveillance of Vegapunk would be relentless. They would sooner see the doctor dead than allow another power to take him. To spirit him away from under their noses would require the perfect opportunity. And this was it. His only chance. He had to act before Vegapunk settled into Egghead, before the island was fully transformed into his fortress of science. And he would create Punk records by extracting his brain and create 6 satellites. They had to steal the man away while no one was paying attention. Dante was certain the world government would never expect someone to be so audacious. Who would dare to kidnap their most valuable asset right under the nose of the Marines? That was precisely why he had sent Kurokuma to Egghead in advance, to lie in wait for the perfect moment to strike. Admiral Kizura wouldn't be guarding Vegapunk every second of the day, and the doctor had secrets of his own he wouldn't want the Marines observing. To ensure they left no trace, Dante had also instructed Kurokuma to wear a pair of ill-fitting shoes, either slightly too large or too small. It was a minor detail meant to alter his gait and obscure his identity, closing any possible loophole that might lead back to them. Dante stood on a desolate island he had prepared long ago, located right next to the Marine 16th branch. On the surface, it was nothing but rock and sand, but the ground beneath had been completely hollowed out. Every piece of sea stone he had collected over the years had been used to fortify the hidden base. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "I wonder if this will work." Everything was ready. All that was left was to bring the guest of honor. Just as Dante had anticipated, the explosion at Punk Hazard forced the world government to relocate Dr. Vegapunk's research base. With the help of the Marines, he was moved to the island of Egghead. At that moment, on Egghead's snow-covered shore, a den mushy was ringing. "Dr. Vegapunk, I have fulfilled your request," a voice said through the receiver. "This island is yours to use from this day forward. But do not forget the promises you made to the world government. Your last attempt at creating artificial devil fruits was a failure, and they have yet to hold you accountable for it." I know, said an old man with a massive, lolling tongue that hung down to his abdomen. He had a shock of white hair, slender legs, and a giant lightbulb-shaped head. A white lab coat with SSG printed on the back was draped over his floral shirt. He looked down at the den mushy, his tongue sticking out. "That was a failure, and it troubles me greatly. But please rest assured, I will resume my research as soon as possible." "See that you do." Click. The call ended, and the den mushy went to sleep. Vegapunk put the snail away inside. What a headache. That was a rather dangerous invention. I just wanted to create something that could change the world for the better. He pushed the thought aside and looked up at the snowy island before him. Egghead was still a world of ice and wind, desolate and empty. But as Vegapunk gazed upon it, a light gleamed in his eyes. He saw not a frozen wasteland, but an island brimming with futuristic technology and scientific marvels. This island was his canvas, and the world government had promised him a degree of freedom so long as he produced results. He would still be under surveillance, but it was a price he was willing to pay. After all, only an organization with the wealth and power of the world government could fund his dreams. Just as Vegapunk was pondering how to begin the island's transformation, a lazy voice cut through the air. "Phew, it's really cold here." A world away from Punk Hazard, a tall, thin man with curly black hair and a bit of stubble adjusted his sunglasses. He wore a yellow and white striped suit and spoke in a leisurely drawl. "Seriously, Doctor, why did you choose this place? You aren't planning to secretly collaborate with pirates in this remote area, are you? Please spare me from such troublesome matters." Shut up, Borsellino, Vegapunk said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I intend to honor my agreement with the world government. I have far too many troublesome ideas swirling around in this head of mine to get myself erased before I can bring them to life. Besides, his eyes lit up as he gestured to the vast, empty landscape. I am going to completely transform this place. Soon, I will showcase the future of humanity right here. Oh, is that so? Kizaru slowly stood up, his hands shoved in his pockets. Well, I'll be sure to check every corner when the time comes. He adjusted his hat and started walking back toward his warship. I suppose I should be going, then. I'll leave one vessel of Marines here for you. If anything happens, let them know. And if you need me, you can call. Of course, do try to keep the trouble to a minimum. Though he commanded the Marine Science Unit, an admiral couldn't be expected to remain here permanently. But if an accident did occur, his devil fruit powers would allow him to return in an instant. He tipped his hat, his voice flat. Be careful. Without waiting for a reply, he continued toward his ship. That's precisely what makes you so annoying, Vegapunk grumbled at Kizaru's back. He quickly forgot the admiral and turned his excited gaze back to Egghead. Where should I begin? Never mind. I'll just look around for today. He paid no mind to the Marines stationed behind him. As long as he behaved, he knew they wouldn't interfere. As he walked, Vegapunk began to mutter to himself, a happy, distracted monologue. Achoo! It's indeed quite a bit chilly. The temperature will need to be adjusted to something more comfortable for habitation. And this island is quite large, transportation will need to be well designed. A stream of incredible inventions flowed from his mouth as he wandered deeper into the island. After some time had passed and he was a good distance from the pier, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile curved his lips. Oh, right, he thought, his voice dropping to a near whisper. And then there's history, a highly advanced ancient kingdom. How exciting. I must be careful. The world government must never find out about this. Suddenly, the world went silent. The wind stopped. The crunch of snow under his feet vanished. It was as if sound itself had been cut away from him. Don't worry, a dull, strangely earnest voice said from behind. I'm just here to help you change employers. Someone's here? Change employers. Vegapunk was startled. Before he could process what was happening, a sharp pain erupted across his enormous head as something struck him hard. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision swam. The moment his eyes closed, only one thought remained. Who in the world would dare to strike the planet's greatest mind? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 70, Chapter 70. Hello. Admiral Kizaru, that's, a black den mushy. Oh, did I pick up the wrong one? Prompted by his subordinate, Borsellino sighed and exchanged the receiver for the correct den mushy. He slowly brought it to his ear. Hello, is this about something important? If not, I'm hanging up. Get serious, Borsellino. The den mushy, its features shifting to resemble a man in a marine seagull hat, roared into the line. Ah, is that you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Don't tell me something troublesome has come up again. Something big has happened, the snail, now a perfect likeness of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, replied in a grave tone. Where are you now? Something big. Sounds like a lot of trouble. Borsellino scratched the back of his head in annoyance. He glanced at Marineford's harbor, now almost within reach, and drawled, I just arrived. We're about to dock. Can't you call Kuzan? I'm pretty sure he's sleeping somewhere in Marine headquarters. I told you to be serious. This is your job. Hearing Borsellino's attempt to slack off, the Sengoku-faced den mushy's expression turned furious. You're already at Marineford? How did you get there so fast? Never mind that. Get back to Egghead. Now. Egghead? But I just came from there, Borsellino said, his brow furrowing as he continued to scratch his head. Did something happen? Don't tell me Vegapunk was secretly working with pirates. No, the den mushy shook its head. It's far more serious than that. Borsellino's leisurely posture straightened, his own expression turning serious to match the snail's. Before he could ask, Sengoku's voice came through the receiver again, heavy and solemn. Vegapunk has disappeared. A flicker of surprise crossed Borsellino's face. The sudden disappearance of Dr. Vegapunk sent immediate shockwaves through the world government and Marine headquarters. As the world's greatest scientist, the man whose brain was said to be centuries ahead of its time, his importance was immeasurable. Many of the world government's and Marine's most critical inventions were his creations. The Sea Stone-lined warships, for instance, were a product of his genius. It was these vessels that allowed the Marines to navigate the treacherous waters between the Four Seas and the Grand Line, curbing the rampant growth of piracy and maintaining a fragile order across the world. Vegapunk could be allowed to die, but he could never be allowed to fall into the hands of those with their own agendas. His influence on the world was simply too immense. At the Holy Land of Mary Gosa, within the highest seat of power, the five elders had gathered. Marine HQ has already dispatched a fleet to blockade the waters around Egghead, said St. Topman Warcurie, the warrior god of justice. He was dressed in a dark green suit, his bald head and distinctive mustache giving him a severe look. According to the initial report, Vegapunk told his staff not to disturb him while he went to inspect the docks alone. It wasn't until he failed to return by evening that they realized something was wrong. They searched the island but found no sign of a struggle, not even a single footprint out of place. Those incompetent Marines, grumbled St. Shepherd Jew Peter, the warrior god of agriculture. Dressed in a dark red suit with no tie, his blonde hair and beard framed a face marked by a prominent scar on his neck. No footprints? No sign of an enemy ship? Could Vegapunk have simply fled on his own? Impossible. Saint Jagartha Saturn, the warrior god of science and defense, shook his head. He leaned on his cane, he frowned beneath his flat cap. I had an agreement with him. The world government would grant him a certain degree of freedom, and in return, he would deliver the results we require. He had no reason to leave now. To realize those wild ideas in his head, only we possessed the necessary resources. This was, in fact, the world government's leverage. To achieve his grandest visions, Vegapunk had no other choice but to work under their patronage. Without them, his dreams would simply vanish. But he has truly disappeared now. Saint Warcury retorted, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Perhaps we shouldn't have given Vegapunk so-called freedom. We should have made him obediently follow our commands. If he disagreed, we should have simply eliminated him. Scientific research isn't that simple. If we force him, Vegapunk might not comply with our demands. Saint Saturn, true to his role as the warrior god of science defense, countered. Even if we wanted to destroy him, now isn't the time, he's still too useful. And I still don't believe Vegapunk would willingly leave the world government at this moment and abandon his work. So you believe someone took him? Asked Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusturo, the warrior god of finance. Dressed in a white monastic robe and wearing glasses, he was the only one of the five without a suit or a beard. But who could abduct Vegapunk from under the noses of a marine garrison without leaving a trace? And how could they do it so quietly, unless he went with them willingly? Speculation is useless. The fact is, Vegapunk is no longer on Egghead, said Saint Marcus Mars, the warrior god of environment, his long white hair and beard lending him an ancient air. His tone was grim. Only a handful of powers in this world are capable of such a feat. Are those foolish insects provoking the us? Saint Saturn growled, his tone grew cold. And those Marines, all of them must be put on trial and sentenced to slavery. It's because of their negligence that such a huge problem occurred. Calm yourself, Saturn, Saint Warcury said, holding up a hand. I know you are furious, but for now, all we can do is wait for news from the fleet. It's possible he is still on the island. In the meantime, dispatch our own intelligence agents to investigate. He paused slightly, his gaze hardening, a chilling intensity in his eyes. No matter the cost, Vegapunk must not fall into the hands of another power. The other four elders' eyes hardened in silent agreement. They all understood the unspoken command. Even if it meant the man with the world's greatest mind had to die, he could not be allowed to serve another master. Vegapunk was simply too dangerous. As for the loss of his technology, what need did gods have for the tools of mortals? The five men looked at one another, a single question hanging in the air. A shared confusion, however, flickered in the eyes of all five as they looked at one another. Which force dared to challenge the world government's authority at this time? The four emperors? The Revolutionary Army? Or perhaps, someone else entirely? Meanwhile, in the waters of the East Blue's 16th Marine Branch, the mysteriously vanished Dr. Vegapunk was slowly waking up. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping around a space he did not recognize. Where am I? As he tried to get his bearings, a shadow fell over him. Something was looming just out of sight. Startled, he looked up, a question forming on his lips. Before he could speak, a cheerful voice rang out. Welcome, Dr. Vegapunk. Dear readers and fans. For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 71, Chapter 71. As the stranger's faces swimming into view came into focus, the memory returned with a jolt. He'd been kidnapped. Someone had mentioned helping him switch employers right before striking him on the head, his world-renowned brain, with a club. He was the world's greatest scientist. It didn't take long for him to piece together the situation. Someone had brazenly stolen a world government asset right from under their noses. Who would dare, he wondered. One of the four emperors? Some ambitious black market kingpin? Or, the Revolutionary Army? But why would Dragon take such a risk and why didn't he warn me? The implications were staggering. Were these people preparing to declare war on the world itself? Rubbing his brow, Vegapunk fixed his gaze on the young man standing before him. Where am I? He demanded. And why was I abducted? Abducted? Think of it as an invitation, the young man, Dante, corrected him with an easy smile. He made no effort to be coy. And this is the 16th branch. Vegapunk dismissed the man's shamelessness. An invitation? Is that what they call clubbing someone over the head now? His scalp still throbbed from the blow. But the other part of the statement snagged his attention. The 16th branch. He looked at Dante, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. A strange, nagging sense that something about this place wasn't right. Which is it? A territory of one of the four emperors? Near a revolutionary army base? None of the above. Dante's patience seemed limitless, especially for a man trying to recruit the world's greatest scientist. His smile never wavered. This is the 16th branch of the Marines, in the East Blue. However, as soon as he said it, the words hung in the air. For a moment, Vegapunk was utterly silent. The East Blue, Marine Branch number 16. His genius intellect, capable of pushing the world's technological advancements by 500 years, simply stalled. He couldn't process it. He had assumed his captors were a global power, an emperor's crew or the Revolutionary Army. At the very least, he'd expected some underworld figure with grand ambitions. But this? A remote marine branch in the weakest of the four seas? Has my value dropped so far, he thought, a wave of indignation rising, that a backwater marine outpost thinks they can recruit me? He was the owner of the world's greatest mind, and his work required funding on a scale few could imagine. His expression reddened. "Stop joking," he said in flat voice. "Tell me where I really am. This really is the 16th branch." Dante tugged lightly on the lapel of his marine coat, his posture earnest. "And I am its commander, Dante." Seeing the man's sincerity, Vegapunk was forced to accept the unbelievable truth, which only left him more baffled. He paused, trying to find a logical explanation. "This must be a front, then. Who's really behind this? You couldn't possibly risk kidnapping me from the world government without a major power backing you." "No." The commander shook his head without a flicker of hesitation. "The 16th branch is just that, a marine 16th branch. There's no one else pulling the strings." The answer deflated Vegapunk, who had been racking his brain for the ambitious schemer truly pulling the strings. His mouth twitched. He stared at Dante, dumbfounded. "Really?" He finally managed. "Really?" The confirmation sent a surge of frustrated anger through him. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" He burst out, his voice rising. "You're Marines. How dare you steal a person of interest from the world government? What about the consequences for the innocent Marines in this branch?" "No, it was an invitation," Dante calmly stated. "Is that really important right now?" Vegapunk shot back. "Do you know who I am? My research can't be funded by just anyone." He gave Dante an exasperated look, his long tongue slipping out for a moment in a frustrated gesture. "The 16th Marine Branch? From the East Blue? Have you no sense of scale?" "We're aware," Dante said, snapping his fingers. Robin standing nearby stepped forward, offering Vegapunk a document with a small smile. "Our benefits package is quite generous," she said smoothly. "And as for research funds, please be assured we will do everything in our power to meet your requirements. My work cannot be supported by a mere branch." Vegapunk waved the document away, ignoring the offer completely. "Just send me back," he said, the frustration mounting in his voice. "I went through so much trouble to negotiate my terms with the world government, and now this, they'll be watching my every move again." "It doesn't matter. Only they have the resources to fund my research." Hearing Vegapunk's firm refusal, Dante paused. "Is there truly no room for negotiation? How could there be?" Vegapunk retorted. "A marine branch, don't they know their place in the world? Only the world government can facilitate my vision," he stated firmly. He sighed, a hint of pity in his tone. "Look, I'll tell them it was all a misunderstanding. I won't mention your little incident to the 5L dash." He clicked his tongue. "Ah, bit it again. I mean the world government." He looked at Dante with a patronizing air. "Young man, be more careful about who you try to poach in the future." "If you insist." To Vegapunk's surprise, the commander showed no sign of disappointment. He simply shook his head with a helpless shrug. "I suppose it was never going to be that simple." He let out a long, theatrical sigh. "In that case, you're agreeing." Vegapunk's face brightened instantly. A relieved, cheerful smile spread across his features, his tongue peeking out again. "Excellent. Send me on my way, then. I wonder how many days I've lost." Just as he was sure the matter was settled, Dante spoke again. "Dr. Vegapunk." His smile had returned, but now it held a sharp, knowing edge. "You wouldn't want the world government to know about your secret research into history, would you?" The air in the room went still. Every eye turned to Vegapunk. Researching the Void Century was a crime more severe than piracy, an offense punishable by Buster Call. The woman, Robin, and the large man beside her, Kuma, both watched him with a new, intense focus. The idea that the world government's lead scientist would secretly defy their greatest taboo was unthinkable. Vegapunk's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a stark, cold dread. He stared at Dante, his mind racing. How could you possibly know about that?" He stammered. "Did Dragon tell you?" "How I know doesn't matter," Dante said, his smile unwavering. He held the document out to him once more. "The question is, do you agree now? As we said, the benefits are excellent. We won't interfere with any of your projects, and I can personally guarantee our full support for your inventions. No more of the world government's restrictions. Full support." A bitter smile touched Vegapunk's lips. He clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head. "Even if you keep my secret, and even if I were to agree, you don't understand. My work cannot be supported by a small branch. If I had another choice, I'd have joined Dragon years ago," Vegapunk thought grimly. "But the revolutionaries are barely scraping by themselves. They could never fund me. And this place? A marine branch? Forget a branch, I doubt even Marine headquarters could afford it." Yet the branch commander's smile didn't falter. "Then tell me," he asked, "what's the minimum you would need?" Vegapunk let out a long, weary sigh, as if explaining a complex formula to a child. "At the absolute minimum, I would require 10 billion berries a year." "Deal." A beat of silence. Vegapunk stared blankly at Dante. What, he thought, his world-renowned brain short-circuiting for the second time that day. Are East Blue Marine branches really this wealthy nowadays? Was I asking too less from world government? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 72, Chapter 72. Vegapunk stared silently at the contract that had been shoved into his hands. Behind him, the others were laughing and posing for photographs with their new recruit, as if this were some kind of celebration. So this is the crew, he thought, his mind racing to put the pieces together. A newly appointed Shishibukai, some upstart from the East Blue, the Devil Child herself, and two rather stoic individuals. The realization was enough to make Vegapunk's tongue-lolling face turn a sickly shade of green. The survivor of O'Hara's historians was part of this group. Here, now, the world government would never believe he hadn't been digging into the void century. And the worst part was, he had been. He watched, speechless, as the laughing figures prattled on about fresh starts, new ventures, and a bright future. They were telling him to accept reality. Accept reality, he fumed inwardly. They're the ones who created this mess. And this man is supposed to be a Marine captain? How can he be so brazen? He didn't just recruit the devil child, he stole a top government asset right from under their noses. Are the admirals at Marine headquarters completely blind? Of course, Vegapunk understood his position perfectly. He knew too much now, there was no going back. Even if he could escape, once his secret research came to light, the world government would have him executed. Threatened Dante with the newly revealed secrets Dante showed? The man had just laughed, said at worst he'd become a pirate, and then had the gall to invite Vegapunk to join him. Every escape route was a dead end. Perhaps the moment he'd left Egghead, his fate had been sealed. Vegapunk stared at Dante, defeated. With a heavy sigh, he let his long tongue hang out and scrawled his name across the document. You had better keep your promises, he grumbled. At least, he added, trying to find a silver lining, I won't have to worry about the government finding out about my research anymore. Don't you worry, Dante said, nodding with satisfaction as he took the signed contract. The old man looked utterly dejected, so he offered a comforting thought. We may just be a small branch in the East Blue for now, but our potential for growth is enormous. We have partnerships with Marine headquarters and the world government, business that spans the Grand Line, and outposts in the South Blue. Soon, our industries will connect all four seas. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. We even have ties to the Revolutionary Army and the underworld. The declaration hung in the air, instantly silencing the room. Kuma looked at his new boss in surprise. He hadn't known Dante had connections to the Revolutionary Army. Koro was still reeling from the sheer audacity of stealing a government scientist. Now this? He had seen an admiral visit, so he knew about the ties to headquarters, but the rest? The boss had been holding so much back. It wasn't frightening, though, it was thrilling. A man of the sea didn't fear an ambitious leader, he feared an incompetent one. This boss was clearly destined for things that would shake the world. Even Vegapunk, still smarting over his forced change in employment, was stunned. This small branch was involved with so many powerful forces? No wonder they had the nerve to abduct him. It hadn't been a reckless whim, it had been a calculated move backed by absolute confidence. The thought settled some of the unease in his chest. If he were being honest, working under the world government had always been a gilded cage. Since he was stuck here, he might as well see where this path led. Robin, however, watched her boss with confusion while keeping her expression-confident smile. Are our forces really that extensive, she wondered. As his personal secretary, she was fairly certain they weren't, especially since she knew for a fact the boss couldn't currently produce 10 billion berries if his life depended on it. Still, she didn't say a word, simply offering a pleasant nod to reinforce the claim. When he saw the devil child acknowledge it with a serene smile, a sliver of Vegapunk's skepticism began to fade. Now that the deal was done, it was time to move on. It was a perfect storm, really. Vegapunk didn't have a Vivre card. If he did, he never would have risked visiting the ruins of O'Hara. The world government valued his mind, but they viewed anyone outside the celestial dragons as disposable, so they hadn't bothered to track him so closely. They assumed he had no choice but to work for them, that no one would dare try to take him. They never expected a small marine branch from the quietest sea in the world to pull off a heist of this magnitude. And succeed. Alright, now that that's settled, it's time for me to uphold my end of the bargain, Dante announced. He turned to Kuma with a smile. Bring Bonnie. A welcoming ceremony could wait. The old man's status was sensitive enough as it was. Kuma, who had been standing silently in the corner, straightened up. The hope in his eyes was so intense it was almost painful to see. Boss, he said, his voice thick with emotion, you mean? That's right. I believe Dr. Vegapunk can solve her problem, Dante nodded. Bring her here so he can take a look. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Kuma bowed deeply, his voice trembling with gratitude. Bonnie and I will never forget this kindness. With that, he turned and flew from the island, his excitement palpable. The 16th branch was just next door, but he couldn't bear to wait another second. Bonnie, can she finally be cured? What illness? Vegapunk asked, his curiosity piqued. He put his hands behind his back, adopting the air of a master technician. It seems you want me to treat someone? Who's Bonnie? That's right, Kuma's daughter, Dante confirmed. I promised I would help him find a cure for her. He'd barely finished speaking when, moments later, whoosh, a giant paw print materialized. Kuma had already returned, carrying a box, his face alight with excitement. The group descended into a specially constructed basement. Vegapunk took one look at the bare, concrete room, his tongue lolling out in disdain. This is my new laboratory? How crude. Dante just waved a hand, reassuring him it was only temporary. He painted a grand vision of the future where Vegapunk wouldn't be confined to one island but could renovate the entire East Blue if he wished. He told the scientist to broaden his horizons, a statement so audacious it left Vegapunk momentarily speechless. A moment later, under Kuma's anxious gaze, Bonnie stepped out of the large box. She took one look at Vegapunk and declared, "What a big head! And it stinks." A scowl entered Vegapunk's features. "Impudent brat," he muttered, but still knelt to begin his examination of the curious child. Although renowned as a scientist, his medical expertise was second to none. It didn't take him long to identify the problem. Sapphire scale, Vegapunk murmured after a moment, intrigued. I'm surprised you've managed to keep it from spreading this long. He looked up at the anxious faces around him and nodded. It can be cured. A wave of relief washed over the room, but it was cut short. However, the single word from Vegapunk snapped everyone's attention back to him. Kuma, who had just allowed himself a flicker of hope, felt his chest tighten. He watched the scientist, his expression taut with worry. Treating this disease requires technology that is far from common, Vegapunk explained, spreading his hands. To be precise, we need to create and transplant new stem cells. The procedure is similar to creating a cyborg. It demands a vast array of specialized medical equipment. He gestured at the empty basement. And we have absolutely nothing here, let alone the precise instruments needed. The hope that had filled the room moments before evaporated. The cure was right in front of them, but they were trapped by a lack of tools. Is there no other way? Dante asked. There is, Vegapunk said with a helpless shrug. We could purchase the equipment. However, most of it is proprietary to the world government. It's not just about money, some materials can only be acquired by them. That's why I joined them in the first place. He looked at Dante pointedly. And I doubt you dare place an order for such rare equipment right now, do you? He was right. A purchase like that would bring every intelligence agency in the world down on them. Of course, Dante wasn't nervous. He knew there was another way to cure Bonnie. Still, he had to push. Can't you build what you need? Do you have any idea the level of expertise required for such devices? Vegapunk retorted, his tongue flicking out in annoyance. I can design them, yes, but do you have a team of top-tier engineers and technicians here to help me build them? Dante didn't flinch. He just shook his head with an air of profound disappointment. And here I thought I was recruiting the world's greatest scientist. If this is the limit of your abilities, perhaps I shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Before the enraged Vegapunk could respond, Dante sighed dramatically. He looked past the scientist, a wistful expression on his face, and spoke to the room at large. I know a wolf. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 73, Chapter 73. He and his wife lived in a gloomy, dilapidated castle. The two wolves survived by relying on each other, while their archenemy lorded over the neighboring village. Just as you said, that rival had vast territories, advanced equipment, and a state-of-the-art laboratory staffed by a top-tier team. And this wolf was a scientist, too, but he had nothing. No team, no fancy equipment, just a hammer and a crumbling warehouse that looked more like a junkyard. But he never gave in. Faced with his rival's ridicule and his own difficult circumstances, he refused to surrender. With only a hammer in his own two hands, he forged one incredible device after another. He could take scrap metal from a dumpster and shape it into any tool he needed. Dante paused, looking at Vegapunk. To protect his family, he slowly became a scientist worthy of respect. Vegapunk frowned, confused by the strange story. Are you telling me there's a scientist that amazing out on the seas? How have I never heard of him? And wolves, are they Zoan users or minks? None of that matters, Dante said with a sigh, shaking his head. The point is, I've seen it happen. I thought the world's greatest scientist would understand what it means to pursue a dream no matter how difficult things get. But I didn't expect, well, this. Vegapunk fell silent. Is he trying to provoke me? I doubt the story is even real. His scientific mind screamed that it was a trick, a simple goad, but his pride as the world's greatest scientist stung with shame. He had been ready to give up so easily. He let out a long sigh. You have a point, he conceded. Now that I've left the world government, I can't keep depending on them to fund my dreams. I have to stand on my own. Vegapunk glanced at the little girl who was still staring up at his enormous head. He stuck out his long tongue, clasped his hands behind his back, and offered a smile to the room. I'll start by building some temporary medical equipment. I'm sure that will be enough to begin. The moment he finished speaking, the tension in the room snapped. Everyone's frozen expressions melted into wide, hopeful smiles. Kuma, who had looked so disheartened just moments before, was suddenly filled with renewed excitement. He looked at Vegapunk, his voice trembling slightly. I don't know how to thank you. Don't mention it, Vegapunk replied. Curing this child won't be simple. It's going to cost a lot of money and take a considerable amount of time. Aye. Kuma was momentarily stunned, but then he took a deep, steadying breath. Although I don't have any money on me, I'll pay whatever it costs. A gentle smile touched his lips. As long as Bonnie can be cured. Don't worry about it, Dante said, nodding reassuringly to Kuma before turning to Vegapunk. The 16th branch will cover the bill. Just tell us what you need. As long as you can cure her, it's yours. Boss. Kuma murmured, deeply moved. You're a surprisingly kind boss. I thought you were some kind of ruthless pirate, Vegapunk remarked, studying Dante with renewed curiosity, his long tongue still lolling out. But there's no need to question my integrity. Now that I've promised to help the kid, I'll see it through to the end. The equipment is one thing, but you won't be holding back on the funds and special materials you promised, will you? Of course not, Dante assured him with a grin. With his new boss's promise secured, Vegapunk seemed to relax a little. He immediately began shooing everyone out, explaining that he needed to completely overhaul his new experimental base and prepare the equipment for the polite little girl. He gave Dante a list of materials to procure, and with that, the group stepped back outside. Of course, Dante wasn't about to trust the old fox completely. He'd have men posted nearby, though he suspected Kuma would be visiting often enough to keep an eye on things himself. With that matter settled, his thoughts turned to the others. Mott was already planning to take a break back on the Kanamai archipelago before heading out for his next job. The overlord of the East Blue had a reputation to maintain. Kuro, meanwhile, felt a wave of relief. The troublesome task was finally over. He could go back to his students. I wonder if those fools have been slacking off while I was gone, he thought, a faint smile on his lips. He was starting to feel like a real instructor. And I still have to deal with that other lingering problem. He figured a harsh training session would be enough to knock any strange ideas out of their heads. After getting his next assignment from Dante, Kuro gave a calm nod, adjusted his glasses, and departed. That left Dante and Robin, who had plenty to keep them busy. Vegapunk's arrival had been a surprise despite being planned, but his presence was a massive boon for the 16th branch. As of today, they had their own scientist, and not just any scientist, but the best in the world. Dante hadn't forgotten about Wapol, either. Now that the genius was in place, Wapol's unique ability could finally be put to good use. He figured Vegapunk would know exactly how to utilize him once he saw what the man could do. He would just have to send Wapol over later. As for Robin, she was still reeling from the revelation that Vegapunk, a top world government scientist, had been secretly researching the poneglyphs. She was burning with questions about the history he might know, but she held her tongue. He was going to be here for a while, there was no need to rush. She would watch and wait. It reminded her of Alabasta. After that incident, with Princess Vivi's help, she had been granted secret access to the poneglyph hidden in the royal tomb. Unfortunately, it wasn't the history I was looking for, she recalled. She had considered telling her boss about the ancient weapon Pluton mentioned on the stone, but Dante had dismissed it, saying it wasn't the right time. Compared to a legendary weapon, she realized, he was far more interested in a legendary mind. And as the personal secretary to the commander of the 16th branch, she knew she was about to be very, very busy. For instance, at this very moment. What have you done now? Nami stared at Dante, her eyes wide with disbelief. You need an advance of 10 billion berries? She planted her hands on her hips, blocking his path. Where in the world are we supposed to get 10 billion berries? Don't we have it? What about our earnings from Alabasta? Dante began. Even with that, it's not even close. She shot back, glaring at him. She began ticking off expenses on her fingers in frustration. We have the new cosmetics factory to set up, marine training expenses, our cooperative agreement with Alabasta. There are so many things that need money. Every new item on the list just gave her another headache. And now you're just throwing money around. Where am I supposed to find 10 billion berries? She looked like she wanted to grab him by the collar and scream that she quit. However, Dante already knew how to handle a furious Nami. He simply stood up and walked over to Nami. Just as he'd expected, her aggressive stance softened immediately, replaced by confusion. What are you doing? She asked, hands returning to her hips defensively. It doesn't matter what you say, I can't just materialize the money. She let out a sigh, her anger deflating. I don't even know what you need 10 billion for. Is it really that important? Never mind. She pursed her lips. I'll go check the brewery's earnings for this year back on Kanamai. If that's not enough, I'll have to send Mach out on a high-paying job in the Grand Line. Dante smiled as he watched her already plotting how to raise the funds. This was why he trusted her with their finances. She could be impossibly stingy, but she never hesitated when it came to something truly important. With Nami around, he never had to worry about money. Thank you, Nami. What are you talking about? She snapped, her exasperation returning. Saying thank you won't make the money appear out of thin air. If you waste money like this again, I swear I won't forgive you. Now. She rubbed her temples. Let me go see where I can scrape this together. As she turned to leave, Dante stopped her. Hey, he said casually. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. She looked back at him, utterly confused. He gave her a meaningful look. It's time to go digging at the gold mine. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 74, Chapter 74. The legendary City of Gold, while truly existing on the Grand Line, had vanished from the world's surface long ago. Because of this, many believed it nothing more than a myth. Even if someone possessed an eternal pose rumored to point to the City of Gold, the needle would simply stop once it reached the supposed location, leading most to dismiss it as a fabrication. Dante, however, knew better. The legends were true. Although he lacked a log post to Skypiea, the island of Jaya itself was not hard to find. Stories of its golden city still echoed across the seas, familiar even to a man like Kuma, who had traveled the world over. Ever since he had seen with his own eyes that Bonnie could truly be healed, a weight Kuma had carried for years finally lifted from his shoulders. He began to fulfill his promises with a quiet diligence, his work more earnest than ever before, and the warm, gentle smile that had long been absent returned to his face. When he heard this expedition was to secure funds for Bonnie's treatment and Vegapunk's research, he volunteered at once. As much as he wanted to stay by his daughter's side and watch her recover, he knew that, as a father, this was something he had to do. News of the legendary City of Gold eventually reached Mach. His curiosity piqued, he abandoned his initial plan of heading for Romance Dawn and hurried back to the Marine 16th branch, eager to see the marvel for himself. Seeing that Mach and Kuma were both committed, Dante decided to call in Kuro from his training duties as well. It had only been a few days since his last leave, but when his cadets heard that Instructor Kuro was stepping away again, their faces fell with genuine reluctance. The past few days had been brutal, but under his meticulous guidance, their skills had improved at an astonishing rate. A slight, pleased smile touched Kuro's lips. Upon my return, he announced coolly, I will double your training regimen. I guarantee every one of you will see results. Immediately, the disappointed cadets scattered, their reluctance replaced with a sudden urgency to be anywhere else. Kuro adjusted his glasses, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He had planned to visit Django in the next few days to try and persuade him to join, but it seemed that would have to wait. Besides, he was quite curious about this fabled city of gold himself. In the end, however, Dante decided not to go with them. As the three prepared to depart, he simply handed them the mission details. He had absolute faith in them. With his strategy guide and the combined strength of Mach and Kuro, success was nearly certain. With Kuma accompanying them, it was a guarantee. They did not disappoint him. A few days later, Kuma sent back a portion of the gold. Along with it came a man beaten black and blue who introduced himself as Enel, the Thunder God. Apparently, Mach had delivered the beating personally. That guy was even more arrogant than me, he'd explained. My hands were itching. The gold and their new prisoner were sent directly to Vegapunk's base. The scientist was stunned for a moment by the sheer volume of gold, then visibly relieved. The Marine 16th branch was truly resourceful. That Munch fruit user had also been a remarkable find, leading to the discovery of several metals alloys, some of which he had even extracted from the sea itself. The unique ability sparked a cascade of new ideas in his mind. Perhaps, he thought, staying here won't be so bad after all. When he heard about Skypiea and the poneglyphs there, Vegapunk's curiosity was overwhelming. What a pity, he thought, knowing he couldn't go. His head was simply too recognizable, and the entire world was searching for him. Even with powers of invisibility and silence from Mach and Kuro, it was far safer to remain hidden. He sighed and patted his large head regretfully, giving up the idea for now. After writing down a list of necessary materials, he left with the enraged Enel in tow. He couldn't believe his luck. A Logia-type devil fruit user had fallen right into his lap. His laboratory was in desperate need of a stable energy source, and this man was the perfect solution. Instantly, the furious captive's face turned green. Let me go. You stand in the presence of God, you deformed creature. Enel roared. He had been perfectly content as the omnipotent god of Skypiea until two dishonorable mortals had launched a sneak attack. He hadn't even had time to react before something, he didn't know what, had struck him, leaving his body weak and useless. And now they weren't just content with capturing him, they planned to study him? Him, a god. It was blasphemy. He cursed Mach for his cowardice, demanding a proper duel, but no one paid him any mind. He was simply dragged away toward the laboratory, his protests echoing down the hall. With Enel gone, Skypiea effectively became Dante's private territory. He took Robin, Nami, and Kuina on a trip to see it. Nami's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the endless gold, glowing with the unique shimmer of berries. We're rich, she shouted, throwing her arms in the air. We're finally rich. She even found it in her heart to forgive Dante for his recent extravagant spending, though she sternly reminded him not to make a habit of it. Kuina, standing nearby, was also astonished by the glittering city, but her dream was to become the world's greatest swordswoman, so the treasure didn't excite her in the same way. The constant fighting recently had honed her skills considerably, and she was already planning to find time to take Tashiji home, visit her father, and show the old man just how strong she had become. As for Robin, while she appreciated the value of gold, she was far more interested in the history inscribed upon it. She soon discovered that Enel had already melted down most of the pieces bearing historical records. What remained held none of the history she sought, and she could only sigh in disappointment. But the feeling passed quickly. She recovered her composure and joined Nami with a smile, content just to share the moment with her friends. Uncovering the lost century was her duty as a survivor of O'Hara, but she had other purposes now, other people to care for. The single-minded obsession she once had was gone. Dante half expected her to demand they go back and give Enel another beating, but she only asked if the remaining historical pieces could be set aside. They still carry the traces of history, she said softly. A little surprised by her gentle request, Dante agreed. It wasn't much gold in the grand scheme of things, and a few 100 million berries would hardly make a difference to the 16th branch's finances now. All in all, the trip to the City of Gold had been a resounding success. Late in the year 1517 of the Grand Line calendar, the furor over Vegapunk's disappearance showed no signs of fading. As news spread, the situation only grew more heated. Powers from across the world began to mobilize, each secretly investigating who had managed to kidnap the world's greatest scientist. They wouldn't usually act against the world government directly, but if another power was responsible, they would not be so polite. To expedite the search and restore order, the world government officially commanded the Shishibukai to assist in the hunt. At the same time, they issued a bounty for Vegapunk, 5 billion berries, dead or alive. As the world's major forces sprang into action, the Grand Line and the New World churned with restless activity. In contrast, the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas, remained as quiet as ever. No one believed a force from such a backwater sea could possibly pull off a heist of that magnitude right under the government's nose. Because of this, Dante's branch was completely unaffected, and their work continued to develop steadily. Meanwhile, on a street in Kokoyashi town, a man in heart-shaped glasses and a dancer's outfit looked around at the bustling scene, his expression weathered. "Yo, it's really lively here," he said. Another man dressed as a dancer performed a graceful turn beside him before looking his companion up and down. "So now, Captain Kuro," Django began, his tone deceptively casual. Mind explaining something to me? We both got caught, right? So how is it that I've been hauling bricks on a construction site until my hands are raw, while you? He gestured dramatically. You're in a new suit, with new leather shoes, and is that gel in your hair? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 75, Chapter 75. Django stared at Kuro, his shoulders slumped in dejection. After getting duped by some self-proclaimed East Blue overlord, he'd been stuck hauling bricks at the Marine 16th Branch construction site. A pirate with a 9 million berry bounty, reduced to manual labor. How could he not feel dejected? But Kuro, he was a different story entirely. The man who'd been captured right alongside him stood there in a sharp suit and polished leather shoes, his posture impeccable. There was a faint smile on his lips and a sharp clarity in his eyes that Django hadn't seen even back in their pirate days. And what truly stung, what made his own grimy state feel all the more insulting, was the hair. Captain Kuro was using hair gel. Serio Yuli, he's using hair gel. He felt a surge of indignation. As a performer, even he wasn't looking as sharp as the man in front of him. They were captured together, so why the difference? Django pressed a hand to the jazz hat Kuro had brought for him this morning, a hat he hadn't worn in ages. With his other hand on his stomach, he fell into a familiar dance pose he hadn't performed in ages, certainly not at the construction site. The old rhythm flowed back into him as he began to moonwalk, his feet gliding smoothly backward. After a few steps, he twisted his head around to face his old captain. So, Captain, he said, his voice laced with disbelief. What construction site did you get assigned to? He paused. They even give you holidays? Kuro remained silent, a hint of awkwardness flickering across his face. It was true. Thanks to his stealth walk technique, he'd been invited to be an instructor for the Marine 16th Branch cadets after his capture. He'd hesitated at first, but then one thing led to another. After a Marine Admiral's arrival, the Tyrant Kuma incident, the Alabaste incident, and the subsequent Marine 16th Branch commendation ceremony, he had officially pledged allegiance to the Marine 16th Branch, becoming a full-fledged instructor. But before Kuro could adjust his glasses and reply, Django, still stepping to an invisible rhythm, tilted his head to take in the bustling Kokoyashi village. Forget it, Django cut in, let's not talk so much anymore. After working for so many days, let me enjoy myself first, Captain. With that, Django glided away on his dance steps, heading happily toward the liveliest part of Kokoyashi town. Kuro watched him go with a helpless sigh. He couldn't blame Django. As a captain, he knew he'd already betrayed his crew. He adjusted his glasses again and followed his former first mate. Still, he thought, some things never change. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when a voice called out, Captain Kuro, a little help over here. Django, already wearing a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses and stuffing his face, turned and shouted from a food stall. I don't have any money, and these guys think I'm trying to dine and dash. A dozen pairs of eyes fell on Kuro. His expression soured as he walked over to the stall. Just as he was about to speak, the chef leaned over the counter. Oh, Instructor Kuro. The young man in the chef's uniform said, his eyes wide with surprise. Is this guy trying to skip out on his bill a friend of yours? Instructor Kuro. Django, who hadn't eaten something like this in a while and was still stuffing it into his mouth in big gulps, tilted his head, looking at Kuro with confusion. Kuro frowned, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Jaeger, he said, looking at the young chef. This is my family's stall. I'm helping out since it's a holiday, Jaeger said, scratching his head sheepishly. He then looked at Django and puffed out his chest. Since he's a friend of yours, Instructor, he's a friend of mine. Eat as much as you like. Would you like some too, Instructor Kuro? Well, Kuro, who had no interest initially, found his curiosity piqued now that he knew it was his student's stall. I'll have a portion as well. Please wait a moment. Hearing his instructor wanted to try his food, Jaeger suddenly grew animated. He cinched the bandana on his forehead with a look of intense concentration. It seems I'll have to get serious. I'll let Instructor Kuro witness my cooking. Before Kuro could react, Jaeger's entire demeanor shifted, taking on the gravitas of a master chef. A moment later, he returned. Done, Jaeger declared, presenting a plate of grilled squid to Kuro with a solemn expression. The legendary Goa Kingdom royal family's secret iron plate grilled squid, from the most beautiful country in the East Blue. Please, enjoy. The dramatic presentation, the solemn expression, the sheer culinary aura. Kuro was speechless. If he hadn't just heard that many stalls at the docks raving about the legendary Goa Kingdom royal family's secret other recipes, he might have actually been fooled. It's just grilled squid, isn't it? Of course, Kuro didn't expect anything special. After all, this was just a grilled squid stand. If it didn't sell grilled squid, what would it sell, he mused. Before he could take the plate, Django leaned in, tore off a piece, and popped it into his mouth. He frowned. Isn't this the same as mine? Please, even if you know, don't say it out loud. Jaeger, who had been posing handsomely like a master chef, visibly deflated, staring at Django. I was planning to let Instructor Kuro see my effort so my training would be a little easier later. Kuro felt a vein throb in his temple, but he took the plate of squid and placed a few berries on the counter. Keep the change, he said flatly. No need, Instructor. Consider it my treat for you too. Jaeger picked up the money, then promptly pushed it back, hurriedly calling out, if you really feel bad about it, just let me rest a bit more during training later. In that case, I'll accept it. Kuro adjusted his glasses, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at Jaeger. The smile made Jaeger's face light up. He thought his bribe had worked and was about to celebrate, but Kuro was already turning away. Kuro took the squid and walked slowly from the stall, Django trailing curiously beside him. "Don't worry," he said calmly as he walked. "I'll be sure to treat you well during training. I'll even throw in an extra hour, free of charge." Jaeger's smile froze. With a look of utter despair, he shouted at Kuro's retreating back, "No, Instructor Kuro, please just pay the bill. I'm not treating you, okay?" But Kuro didn't seem to hear his students' cries. He continued on with Django, elegantly savoring the grilled squid with that same faint smile, looking to be in a very pleasant mood. Django watched him for a moment, a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. "Captain," he said finally, "you've changed." "Perhaps," Kuro said, pausing to adjust his glasses. "I've found a new captain worth following." He looked calmly at Django, a man who was destined for great things on these seas. "So, have you given my offer any thought, Django?" Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 76, Chapter 76. As expected, Django said. At Kuro's blunt words, his own expression settled, and he met Kuro's gaze. "I had a hunch the moment I saw him," Django thought. "Someone who could waltz in and get me out of there wasn't just hauling bricks at a construction site. And from the sound of it, he's some kind of instructor now." He hadn't, however, expected Kuro to be quite so direct. After a moment of silence, Django glided into a lazy dance step, his movements fluid as if he'd fully recovered. A smirk on his lips. "Well, this is a surprise. To think the great Kuro of 100 Plans, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, would end up taking orders from someone else." He punctuated the statement with a graceful turn. "Give me some time to think it over, will you? I've been hauling bricks for days, and I'm exhausted. Right now, I just want to have some fun." His gaze swept over the bustling street. "Place is really buzzing. Is there some kind of festival?" "It's the end of the year," Kuro said, turning to take in the lively scene. "Everyone celebrates during this time, a chance to unwind after a year of work. It's my first time seeing it. It is surprisingly festive." Kuro didn't seem bothered by the non-answer, as if he'd already anticipated it. It made sense. Django had been a captain himself while Kuro was away being a butler, and he had his own ambitions. He wouldn't just sign up with some unknown organization on a whim. "Even for me," Kuro mused, "becoming a full member came at a considerable cost." But Kuro didn't press the issue. He simply adjusted his glasses. "Well then, let's have a look around." "Lead the way, Instructor Kuro," Django said with a grin. As they strolled through the streets, Django saw that Kuro was right. The entire Kanamai archipelago was alive with celebration, like one enormous, island-wide banquet. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and cheerful chatter. "I always figured you for the butler type," Django remarked. "Never pictured you as an instructor." "There was an incident. Those trainees seem to respect you, though. It's almost unbelievable." "I've seen a much bigger world," Kuro replied simply. And so, the two walked, conversing as they went. Just then, a warm, peaceful voice called out, "Instructor Kuro." They both stopped and turned to see a burly figure approaching. The man's sheer size was imposing, and Django flinched at the sight of him. At his side stood a small girl with pink hair. "Mr. Kuma," Kuro greeted him, his expression calm as he adjusted his glasses. He seemed unsurprised by the man's appearance. His gaze then shifted down to the little girl, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile. "And look at you, up and walking around now, able to walk around now." "Catwalk man." Bonnie chirped. "I told you I'm not the catwalk man." Kuro snapped. "Uncle Mott taught me." Bonnie continued. "Don't learn anything from that scoundrel. I'll kill him one day." The faint smile on Kuro's face vanished, replaced by a deep scowl. He looked up at the still smiling Kuma. "Is her illness cured?" "She still needs a bit more treatment," Kuma said, shaking his head. He wore a gentle smile as he stroked Bonnie's hair. "But she can walk on her own now. When she heard about the festivities, she begged to come, so I brought her for a look. She just can't stay in the sun for too long." Given her, he seemed to catch himself, noticing Django's presence, and trailed off before adding, "But it won't be long. Soon she'll be fully recovered and able to run around in the sunshine." "Is that so?" Kuro glanced at the grinning girl under Kuma's hand and nodded. "Then we won't keep you. And you," he added, pointing a finger at Bonnie, "stop calling me Catwalk Man, you impolite brat." "Got it, Catwalk Man." Kuro's eye twitched. "Thank you very much for your concern." Kuma bowed formally to Kuro. "I won't disturb you either." With a smile, he turned with Bonnie, preparing to continue their stroll, Kuro still frowning. Bonnie had been confined for a long time, even in Sorbet Kingdom, she'd been confined to hiding in the church. So, even if only for a short time, he wanted Bonnie to experience things. "Bonnie, where do you want to go?" "Anywhere is fine, as long as I'm with you, Daddy." "Ooh, can we go get some captain's chicken? I'm craving it again after last time." The father and daughter continued on their way, the little girl's happy laughter echoing whenever she spotted something new. Django wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. "Is that guy a giant? His build is terrifying." "No, he's not." "Then he's your new boss?" Django asked, still staring at Kuma's broad back. "Seems like a happy father, though." "That's Tyrant Kuma from the South Blue. Bounty of 296 million berries," Kuro stated flatly. "He's a major player on the Grand Line, but he's not my boss." He glanced at Django. "For him, I suppose this is what happiness looks like." 296 million berries. Django seemed shocked by Kuro's introduction, looking at him in surprise. Someone that impressive isn't your new boss either? So who is your new boss? Could it be the East Blue Overlord? Don't mention that scoundrel to me, Kuro snapped, his calm demeanor instantly replaced by a dark glower. How is that idiot even considered a notable figure? Django stared at him, completely bewildered. Wait, back then, even you were shocked when the Overlord showed up, he thought. Why are you calling him an idiot now? So it's not the Overlord either? Then who is it? I can only tell you that I've joined the Marine 16th branch, Kuro said, his gaze steady. What have you decided, Django? If you don't agree, then I'm afraid I'll have to send you back. Is that really the only option? Django asked, a wry smile on his face as he took another dance step. You've really changed, Captain. That place sounds exhausting, and I've still got my own dreams, you know? The Marines just aren't my style. But never mind that. What's your relationship with East Blue Overlord, anyway? No relationship whatsoever, Kuro denied instantly, his expression grim. He's just an EDO dash. He was cut off before he could finish. Wahahaha, Catwalk man, you're here. A booming voice cut through the air from behind them, making Kuro's face redden even further. Before he could react, a large, thick hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. Perfect. You want to come to Romance Dawn with me? I heard you haven't been yet. That's no way for my partner to act. The Overlord of East Blue. Django exclaimed, eyeing the huge man who had appeared behind them with a mix of surprise and caution. He shot a strange look at Kuro. Didn't you say you had no relationship? So you're the partner Catwalk man was talking about. Mach said, finally noticing Django. His eyes lit up. Hey, I remember you. You're the new captain of the Black Cats. Kuro and Django both shot Mach an identical, withering glare. Black Cat Captain. The thought echoed between them. Kuro took a deep breath and deftly slipped out from under Mach's heavy arm, frowning. What are you doing here? As he spoke, he noticed a familiar, regal figure standing beside Mach and was taken aback for a moment before composing himself and offering an elegant bow. King Cobra. Indeed, it was the king of Alabasta himself. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Kuro, King Cobra said cheerfully. Vivi is always talking about this place, so I grew curious. I decided to come along with her this time. Welcome, Kuro said with a nod, seeming to recall something. He then turned his disapproving gaze back to Mach. And you came with this man. Oh, Mr. Mach offered to show me the fun at Romance Dawn, the king continued, still beaming. He said it's very interesting and would be a wonderful way for me to relax. At those words, Kuro's thought. If I remember correctly, he thought, Princess Vivi's relationship with the boss is unusual. And this idiot brought her father to Romance Dawn? He's got some nerve. But before he could say anything, Mach cheerfully slung an arm back around Kuro's shoulders. It's a great place. Catwalk man hasn't been either, so let's all go together. You're my best partner, after all. My treat today. Let's go. Don't worry, you won't have to pay. You too, Catwalk man's friend, come on. Before Kuro could protest further, Mach was already enthusiastically dragging him toward Romance Dawn. After a moment's hesitation, the invited Django shrugged and followed them. A few minutes later, led by the seasoned regular Mach, the four of them arrived before a magnificent, gilded building. Not long after that, they were inside. A collective sigh of pure comfort escaped from Kuro, Django, and the king. Feels good, right? Mach said proudly. Every time I come back, I make a special trip here to unwind. The prices are steep, but we get discounts. Sometimes there are even employee benefits, like full reimbursement. He glanced over at Django, who was already sprawled in a plush chair, groaning in contentment. So, Catwalk man's friend, Mach said cheerfully, what do you think? Want to join us? The boss takes pretty good care of his own. Before Kuro could even purse his lips in disdain at the idiot's clumsy recruitment attempt, Django's eyes lit up behind his heart-shaped glasses. Is that right? Discounts and sometimes even free? I'm in. Kuro stood frozen, as he stared at Django in disbelief. You scoundrel, he thought. What happened to your dreams? You're joining without a second thought. He took a slow breath, his gaze shifting to the cheerfully grinning Mach. It seems the Soph isn't quite as stupid as I thought. Meanwhile, on another side of the festival, Kuma and Bonnie ran into Dante along with others. When they saw Bonnie walking around in the daylight, even for a short while, they couldn't help but smile. It turned out that their combined efforts were proving effective. After his initial assessment, Dante had passed along the treatment plans from Crocus and Dr. Korha to Vegapunk, and the input from the two veteran doctors had yielded some new insights. Mr. Dante, have you seen my father? Vivi asked as she walked over, a puzzled look on her face. She greeted Bonnie and Kuma before frowning. I wonder where Daddy ran off to. Princess Vivi, Kuma said with a bow. King Cobra is with Mach. I saw them just as we were coming over. Mach. Vivi repeated, looking confused. Where did Mach take my father? It seemed to be Kuma hesitated for a moment, but under Vivi's expectant gaze, he finally answered. Romance Dawn. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 77, Chapter 77. King Cobra returned looking far more relaxed, with Mach's arm draped casually over his shoulders. If the king had been a bit taller, he might have returned the gesture, promising to treat Mach to a drink next time. The sight made Princess Vivi, who was watching from the doorway with her arms crossed, scowl. She marched over, grabbed her father by the ear, and looked ready to drag him off for a stern lecture. Of course, nothing truly untoward had occurred. Romance Dawn was a reputable establishment, free from any illicit activities. In the beginning, Dante had occasionally visited for relaxation, but he no longer felt the need. He had found more fulfilling ways to unwind, free from any such complications. Speaking of which, he thought, a business idea taking root, I should open a Romance Dawn branch in Rainbase. He imagined it would be a massive success, especially with Alabasta's exotic atmosphere and charming traditional dancer outfits. He vividly remembered how stunning Robin, Nami, Kuina, and even Vivi had looked when they'd worn those same outfits after the incident in Alabasta. It had been a true feast for the eyes. The year-end banquet was still in full swing. It was an annual event he had started back when the Kanamai archipelago was sparsely populated, meant to boost morale and help everyone relax. It followed the timing and open customs of a traditional year-end party. Everyone would gather to eat and drink, discuss the year's accomplishments, and share their goals for the next one, welcoming the new year with renewed energy. Over the years, as more people joined the 16th branch and settled on the archipelago, the tradition had been passed down and expanded, evolving into an island-wide carnival to ring in the new year. New and old members celebrated together, making the banquet a special festival that helped newcomers integrate and deepen the bonds between everyone. Because of this, even though Vegapunk couldn't leave his workshop for security reasons, Dante had a portion of the banquet's delicacies sent over to him. Wapol and Enel, who were with the scientist, got their share as well. The three of them were participating remotely, watching the festivities through a live feed from the archipelago's surveillance system. Vegapunk was still a wanted man on the high seas, and with his distinctively large head, he couldn't risk moving about freely. He understood his situation perfectly. He hadn't originally been a world government researcher, he had founded and led MADS, an illegal scientific research team funded by Dufeld. It was only after the team grew too ambitious and their discovery of the lineage factor became public that the world government absorbed them. Having gone through that once, Vegapunk knew it was best to simply focus on his research in peace. If the world government found him again, he could lose more than just his freedom. He had slowly grown accustomed to his new life here, immersing himself in new projects. As for Wapol, Dante left him for Vegapunk to manage. And Enel, well, the rumble fruit was certainly tempting, but the man had only just arrived and was as arrogant and insufferable as ever. Vegapunk is low on power for his lab right now, Dante reasoned. I'll let Enel stay with him for the time being. Whether it comes to beating some sense into him or something else, it can wait until Vegapunk no longer has a use for him. At the end of this year, the 16th branch was more crowded than ever. Kuina, Kuma, and Bonnie had joined, while Princess Vivi and King Cobra had stayed on to enjoy the celebration. Alabasta was left in good hands. Mok's pirate flag flew over the kingdom, and with the combined forces of Baroque Works and the Royal Army, no major incidents had occurred. There had been a few short-sighted troublemakers at first, but after Kuma, Mok, and Kuro were dispatched to handle them, such disturbances had dwindled. Rainbase was also thriving. As a major nation on the Grand Line, it attracted a steady stream of tourists, merchants, and pirates, all of whom boosted the city's economy. Sales of tangerine wine and Tony's cosmetics were booming. The cosmetic formula Chopper had provided was already in production and had become wildly popular from the moment it went on sale. With a certain young and beautiful princess promoting it, the entire stock in Alabasta had sold out almost instantly. The marketing was simple but effective, a secret recipe from America's royal family. Ladies passing through, whether merchants or pirates, made sure to buy a set. With the traveling relying on the seas, there were still many uncharted islands and kingdoms. As long as it worked, the merchants would focus on trying to locate America to become middleman. And the demand was so high, some travelers had to delay their voyages, sending crewmates to queue overnight just to get their hands on it, which in turn gave the local economy another unexpected stimulus. Of course, with prosperity came chaos, so a great deal of effort was put into maintaining order. During her report, Vivi had looked immensely proud, and King Cobra was visibly pleased to see his daughter growing into such a capable leader. He had come mainly to see the home of his kingdom's saviors and had been thoroughly impressed. He was confident they could govern a kingdom of their own. As the banquet wound down, Dante's core group gathered for a quieter get-together. Nami and Vivi, now fast friends, were chatting quietly, though Nami occasionally put her hands on her hips to ask why Vivi had so many questions. Nearby, Robin sipped her tea with her usual elegance, a book open in her lap. Mok had his arm around King Cobra's shoulder again, the two of them making plans to visit Romance Dawn later. This earned them another glare from Vivi, who finally stood up and dragged her drunken father away. Kuro and Noda were sharing a bottle of wine, discussing plans for the training camp. As for Kuma, he sat quietly, nursing his drink and smiling as he watched Bonnie wander happily among the others, her laughter echoing in the festive air. Seeing that hope had returned to Kuma's face, he seemed to smile more these days. He had already sent a tired Bonnie back to Vegapunk for the night. She still needed treatment, but her recovery was now just a matter of time. Even the perpetually grim-faced Desbone, an outsourced contractor, was there, drinking silently by himself. Soon, the lively year-end celebration drew to a close, and a quiet calm settled over the Kanamai archipelago. The Marine 16th branch was ready to welcome a new year and new challenges. After he and Robin had helped get a drunken Nami, Vivi, and Kuina back to their rooms, Dante walked over to Kuma, who was still sipping his drink. I've already arranged for people to clean up, Dante said. You don't need to worry about it. It's all right, boss. I'd like to drink a little more, if you don't mind, Kuma said, looking up at Dante through his frameless glasses. His expression was a unique blend of heartiness and gentleness. Please, let me stay. I can help clean up later. Thank you, boss. Bonnie and I are so happy, truly, so happy. As he spoke, tears welled in the eyes of the nearly 7-meter-tall man. I had actually started to accept it, he confessed, his voice thick with emotion. I thought sapphire scale might truly be an incurable disease. I just wasn't willing to give up. But now, Bonnie can be cured. She can really be cured. Kuma looked up at the star-filled night sky, a faint smile on his lips. I wonder if Ginny can see this, he murmured. I kept my promise to you, Ginny. He turned his gaze back to Dante. I've been wanting to thank you properly, boss. Thank you so much. When he finished, Dante felt a warmth he wasn't quite used to. It's nothing. He gave the giant's broad back a firm pat. After a moment, he added, just do your job well. Please, rest assured. I will do my job, even if it means sacrificing my life. I won't have any regrets. No need to be so dramatic. Thank you so much, boss, Kuma said again, his gaze drifting back to the twinkling stars. His lips curved into a soft smile. Boss, you know so much about the world. Do you think Joy Boy really exists? I think so. My father always said he exists, but I knew he had his doubts. So did I. But now, boss, Kuma said, wiping the tears from his eyes, you are Bonnie's and my Joy Boy. What? Dante uneased at the declaration, but seeing Kuma's warm, earnest smile and the unwavering conviction in his eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say anything more. He just stood up and patted the seated man's shoulder. Then keep working hard. As a new Shishibukai, you're going to be busy. It will be my pleasure, boss. I'm turning in for the night. You should get some rest soon, too. Dante gave a small wave, leaving Kuma to his peaceful stargazing, and headed toward his own house. As he rounded a corner, a voice, smooth and playful, drifted from the shadows. Boss. Robin was leaning against the wall, having appeared from nowhere. She offered him a smile and a playful wink. You're my Joy Boy, too. This sly woman must have been listening the whole time. Before Dante could show his irritation, Robin blinked, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear and said with a smirk, you must be tired as well, boss. Am I right? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 78, Chapter 78. The new year had dawned on the Grand Line. The chaos, however, had not subsided. News of the disappearance of the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk, still echoed across the seas, keeping the world on edge. After the New Year's festivities, life in the Kanamai archipelago began to return to its usual rhythm, and the Marine 16th branch resumed its duties. The following day, a refreshed Dante made his way to Vegapunk's laboratory. He was surprised to see how much the place had been transformed. It was no longer the empty, cavernous space it once was. The lab was now filled with all manner of rare and precise instruments, organized into meticulously subdivided areas. There was even a dedicated medical wing, though it currently housed only a single patient. But that wasn't what truly caught his attention. Dante looked around, taking in the sheer scale of the room. So, he said, when did this place get so big? He'd noticed it during the banquet yesterday but had been too caught up in the celebration to ask. I had it expanded not long ago. Vegapunk appeared at his side, hands clasped behind his back. He stuck his tongue out, a familiar tick. How is it? Looks more like a proper lab now, doesn't it? The original space was nowhere near large enough to contain all the ideas in my head. He glanced around, a hint of regret in his voice. Of course, even this is far from enough. But if I have to build everything myself, I can't even bring a single day's worth of ideas to life. He rubbed his head, his eyes lighting up as a new thought struck him. He began to mumble to himself. Perhaps I should just create a few people to help me. Dante watched him quietly, letting the scientist's mind race. He knew Vegapunk wasn't wrong. The 16th branch was stretched thin, and the only person who could even begin to assist him was the Munch Munch fruit user. Creating clones, it's one way to do it, Dante thought. It would give us a world-class research team overnight. He considered the risks, particularly the manifestation of Vegapunk's greed. York. That wouldn't be a problem, though. I could just cut the power before she's fully formed, nipping that betrayal in the bud. In fact, we wouldn't need any of the negative aspects, just the virtues. We could even have 7 of them. Dante and I. A small voice pulled him from his thoughts. He turned to see a little girl running toward him while giggling, with a wide grin on her face. Bonnie, he said, smiling warmly. How are you feeling today? Fantastic. Bonnie puffed out her small chest with confidence. I'm full of energy. I feel like I'm all better already. Humph, don't get ahead of yourself, you little brat. You're not well yet, a gruff voice interjected. I know, light bulb old man. Rude kid, Vegapunk grumbled, though without any real heat. And I told you to stop picking up names from those troublemakers. He turned his attention back to Dante. So, what brings you here? If it isn't important, please don't disturb my research. Actually, I do need your help with something, Dante said, his expression turning serious. I need you to build something for me. What is it? A weapon of mass destruction, Dante stated plainly. Something incredibly powerful, with astonishing destructive force. A weapon that, with the press of a button, will fly to a designated target and obliterate everything. Vegapunk's face hardened. What are you planning? He asked, his voice laced with suspicion. What could you possibly need something so dangerous for? You promised me you wouldn't be like the world government, threatening me with budget cuts to get me to build weapons. I'm not threatening you, Dante sighed, seeing the wariness in the old man's eyes. I'm trying to take precautions. You know what the world government thinks of us, we're a criminal organization in their eyes. If they find us, we're all finished. I could probably get away, leave this place behind and become a pirate, but if they got their hands on you, you wouldn't survive. He met Vegapunk's gaze, his own expression grim. Honestly, I don't want to see this place destroyed, either. So many ordinary people live here. They trust us. They admire the peace-loving Dr. Vegapunk. You wouldn't want to see the world government burn all of this to the ground, would you? Vegapunk fell silent. He understood what Dante was saying. After a long moment, he asked, so, what's your plan? I'm going to aim it at the Holy Land, Mary Gosa. I can build such a device, Vegapunk said slowly, but I doubt one of them would be enough to threaten the world government. What if there were 10,000 of them? Vegapunk gasped. I plan to deploy 10,000 of these weapons all over the East Blue, Dante continued, his eyes narrowing as he laid out his insane proposal. If anyone attacks us, we launch them all. Every single one, aimed directly at Mary Gosa. I don't believe they could stop them all. Even if they did, the resulting explosions would likely wipe out every last celestial dragon living there. Vegapunk drew in a sharp breath, staring at Dante with wide eyes, completely stunned. What grudge or enmity did the world government have with him? Is it really necessary to be this crazy? You're not actually planning to destroy Mary Gosa, are you? He asked, his voice wavering. Of course not, Dante replied, shaking his head. A weapon is only a threat as long as it's held in reserve. The moment it's fired, it's just a fight to the death. I wouldn't do something so reckless without a guarantee of victory. You mean, but the world government isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. I know, but I'm betting those self-proclaimed gods won't risk their own homes to fight a madman, especially one who might not have long to live anyway. He paused, his gaze grew distant. Everything is destined to eventually sink to the seabed. As long as the threat is big enough, if they don't have absolute certainty, the world government wouldn't fight to the death with a bunch of insects. Rather than fight to the death, those so-called gods would surely prefer to remain on their high thrones, looking down on the helpless struggles of insects. As Dante finished, Vegapunk looked at him with a new sense of shock, as if realizing the younger man knew far more than he let on. But having already decided to focus solely on his research, he didn't press for details. He understood the plan now. It was utterly insane. But, he had to admit, it just might work. So, Dante asked, seeing the gears turning in the scientist's head, can you make them? No, Vegapunk said, shaking his head. Dante's brow furrowed. But, Vegapunk continued, a confident, cunning glint in his eye, I can make something even more powerful than what you described. You mean? Exactly, the scientist confirmed. After all, I'm also quite worried about the world government catching me before I can bring all the ideas in my head to life. So, a slow, devious smile spread across both of their faces. At that moment, they had reached an understanding. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 79, Chapter 79. The plan went surprisingly smoothly. Dante had expected it would be a struggle to persuade Vegapunk to go along with such a crazy idea, but the world's greatest scientist seemed to understand his own predicament all too well. Perhaps a man like Vegapunk, who loved peace and dedicated himself to human progress, was naturally averse to weapons of terrible destruction. But as Dante laid out the alternative, being erased from existence before his dreams could be realized, he came around. In fact, he became even more radical than Dante, his mind overflowing with designs for one terrifying weapon after another. He really is the world's greatest scientist, Dante thought. Of course, they were only ideas for now. Bringing them to life would take time, and 10,000 units. Setting aside the sheer difficulty of the task, the cost of creating 10,000 of these weapons would be astronomical. The gold from Skypiea was just a drop in the bucket, a temporary measure that could never sustain the long-term growth of the 16th branch. Besides, Dante's visit was about more than just weapons. In terms of technology, the Marine 16th branch was starting from scratch. Even their brewery equipment had been imported from the North Blue. The East Blue was just hopelessly behind the other three seas. This world's technology wasn't weak, yet on the other side of this very ocean, the Tequila Wolf Bridge was still being built with the most inefficient method imaginable, manual slave labor. Of course, maybe that was the point. In this sea, human life was the cheapest resource of all. The world government certainly treated it that way. They could simply crush a non-compliant nation and have all the free labor they needed. The 16th branch had been desperate for scientific minds for a long time. Now that they had the world's greatest, even if it was just one man, Dante intended to make full use of him. They needed better communication equipment, too. The current standard was the Den Mushi, some found in the wild, others raised. Dante recalled that Vegapunk would eventually develop a special broadcast model capable of forcing its signal onto every other snail in the world. But that was a long way off. Den Mushi were expensive, required careful breeding, and had limited functions. More importantly, the world government already had every type imaginable, along with methods for jamming and eavesdropping. The 16th branch, with only a few years of development under its belt, could never hope to compete on that front. When you can't win on one path, you find another and overtake them on the curve. It's better to develop our own unique communication system, Dante decided. Information and public opinion, we need to control the narrative. From the moment he arrived in this world, he knew he had only two choices: become a dog for the world government or fight them. He had no intention of being anyone's dog. Conflict was inevitable, and Mott couldn't carry that burden alone. The more they grew, the sooner the government would take notice. They had to be ready. Instead of pouring money into raising snails, he would invest it into research. Developing new technology was a hungry beast, but so were shipbuilding, transportation, and physical enhancement drugs and more. Vegapunk, true to his reputation, was a master of all disciplines. Whether Dante brought up biology, weaponry, mechanics, or medicine, the scientist not only understood immediately but expanded on the concepts with startling clarity. It made Dante wish he could split the man into 7 different people, an all-around genius who could do the work of 7 people for the salary of 1, Dante mused. What a model employee. He briefly outlined his plans for the 16th branch, including the creation of an academy with a proper science curriculum. This captured Vegapunk's interest at once. The scientist had always been fascinated by the lost history of the Great Kingdom and its advanced technology. He believed that a new renaissance of science might allow them to reclaim that ancient glory. Growing more animated with every word, Vegapunk enthusiastically accepted Dante's offer to become the dean of the new science academy, even volunteering to write the textbooks himself. Dante didn't have the heart to mention that textbooks written by a mind like Vegapunk's would probably be incomprehensible to the average student. If it came to that, they could always hire other scientists to revise them later. Of course, even as dean, Vegapunk would have to remain hidden from the public and use an alias. But the grand vision Dante painted was enough to fill him with excitement. He kept exclaiming that joining them was the best decision he'd ever made and that Dante was destined to become the greatest man on the seas. Finally, Dante left the scientist to his work. Vegapunk's head already seemed to have grown a size larger, buzzing with ideas as he hurried back to his lab. Led by Bonnie, Dante took a quick tour of the research institute. It was massive, hollowing out nearly the entire underside of the island. Dante made a mental note to ask what kind of tools Vegapunk had used to excavate such a large space with only a handful of people. If they could be mass-produced, it would be a construction miracle. He had no patience for the manual elevators of Marie Joyce or the slave labor of Tequila Wolf. They were a waste of time and life. After the tour, he checked on their other long-term guests, Wapol and Enel. Wapol was doing fine, living like a fattened pig. When he wasn't eating or sleeping, he was busy producing various unique alloys at Vegapunk's request. Enel, on the other hand, was as defiant as ever. Even confined to a specially designed room that siphoned his energy, his arrogance hadn't faded. The moment he saw Dante, he began shouting about the blasphemy of defying a god. Then he started roaring about settling the score with that scoundrel Mach, vowing to kill him with a hatred that seemed deeply personal. Dante was confused. Mach just brought him here. What's there to be so angry about? Bonnie explained. When Mach wasn't on missions, he apparently enjoyed visiting the institute to taunt the Electric Man. He found the guy hilarious, saying he was just like the electric mouse the boss sometimes mentioned. Enel, furious but unable to fight back, would just tremble and unleash massive amounts of electricity, providing a significant power boost for the entire facility. Dante spent a little more time with Bonnie, promising she could attend school once she was fully recovered, and then he departed. There was still so much to do. The 16th branch's goals were clear: make money, develop technology, and expand their territory. He had already dispatched Kuma and Mach. Kuma would use his Shishibukai status to steadily claim new islands, while Mach. Stepping out of the research institute, Dante stretched comfortably in the fresh air. He saw Robin waiting to meet him and asked, "How's Mach doing?" Robin looked at him with a smirk. "Quite well," she said. "Don't you worry. He's being very obedient, following your instructions to the letter." Meanwhile, on an island somewhere in the East Blue, the docks were packed with ships, and the streets swarmed with pirates of every description. They all stared curiously at the strange banners hanging overhead. Bounty, 80 million berries. Personal tutelage from the East Blue Warlord on how to be a pirate. Want to raise your bounty fast? A special lecture from East Blue legend, Captain Mach. Captain Mach, the bane of Shishibukai. Banners were everywhere. In the center of it all was a massive poster of Captain Mach himself, wearing a golden lion-skin cape that showed off his robust physique. His arms were crossed, his eyes held the domineering look of a king, and a single line of text ran beneath him. "Come, let us restore the glory of the East Blue pirates together." The pirates, most of whom had never seen such a spectacle, were stunned. "That's the East Blue Overlord for you. That look in his eyes, no ordinary man has an aura like that. He's just a coward who ran back from the Grand Line with his tail between his legs." "Hey, you can't talk about Captain Mach like that. The moment he hit the Grand Line, he took down a Shishibukai. I heard he even robbed some king. He didn't run. He must have a reason for coming back to East Blue." As the pirates began to argue, a shout cut through the crowd. "Captain Mach is here. He's here." Everyone fell silent, their heads turning as one to watch the formidable figure appear before them. It was him, Mach, the legend of the East Blue. He stood between two large, vertical scrolls bearing obnoxious, custom-painted couplets. Left, master of my own tides. Right, challenge me and drown. Above, overlord of the East Blue. The crowd erupted in cheers, excitedly shouting his title. With the arrogant, domineering air of a true showman, Mach raised a hand. The pirates quieted down, all eyes fixed on him. "Welcome, everyone." Mach's voice was cold and commanding as he surveyed the silent masses. He swept his arm out in a grand gesture. "Now, class begins." Cheers. A thunderous wave of applause and shouting broke out. Every pirate looked up in awe, ready to receive wisdom from the senior who was about to teach them the true way of the pirate. Dear readers and fans, For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 80, Chapter 80. In the world of pirates, a high bounty doesn't always mean strength, but a strong pirate will always have a high bounty. Bounties are set by the world government to classify the threat as so-called criminal poses. The most important factors, therefore, are the degree of destruction they cause and the level of danger they represent to the world government. As Mach, the overlord of the East Blue, stood with his notes, analyzing everything from bounties to the inner workings of the world government, the pirates who had gathered for his lecture suddenly had a revelation. The title of his seminar, The East Blue Overlord Teaches You How to Be a Pirate, had drawn them in, and now they were gaining a much deeper understanding of what destruction and threat really meant. Given the typical intelligence of a pirate, Mach's simple but powerful words helped them all grasp a fundamental truth. If you want your bounty to skyrocket, you have to slap the world government in the face. You have to make them unhappy. And how does one make them unhappy? The overlord explained that, too, in simple terms. In the East Blue, there are only two reliable ways to get on the world government's bad side: rob nobles from affiliated nations or attack marine branches. What about robbing common folk? He asked rhetorically. The world government wouldn't even give it a second glance. How high could a bounty like that possibly go? Even when robbing an affiliated nation, you had to be strategic. You needed to target those with strong ties to the world government, like the Goa kingdom next door, the one that had been named the most beautiful nation in the East Blue a few years back. Robbing a place like that would send your bounty through the roof. Mott continued his point-by-point analysis, moving from simple ideas to more complex ones. For the many ambitious pirates hoping to raise their bounties, it felt like a fog was clearing from their minds. They couldn't help but look at his burly figure with a sigh of admiration. He really is the overlord of the East Blue, they thought. No wonder his bounty had risen so quickly. It turned out there was a science to being a pirate as well. To foster the growth of piracy in the East Blue, expand the business, and help the region shake off its reputation as the weakest sea, the overlord even announced that he would personally fund a gift for every pirate in attendance, a book titled How to Be a Pirate from Scratch. It contained all the key points from his lecture, allowing everyone to review the material later. It also included detailed information on the various affiliated nations in the East Blue, so that every ambitious pirate could choose the right targets and get on the fast track to a higher bounty. The pirates were moved to tears. They praised the overlord's generosity, declaring him worthy of conquering the world and sitting on the Pirate King's throne. He hadn't just limped back from the Grand Line, he had returned to bring hope to all the pirates of the East Blue. It was incredibly touching. Finally, when the moment felt right, Mach raised a hand to silence the cheering crowd. He brought a megaphone Dan mushy to his lips, his expression solemn, and declared, "Now, everyone, repeat after me. To succeed, you've gotta get crazy. Forget the risks, go for the money." The crowd roared back, "To succeed, you've gotta get crazy. Forget the risks, go for the money. One good fight makes you a millionaire. Risk it all, or you'll never win. Sleep on the deck tonight, be the Pirate King tomorrow." As the last line echoed through the venue, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Watching the impassioned pirates, Mott nodded in satisfaction. He casually tossed the megaphone Dan mushy to a subordinate, said simply, "Lecture dismissed," and then swept his cape around him and turned to leave. He fully embodied the aura of an overlord, leaving everyone to stare at his departing figure with pure admiration. As expected of the man with an 80 million bounty, they thought, the one who defeated Ishishibukai. Only one person in the crowd, a man with a red nose, had worn a bewildered expression from start to finish. Staring at the pirates still chanting, "Sleep on the deck tonight, be the Pirate King tomorrow." He muttered to himself, "Are these guys insane? What the hell? Have all the pirates in the East Blue gone mad?" In Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office at Marine Headquarters, an intelligence report had just arrived from the 16th branch, the very same branch that had spent years dealing with the overlord. They had even sent along a copy of the book he'd written, How to Be a Pirate from Scratch. Sengoku was left utterly speechless. What was the meaning of this? Not long ago, he had been wondering what Mach intended to do. The man had defeated Crocodile, captured the king of an affiliated nation, and openly challenged the world government, only to turn around and sail right back to the East Blue. And for what? To teach classes? To foster the growth of pirates in the East Blue and help them shed the title of the weakest sea? What kind of pirate is this? Sengoku wondered. Not even the Pirate King, Gold Roger, had been this outrageous. He scratched his head as he stared at the report, then rubbed his temples in frustration. Though he had to admit, the overlord's analysis was disturbingly accurate. If you wanted your bounty to rise quickly, robbing nobles from affiliated nations was indeed the fastest way. Of course, these small-time pirates didn't worry him. Their combined bounties wouldn't even come close to Mach's. No matter how much trouble they stirred up, how bad could it really be? Besides, did they really think they could provoke the Marines time and again and get away with it, just like their new mentor? What truly gave Sengoku a headache was trying to figure out what the overlord was planning. As the fleet admiral of the Marines, he suddenly realized he had no idea what the man was thinking. Was he genuinely trying to bring the glory to the East Blue pirates? Just then, as Sengoku was massaging his temples, a Marine rushed into the office. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we're getting non-stop calls from the affiliated nations in the East Blue," the Marine said anxiously. "They're reporting pirate attacks. Many kings and nobles have suffered heavy losses and are demanding that we apprehend the criminals and raise their bounties." "I know," Sengoku said, waving a hand and pinching the bridge of his nose. "Tell them the Marines will arrange something as soon as possible." In truth, Marine Headquarters was under orders from the world government to focus all its resources on finding Vegapunk. They had no time for such trivial matters. And after reading the report from the 16th branch, he knew that apart from Mach, the rest were just small fry. There was no need to make a big fuss. Sengoku considered his options. Have Captain Smoker coordinate with the 16th branch to capture the pirates robbing the affiliated nations. At the same time, raise the bounty for the East Blue Overlord, Mach, to 100 million berries. Increase the bounties for the other pirates involved as well. That should attract some bounty hunters to the East Blue. That ought to be enough for now. As for the Overlord himself, it was only a matter of time before he caused real trouble again. First, he throws a pirate feast, now he's trying to revitalize piracy in an entire sea. Who knew what he would come up with next? He thought for another moment, then looked at the Marine. Wait, I remember that the 16th branch recent report also said that one of the Shishibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, is establishing a territory in the East Blue. Yes, sir, and it's very close to their base. It's giving Captain Dante a major headache. He said having a Shishibukai for a neighbor makes him feel incredibly insecure. He hasn't been sleeping well and hopes headquarters can allocate more funds to the 16th branch to strengthen their armaments and deter him. First the Overlord, and now a Shishibukai. That poor kid Dante really has his hands full, Sengoku sighed. Who knows what Kuma is thinking, becoming a warlord and then setting up a base in the East Blue instead of returning to his own kingdom. He nodded. Alright, tell the finance department to approve a little extra. Also, relay a world government order to Bartholomew Kuma. He added, his expression turning serious, tell him to cooperate with the 16th branch in the capture of the East Blue Overlord, Mach. Yes, sir. After dealing with the mess in the East Blue, Sengoku let out a slow breath. He noticed some movement in the corridor outside and frowned. What's all that? A delivery, Fleet Admiral. It's a gift from the 16th branch. Another one for Zephyr? That boy may have been reassigned to the East Blue, but he's certainly grateful. A faint smile touched Sengoku's lips. He sends Zephyr a gift around this time every year. Of all the Marines who've been reassigned, he's the only one who still remembers his old instructor. No wonder Zephyr looked out for him so much back in the day. But he looked at the corridor with confusion. This year's delivery seems a bit larger than usual. He's always complaining about being poor. Did the boy save enough this year? Spit it out. This year, it seems there are gifts for Admiral Kuzan and Vice Admiral Garp as well, sir, the Marine said, hesitating as he glanced at the Fleet Admiral's frowning face. That's why it's a bigger delivery. Garp and Kuzan, too? The boy does understand how these things work. He has some talent, even if he doesn't use it for anything important, Sengoku coughed. So, what about mine? I'm sorry, sir. It seems, there wasn't one for you. As the words hung in the air, Sengoku fell silent. So, Zephyr got one, Garp got one, even Kuzan got one, but he, the Fleet Admiral, didn't? After all the extra funding he'd just approved for that kid, that boy didn't understand how these things worked at all. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 81, Chapter 81. So that kid sent you something too, Kuzan. The voice, deep and gravelly, belonged to a one-armed, purple-haired giant of a man. Garp mentioned you ran into him, and I had my suspicions. Why would you go look for him if there wasn't anything wrong? Looks like I was right. We've only met a few times, Zephyr-sensei, Kuzan said, looking just as confused as he felt. He picked up the package sent to him and cautiously peeked inside. Seeing nothing suspicious, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, his usual languid posture returning. We're not exactly close. Not close, huh? Zephyr sighed, his voice heavy with frustration. Ever since his demotion, that kid hasn't accomplished a thing. Just sits out in the East Blue, butting heads with some local overlord. He hasn't learned anything useful, but he's certainly gotten better at these little games. Next time I see him, he's getting an earful. His expression softened as he watched Kuzan examine the bottle of tangerine wine. It's a specialty from the East Blue. Tastes pretty good, he chuckled. A few years back, he was begging me to get the Marine Procurement Department to stock it. Said he was broke and needed to make some money. That guy, broke. Kuzan raised an eyebrow but kept his thoughts to himself. There's no one in the entire East Blue branch with more money than him. Hell, he's probably richer than most of the branch commanders on the Grand Line. He said nothing, uncorking the bottle. He'd tried this wine before at the Romance Dawn, it was good. But for that cunning kid to send him some all the way at Marine headquarters, what was he after? Unfortunately, my request at headquarters was denied, Zephyr continued, looking down at his own bottle. Still, he sends some every year. Thoughtful of him, I suppose. He sighed again, a familiar weight settling on him. He'd once had high hopes for Dante, believing the boy had the potential to become an admiral. But after everything that happened, he was demoted and had been stuck in the East Blue ever since. Zephyr had heard the insulting whispers, that the former prodigy had lost his ambition, that he'd fallen from grace. But as his teacher, he refused to believe it. He might be discouraged, he thought, but he'll find his way back. I just wonder how long it will take. He looked up at Kuzan. Since you've seen him recently, what do you think? Has he let his training slide? Has he really given up? That brat. The question made Zephyr's intentions clear. An image of their duel at sea surfaced in Kuzan's mind. I'll give him this, he thought. The boy's swordsmanship is every bit as good as they said, but he's got no love for the world government or headquarters. He's just been hiding out in the East Blue, fooling everyone. He's doing fine, Kuzen said with a dismissive pout and a stretch. As for the rest, he's average. Average. Zephyr frowned. Just then, a new voice cut in, sharp and tense. And his swordsmanship. A female marine with wavy, sea blue hair stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Kuzen. She wore a purple vest and black shorts, and her posture was rigid. Has he given it up? Zephyr glanced at her, a flicker of memory in his eyes. This is Ayn, he explained to Kuzen. She was in the same training cohort as Dante, one of my most talented students. Back then, she was his rival, though she never managed to win a single match. Even after he graduated early, she never stopped wanting a rematch. Zephyr sighed. There aren't many left from their cohort, he said, his voice dropping. It's all my fault. If I had just... He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Silence fell between them. Both Kuzen and Ayn knew about the tragedy that had struck 2 years ago. Ayn had been there herself. They knew it was a wound that had never healed for their teacher. Zephyr-sensei. Ayn began, but the words died in her throat. What comfort could she offer? Kuzen remained silent. He knew his teacher's personality. Platitudes would be worse than useless right now. Sengoku was trying to get the world government scientists to help with that arm, he recalled. They'd even agreed, but then Vegapunk vanished, and the whole thing got put on hold. He looked at Ayn's anxious expression and a flicker of amusement crossed his face. A thought occurred to him. He's washed up, Kuzen said, his voice flat. Completely. Just like headquarters says, the kid's fallen off. No progress at all. I heard he spends his days messing around with female pirates on his base. Hasn't picked up a sword in years. He met Ayn's gaze directly. You'll definitely beat him. When you see him, don't hold back. Make sure you give him a proper thrashing. But instead of seeing satisfaction, Ayn's eyes flashed with anger. Impossible. She shot back, glaring at him. You're lying, Admiral Kuzen. Dante would never abandon his swordsmanship, and playing around with female pirates. Her cheeks flushed, but her voice was firm. He would never sink that low. I'll be the one to defeat him, and I'll prove it. All right, Kuzen, stop teasing her, Zephyr said, shaking his head. He looked at Ayn with a reassuring smile. I agree. That boy would never fall so easily. He raised his one arm, clenching it into a fist. But if he really is fooling around with pirates, I'll use this hand to personally knock some sense back into him. Oh really? Kuzen grinned. If you do, be sure to call me. I'd love to watch. You sound like you're looking forward to it. Aha, well, I'm getting tired, Kuzen said, feigning a yawn. If there's nothing else, I think I'll go rest, Zephyr-sensei. Wait a minute, Kuzen. Zephyr's voice turned serious, stopping the Admiral in his tracks. I came here to ask you something important. He looked Kuzen straight in the eye. Do you think that kid still carries justice in his heart? Justice. Kuzen went still. The image of the cunning marine flickered in his mind, followed by the sight of the liberated Kanamai archipelago. After a long moment, he let out a lazy stretch and a yawn. I couldn't say for sure, he said slowly. But I think that guy has his own kind of justice. His own kind. A slow smile spread across Zephyr's face, the tension leaving his shoulders. That's enough for me. He didn't force his students to uphold his own justice. After so many years, he'd come to understand that the justice of the world government in Sengoku wasn't truly absolute justice. Although he had been through so much and his mindset had changed somewhat, he still hoped his students would uphold their own justice. Even if it differed from marine justice, that was fine. He just hoped they wouldn't become lost, like he had, about their own justice. I see, Zephyr said, his tone lighter now. I'm looking forward to seeing what that justice of his looks like. He sighed with a hint of amusement. I heard he's getting run ragged by that overlord in the East Blue. If things get too rough, I might just have to go out there myself and help my student capture the bastard. Now that would be interesting, Kuzen replied, raising a lazy fist. If you go, give me a call. Maybe I'll lend a hand. He yawned again. But I really am tired. I'm going to get some rest, Zephyr-sensei. With that, Kuzen turned and ambled toward his office, leaving Zephyr standing there with a knowing smile. Once he was gone, Zephyr shook his head. It seems that Brad is hiding quite a few things from me. Zephyr-sensei, Ayn said, her expression puzzled. You mean? I don't know what he's up to, Zephyr said, but I'm sure it's not messing around with female pirates. Zephyr-sensei. Alright, I'm done teasing, he chuckled. You know, you could go to the East Blue to see for yourself. Don't worry about me. Your teacher isn't that fragile. There's no need, Ayn said, her resolve hardening. We'll meet again eventually. I'll see for myself whether he's truly fallen. Is that so? Well, then maybe we'll go together, Zephyr said with a grin. And if he has fallen, I'll help you beat some sense into him. Ha ha ha, I have a feeling his secret is going to be quite a surprise. He looked down at the gifts Dante had sent. He sends these every year, but what good are they to a useless old man like me? As he spoke, he noticed something else in the box and chuckled again. Well, what do you know? There's a gift in here for you too, Ayn. Cosmetics. It seems the kid hasn't forgotten you. I don't use things like that, sensei. You don't want them? Then I'll take them. An old man like me needs to start taking care of his skin. Back in his office, Kuzen was leisurely sorting through his own delivery. Tangerine wine, tangerine jam, canned tangerines, and a small box of dried tangerines. New products from the Kanamai archipelago, he wondered. He spotted a carton of tangerine-flavored yogurt and decided to try it. It was sweet and sour, with a creamy finish. Not bad. He popped another spoonful into his mouth, gazing out at the calm sea beyond his window. What exactly is your justice, Dante? He murmured to himself. Those nobles are demanding justice. Dante's brow furrowed as he looked at Robin. Justice is what we deliver. Tell those nobles from the allied kingdoms that the Marine 16th branch is on its way. We'll recover every last berry the pirates stole, we'll protect the peace of the East Blue, and we will bring every last one of those bastards to heel. He turned to a map spread across his desk. It's almost time to spring the trap. After those 2 incidents in Mott Town, the pirates in this region are already off balance. Time to finish the job. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 82, Chapter 82. After Mock's short lecture concluded, the pirate community of the East Blue erupted once more since Roger's execution. Following on the heels of the recent pirate feast, this was another event that shook the entire sea. The first step to success, he had told them, was to go a little crazy. And when the Overlord's new bounty was revealed, they did. 100 million berries was enough to drive every pirate in the East Blue into a frenzy. 100 million. In the East Blue, a bounty that high was unimaginable. It was proof that what their captain said was true. The glory days of the East Blue pirates were at hand. And so, they set sail. In one hand, they held Mock's 3 maxims for success, in the other, a free copy of his handbook, How to Be a Pirate from Scratch. With dreams roaring in their hearts, they vowed never to betray the Overlord's expectations. After all, he had given up everything for them, his own dream of sailing the Grand Line and becoming Pirate King. Also, the other 3 seas would never look down on the East Blue again. For a time, every noble and royal family mentioned in the handbook became a target for these adrenaline-fueled pirates. Unfortunately, not every pirate was an overlord like Mock. Of course, Mock himself would have been the first to admit he wouldn't dare be so bold. Faced with these pirate incursions, some member nations, those with weaker military forces and less capable royal and noble guards, suffered heavy losses and immense hardship. However, not all member nations had such weak defenses. When these small-time pirates, charging forward purely on impulse, ran into a strong member nation, their fate was entirely predictable. Yet, as some pirates saw their bounties genuinely increase, the successful ones began to scorn those who had failed. Common consensus for those failures being, the Overlord himself taught us, and they still failed? They must have been good-for-nothings to begin with. Piracy isn't a game for children, getting caught just served them right. With the help of How to Be a Pirate from Scratch, personally penned by the East Blue Overlord, the bounties of the East Blue pirates suddenly entered a period of unprecedented, rapid increase. With the help of Mock's handbook, bounties across the East Blue began to surge at an unprecedented rate. Within a few days, several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions had appeared. This was once a rarity in East Blue. A new pride swelled in their chests, and they all remembered the Overlord's words, the pirates of the East Blue are no weaker than any others. The resurgence of our glory rests with our generation. They considered it their right as the heroes of the sea, just like the pirates from the other 3 seas. A fire burned in their hearts, fueled by the dream of restoring the East Blue's glory. As the chaos spread, the world government's forces began to mobilize. Marines, of course, but also something Mock had called their dogs, the Shishibukai. Although most of the pirates didn't truly understand who the so-called Shishibukai, they had gained a basic grasp of who they were thanks to Mock's earlier introduction. In any case, they were powerhouses that only Overlord himself had the ability to contend with. Suddenly, the pirates were filled with trepidation. The excitement from the skyrocketing bounties gradually subsided, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads as they wondered what to do next. But then, before a day had passed, their leader made his move. The Overlord of the East Blue declared he would personally hold back the Shishibukai, leaving the path clear for his followers and guiding them toward their future. The news sent a fresh wave of devotion through the pirate ranks. He wasn't just teaching them, he was shielding them from the greatest threats. They could almost see it, Mock, standing alone against the Shishibukai, a lone beacon scattering hope across the sea. If their Overlord was holding back their most formidable enemies, what did they have to fear from a few nation guards and marine branches? Their hope was rekindled, and their blood burned hot once more. Time passed. The pirates had set up a temporary base, a place to gather just as the Overlord had suggested, to share plunder, trade intelligence, and unite their strength to revive the glory of the East Blue. It had been a lively hub, but as weeks passed without a word from Mock, a quiet tension began to settle over the place. At that moment, a man called out, "Captain Sheldon, you're here too. Ha, if it isn't Captain Buson. I heard your bounty jumped to 16 million berries in just a few days. You're almost catching up to what the last Overlord was worth." "That's right. I can't believe Captain Buson is already a tens of millions pirate." Another chimed in. "It's truly astonishing. Just 16 million, the burly man named Buson said, though he was grinning proudly at the praise. I hear pirates in the other seas don't even bother talking unless their bounty's 100 million. Still, it's all thanks to Captain Mock. What was the previous Overlord worth? Mock is the true Overlord of the East Blue." "You're right about that," the older Captain Sheldon said, nodding. "If it weren't for him, we'd all still be scraping bottom of the barrel. The East Blue would have never seen a time like this." "Never mind my 16 million, Buson said, looking around. "What about the bronze pirates? I heard their captain was pushing 30 million berries. Why aren't they here today?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Buson hesitated, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Don't tell me the bronze pirates. They were arrested by the Marines, Sheldon said quietly. Just yesterday. Arrested? I can't believe even someone as strong as Bronze Blade was caught. Busen sighed and shook his head. What about the Black Iron pirates? They're not here either. The silence from the crowd was answer enough. Busen gave an awkward laugh. Well, that must have been an accident. The silver pirates, they have to be here, right? Their captain is over 30 million. He looked around again, his voice growing more urgent. What about the Steel Blade pirates? And the Fading Shadow pirates? Silence. As the reality sank in that several of the most well-known crews had vanished overnight, a cold sweat broke out on Busen's forehead. Just then, the door to the base flew open. A small, frantic pirate stumbled inside, his face pale with panic. The Marines have surrounded us. We're done for. An instant wave of panic swept through the room. The Marines had surrounded them. The faces of the previously silent pirates now contorted in fear. Even Busen was no different, cold sweat involuntarily breaking out on his forehead as he looked at the pirates who, moments ago, had been smugly content, but were now all terrified. For some reason, a terrible dread began to form in his gut. A second ago, it felt like the glory of the East Blue was finally within reach. Now, it felt like they were all about to be wiped out. Quick! Busen shouted, his voice trembling. Where's Captain Mach? Someone find Captain Mach. Go ask him for reinforcements. He's still holding off the Shishibukai for us. Someone yelled back. Tell him to stop and get over here quickly. If he doesn't come soon, Busen thought, forget revitalizing our glory. There won't be any East Blue pirates left at all. Meanwhile, in Romance Dawn on the Kanamai archipelago, Achoo! Mach, the leader of the East Blue pirates, let out a sneeze. He casually rubbed his nose and sank deeper into the specially made sofa with a comfortable sigh. Now this is living. Lying beside him, Kuma gave a slightly embarrassed smile to the attendant massaging his feet, then turned to look at Mach. What about your mission? He asked, hesitant. Don't you need to go oversee it? Mach lifted his head with a bewildered expression. Mission, he said, looking at Kuma. What mission? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 83, Chapter 83. Kuma watched Mach, who genuinely seemed to have forgotten his mission. The man wasn't faking it, and even Kuma, for all his composure, felt a frown crease his brow. He was just about to remind him, as, wahahaha. Just kidding, Mach suddenly boomed, his laugh a little too loud to be convincing. How could I forget my own mission? You really didn't look like you were kidding, Kuma thought. My mission is to watch over you. Mach declared with a chuckle, either ignoring or completely oblivious to the weary look Kuma was giving him. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, what about your mission? Is it finished? Not yet. Kuma shook his head. His own mission was a long-term one. So far, he had only brought a few non-affiliated islands under his Shishibukai banner, a small step in a sea as vast as the East Blue. He could guess the boss's intentions, of course. The islands he'd been sent to occupy were clearly chosen to form a ring around the world government's affiliated nations. Still, he had his concerns. The world government was not a simple beast to overcome. But the boss knew so many secrets, things Kuma himself was only now learning. He had to trust that the man had already accounted for the risks. If this plan of his actually succeeded, a flicker of hope stirred in Kuma's chest, a feeling he hadn't known since his days with the Revolutionary Army. He thought of an old friend, but pushed the idea away. The boss had his own plans, and Kuma couldn't risk causing trouble by speaking out of turn. Besides, he hadn't been in contact with the revolutionaries in a long time. He had no idea what their situation was now. Is that so? Mach didn't press the issue, his mood brightening again. Man, we're really getting bigger and bigger. I heard the boss plans to connect all our territories in the East Blue, open up some kind of exclusive shipping route. Imagine how easy it'll be for ordinary folks to travel between islands. Everyone will be able to find work, and no one will have to go hungry. It's incredible. A faint smile touched Kuma's lips. The boss is indeed admirable. Oh, right, and what about Bonnie? How's she doing? I heard they're planning to build schools soon. You think she'll go? The mention of Bonnie softened Kuma's expression into a rare, warm smile. She's doing much better, he said, the light catching on his glasses. But doctor says it will still be some time before she's fully cured. Wahaha, really? That's wonderful. Mach beamed, offering his sincere blessings. Once she's all better, how about I invite you and your daughter over to celebrate properly? Kuma's smile faltered slightly at the offer, unsure how to respond. Just then, Mach sighed dramatically. Too bad King Cobra couldn't make it today. I heard they're heading back soon. It would have been livelier with more people. It's because of you that Princess Vivi has been keeping him on a tight leash these past few days, Kuma thought, giving the wistful Mach a strange look. He remembered the man's grand pronouncements about becoming the East Blue Overlord and the most tight-lipped man on the seas. This guy had probably only survived this long thanks to the boss's protection. Pura poro, pura poro. The sound of a transponder snail broke the silence. Kuma's demeanor instantly became serious as he answered the call. A few moments later, he hung up, thanked the technician, and stood. What's wrong? Mach asked, his curiosity piqued. Another mission. King Cobra and his group are returning to the Alabasta Kingdom, Kuma said, shaking his head. I should go see them off. Ah, they're leaving already? I was planning to sneak him over here again later. Oh well, I'll go too. I can just invite him next time. Kuma just stared at Mach's complete lack of self-awareness. He pushed his glasses up his nose, said nothing, and led the way outside with Mach trailing behind him. The two of them arrived at the Marine 16th branch just as Vivi and King Cobra were making their final preparations. As reluctant as they were to leave, a king and princess couldn't stay away from their kingdom for too long, especially so soon after the incident with Crocodile. If they disappeared for an extended period, who knew what sort of trouble might brew in their absence? Mach, ever the like-minded friend, was especially reluctant to see Cobra go. He clapped a hand to his chest, promising to invite him again soon. A broad smile spread across the king's face, and he opened his mouth to eagerly accept, only to freeze, seemingly feeling a chilling gaze from behind him. He quickly changed his tune, instead offering a gracious invitation for them to visit Alabasta, carefully avoiding any mention of a return trip to Romance Dawn. Seeing her father behaving a little more responsibly, Princess Vivi nodded in satisfaction. Dressed in a light blue gown, she expressed how much she had enjoyed her stay and how sorry she was to leave. She then turned her attention to Dante. The recent changes in the East Blue had startled her. It was far more terrifying than fighting Crocodile. But as the grateful princess of a kingdom they had saved, she declared that Alabasta would never betray its friends, and that Dante should not hesitate to ask for help if he ever needed it. Cobra nodded in smiling agreement, though he still couldn't quite figure Dante out. The man was tricking pirates, marines, and affiliated nations all at once. What was his game? He didn't want to be a marine captain, so was he planning to become a pirate himself? If word of his schemes got out, even the pirates of the East Blue would probably want his head. Still, Dante had saved his kingdom, and for that, Cobra was grateful. He even offered with a cheerful smile that if Dante ever needed to disappear, he could always find a new, anonymous life in Alabasta. Dante expressed his sincere gratitude for the offer. He appreciated the kind thought, but if he ever truly needed to go into hiding, Alabasta probably wouldn't be able to shelter him, powerful a nation as it was. Even so, seeing their unwavering loyalty was a touching gesture for everyone present. Finally, Dante made sure to remind Vivi to promote Tony's cosmetics to the nobles and royals of other kingdoms. As it was getting late, the princess and her father could only offer their regretful goodbyes before boarding the Kuma Express. The express train, as they called it, would deliver them directly to the Alabasta Royal Palace, where a special stop had been set up just for this purpose. The 16th branch had several such designated landing zones, some of them secret and inaccessible to the public. Kuma's ability was convenient, but it left a giant paw print behind every time. They couldn't just have him patting people to random locations. Flying through the air, Vivi looked back at the island shrinking behind them. Though they were moving too fast to see anything clearly, she kept her eyes fixed on it, as if she could still see everyone waving goodbye. Noticing his daughter's melancholy, Cobra chuckled. "You know," he said, "I can handle things in Alabasta just fine on my own. You didn't have to leave so soon." Vivi's eyes flickered with temptation for just a moment before she shook her head. "I am the princess of Alabasta," she said firmly. "How could I abandon my kingdom at a time like this?" Cobra's expression was a mixture of pride and a faint heartache. "That's my girl," he said, his smile returning. "It's all right. We'll come back again when we have the time. Ha ha ha, this place is quite interesting. I think you just find Romance Dawn interesting, father." At his daughter's deadpan remark, Cobra's smile froze. He laughed awkwardly and quickly looked away. "My, this is fast. I can't even hear a thing up here. What did you say, Vivi?" Meanwhile, back on the island, Dante watched them disappear. He then turned to look at the bustling Marine 16th branch and let out a long sigh. Time to get busy again. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 84, Chapter 84. The new year of the sea calendar began with a bang. Mach, the overlord of the East Blue, went head-to-head with the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. The fight sent pirate bounties across the sea soaring. Then, nothing. After one last brief surge, piracy in the East Blue entered another lull. Of course, none of that was any concern to the 16th Marine Branch. They completed their missions, cashed in when they could, and skimmed a little extra from military funds when the opportunity arose. This new way of operating had even influenced others. When Marine Headquarters ordered Smoker to provide support in the region, he heard that the so-called Overlord was restoring the glory of the East Blue pirates, turned his ship around, and never even showed his face. He even filed a collaborative damage report with the 16th branch afterward. Dante laughed until his stomach hurt. It was a kind of unspoken understanding they'd all developed. Even Smoker, that self-reliant, by-the-book hardliner, had learned to play the game. His gaze swept over the bustling training grounds of the 16th branch. Recruits were hard at work, their shouts and the clash of steel filling the air. He felt a quiet sense of pride. The primary instructors for the new recruits were Kuana, Kuro, and an outsourced contractor, Des Bonnet. Kuana taught swordsmanship along with the adapted breathing technique Dante had developed. Kuro handled stealth walk, a few of his own signature moves, and what he understood of the Rokushiki, Soro. As for Bonnet, while his power came mostly from his devil fruit, he knew his way around a fight and taught general combat techniques. Kenjutsu, combat, Rokushiki, and Kuro's stealth walk, those were the pillars of the 16th branch's training regimen. The only real issue was that learning Rokushiki required a certain degree of innate talent, and so far, very few recruits had managed to master it. The branch was still short on instructors, too. Even Kuro, their most overworked teacher, was just beginning to get a handle on the 6 powers himself. The others, well, Kuma's fighting style was entirely built around his devil fruit, so there wasn't much he could teach, and getting Mach to train anyone was a lost cause. Still, Dante thought, the guy has his talents. Mach had picked up Tekai surprisingly well, which was one of the reasons Dante had made him a captain. Mastering that one defensive art was more than enough to handle most threats in the East Blue, but his aptitude for it also worried Dante. Everyone knew that Tekai could also be a trap. Boss. Dante was lost in thought when he felt a presence behind him. He turned to see Kuro, who had appeared without a sound. It looks like you're getting the hang of that comcom fruit, Dante said with a slight nod. Thank you, boss, Kuro said, adjusting his glasses. A faint smile touched his lips. I have to admit, this fruit suits me. His assassination techniques had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was already developing new abilities based on the fruit's power. Developing your fruit is fine, Dante cautioned, but don't neglect your physical training. Your body is just as important if you want to be truly strong. And haki, Dante thought. As Kaido once said, haki transcends all. But awakening it wasn't so simple. Armament and basic observation could be trained, hammered into a person through sheer effort, but even that had its limits. Real growth only came under fire. As for Conqueror's haki, you were either born with it or you weren't. You couldn't just decide to learn it. The 16th branch didn't even have a haki instructor. Hell, even at Marine HQ, it was a rare skill for a recruit to awaken. He'd heard that everyone on Amazon Lily knew how to use armament haki, that they even had their own unique training methods, but he had no idea how much of that was true and what those techniques were. People talked about the new world as if everyone and their dog had haki, but the reality was far from it. It was a difficult power to learn, which was why men who could teach it became so revered. Kuro seemed to fall into thought as well. He was the one who had developed stealth walk, a technique that can be considered precursor to Soro, entirely on his own. He was a sharp man. Perhaps his talent wasn't as explosive as Kobe, but what had held him back before wasn't a lack of effort, it was a lack of perspective. Besides, how many people in the world could compare to a monster like that? I understand, Kuro said seriously. I will speak with Kuma about it later. He knew firsthand how crucial physical strength was. He'd seen powerful Logia users taken down by simple-minded brutes in a single hit. It was a disgrace, and not a mistake he ever intended to make himself. Though he had more questions, he could tell now wasn't the time. Although he had many thoughts and doubts in his mind, now was not the time to ask about them. Instead, looking at Dante, he asked, Boss, did you come here for any specific instructions? Not really. Just wanted to see how the training was coming along. Dante waved a hand dismissively, his eyes on the recruits. With all the new territory we're covering, we might need to expand this place. We certainly do, Kuro agreed, but then he hesitated. If we get any bigger, this location won't be enough. And Kuro's voice trailed off, his gaze drifting back to the recruits on the field. A hint of weariness crept into his tone. We don't have the manpower. Hearing Kuro's words, Dante sighed and nodded helplessly. Kuro wasn't wrong. Strictly speaking, Dante had already violated Marine personnel requirements. While a fair number of Marines had graduated recently, it wasn't nearly enough to cover the entire Grand Line, or even just the East Blue. To recruit more, the training camp would have to expand further. What's more, they lacked sufficient instructors. In fact, the requirements for branch instructors didn't need to be so strict, any basic training would suffice. But the 16th branch was different. And Kuro's concern went deeper than just numbers. Truly talented recruits were exceptionally rare. Dante had also thought about this aspect. Dante had already considered that. If talent isn't enough, we'll make up for it with science. He'd brought it up with Vegapunk, who was already working on physical enhancement serums. Vegapunk had just scoffed. Why not clone super soldiers? Use Kuma as a template. It would be faster. And he was right. Dante had been tempted. Readers thought of the pacifistas as failures because the supernovas later tore through them, but those pirates were exceptional. Against most enemies, a pacifista was more than enough. The problem was the cost, he simply couldn't afford it. As for the Seraphim, they were a pipe dream. They cost a fortune, and without the Lunarian's lineage factor, they were impossible to create anyway. For now, it was better to push the recruits harder and supplement their training with potions. At least in this world, hard work paid off. It might not make you one of the strongest people alive, but it could certainly make you strong. I see. So you've already found a solution. As expected of you, boss, Kuro said, his admiration clear. He then asked with a new spark of curiosity, on that note, is it true what I heard? That the 16th branch is building its own dockyard. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 85, Chapter 85. Construction was well underway at the 16th branch's new docks. With Vegapunk on board, Dante's long-term plans were finally starting to take shape. The only problem was the scarcity of good shipwrights in the East Blue, especially experienced ones. Dante was already making plans to send a recruitment team to Water 7, perhaps even hold a job fair. He could have just relied on Vegapunk, of course, but the man already had his hands full. Dante couldn't very well ask him to focus solely on shipbuilding. In fact, Vegapunk had already complained about his workload, reminding Dante that he was only one man and couldn't possibly do everything at once. Still, as long as the funding was there, Vegapunk was more than willing to dabble in these boring side projects in his spare time. Speaking of which, Dante had also tasked him with researching airships. The moment Vegapunk saw the design blueprints for Enel's Arc Maxim, the concept of a skyfaring vessel ignited his imagination. A torrent of new ideas flooded his mind, and he unceremoniously kicked his new boss out of the lab. He told Dante not to bother him with anything non-essential, as he needed to focus on bringing his new visions to life before any more distractions came along. Dante could only shrug and leave him to it, postponing his other grand ideas for the scientist. The man is a genius, though, Dante thought. He seemed to know everything. His budget was steep, yes, but he never wasted a single berry. It all went straight into his research. The only real problem was that Dante couldn't clone him. Soon enough, the 16th branch would be building its own warships. For now, the branch's main priorities were clear. First, they had to manage the spoils from their last expedition, which included taking control of several new territories, a process that would take time. Second, they needed to recruit more Marines. And third, they needed to make money. Especially money. The branch's income relied on three main sources. The processed tangerine products brought in a steady, reliable profit. The cosmetics line, meanwhile, was growing more popular by the day, so much so that Dante had asked Vegapunk to upgrade the factory equipment to increase production. It was quickly becoming one of their most important industries. The third source was Mock's side business, but that was becoming more difficult. They had so thoroughly cleared out the budding pirates of the East Blue that there were hardly any left to hunt. Dante sighed at the thought. To keep that revenue stream alive, they might have to expand their operations to the Grand Line or one of the other seas. But the thought of sending Mock to revive the pirate glory of the North Blue was laughable. The man would be beaten to death if he tried anything like that. After checking on the training camp, the docks, and the factory, Dante stopped to give Kuina some pointers on her swordsmanship. Finally, he returned to his office, where he found Robin already at work. A cup of black tea, conjured by one of her sprouted hands, was already waiting for him. He picked it up, took a sip, and asked, "How are things going on the Kanamai archipelago?" "Everything is in place," Robin replied, looking up from her work. "We've sent personnel to manage the new islands. As you requested, we assigned the people we brought from the other member nations to territories near their former homes." She paused, a faint smile. "I imagine the kings and nobles of those nations are starting to get headaches by now." As the Revive East Blue Pirate Glory operation drew to a close, a fragile calm settled over the sea once more. The pirate uprising hadn't lasted long, but its impact on the member nations was hard, especially for the royalty and nobility. The treasures they had lost were gone for good, leaving them with crippling financial losses. To compensate, they turned to the one solution they always did, raising taxes. In the Michael Kingdom, one such nation in the East Blue, the policy was in full effect. Have those filthy commoners been driven out yet? King Patterson asked, his voice dripping with disdain as he looked down at the gray-bearded old man before him. "Get them out of here. I won't have them dirtying my beautiful kingdom." "They have been, Your Majesty," the old man said, his expression pained. He hesitated for a moment. "But, they are citizens of the Michael Kingdom, too." "Citizens who can't pay their taxes have no right to be my subjects," Patterson sneered, his eyes narrowing. "Buck, are you questioning my decision?" "I wouldn't dare." Buck bowed his head quickly. "Forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. It's just, the taxes have been raised so many times, people simply cannot afford to pay." He looked up pleadingly at the corpulent king. "The heavenly tribute has been gathered. Can we not stop now? Any more, and everyone will be left homeless." "Shut up. The heavenly tribute might be paid, but my personal losses have not been recouped." Patterson's face twisted with scorn. "I know you've always looked down on me. You think that pathetic failure was the true king, and I have no right to this throne. But I don't care what a commoner dragged up from the mud thinks. Honestly, if he hadn't given up his position and made me promise to keep you on, I would have dismissed you years ago." Buck sighed and lowered his head again. "Forgive me, King Russ." He was not a noble, but a minister promoted by the former king for his merits. Russ had been a true king, a man who cared for his people, but the other nobles had driven him out. Buck had wanted to leave with him, to repay his kindness even with his life, but Russ had persuaded him to stay, hoping he could watch over the kingdom. "If you leave, there will be no one left to care for the commoners," Russ had told him. "The country will truly be beyond saving." So Buck had endured the humiliation, hoping to honor his promise and protect the people. But just as Russ had predicted, the country was beyond saving. Patterson and the nobles treated him like a joke. No one ever listened to his counsel. "Please, Your Majesty, forgive me," he said in hollow tone. "I forgive you, Buck. After all, you are the minister my dear brother begged me to keep." "Ha ha ha, how amusing," Patterson cackled, a gleeful look on his ugly face. "I will make you understand who the true king of this nation is. I will make the Michael Kingdom as beautiful as Goa, a nation worthy of the world noble's approval." He glared down at Buck's bowed head. "Now, continue to increase the taxes. My treasury is not yet full." "Your Majesty." A desperate look returned to Buck's face. "The treasury is nearly full. It will be complete soon even without another increase. The people have no more money to give." "No money? Then they can get out. The Michael Kingdom has no need for them." "Of course," he added with a cruel smile, "if they are willing to become slaves, I would be happy to let their families stay. I am, after all, the benevolent king. Now remember your place and go collect my taxes." The word benevolent spoken by this demon filled Buck's heart with rage. He couldn't bear it any longer. He had failed King Russ completely. "I'm sorry, my king." Just as he was about to stand and unleash his fury on the fool before him, a royal guard burst into the room. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Insolence!" Patterson snapped, his pleasant mood ruined. You are my personal guard. Calm yourself. He waited for the guard to catch his breath. Now, what is it? Have the pirates returned? Or those greedy marines? No, your majesty. The guard gasped. It's the destitute, they. What about them? Did they finally agree to become slaves? No, they're leaving the Michael Kingdom. Patterson stared at him in confusion. Buck, his anger momentarily forgotten, looked up as well. Leaving? Where could they possibly go? Speak plainly. Patterson demanded. A group of people arrived to recruit laborers, your majesty, the guard explained quickly. All of the homeless have gone with them, and many of the commoners from within the city walls are following. Recruiting laborers. Patterson stood up, his face red with fury. Who dares come to my kingdom to poach my subjects? And those fools are just following? Have the guards not driven them away? We cannot, your majesty. The one leading them, it is King Russ. The name hung in the air. Before Buck could even process it, Patterson let out a loud laugh. Russ? I heard he was captured by pirates and sold as a slave. Even if he has returned, so what? Drive him out. No, capture him. I will give my foolish older brother a very warm welcome. We can't capture him. And why not? Don't tell me you plan to welcome him back as king. No, your majesty, my loyalty is to you. It's just. The guard's face was pale. King Russ, he's working for one of the Shishibukai now. As long as a warlord doesn't plunder a member nation, we can't act against them. Not even the Marines can touch them. He took a shaky breath, his expression complicated. Your majesty, people are pouring out of the capital to join him. They say he is offering work and wages, a life where they won't starve. Damn him. Is he trying to destroy my kingdom? Patterson roared, whirling to face Buck. Stop them. Don't let a single person leave. Tell them if they agree to become slaves, I, the benevolent King Patterson, will allow their families to remain for another year. Go. Hurry. Yes. Buck replied, a subtle glint in his eye. I will see to it at once. With that, he turned and rushed from the room before Patterson could say another word. The king watched him go, a flicker of surprise on his face that quickly turned to satisfaction. Humph. For a commoner, he is at least loyal to the kingdom. A moment later, however, another guard ran in, even more frantic than the first. Your majesty. The guard shouted, breathless. Lord Buck, he rode straight out of the city and joined Russ, and he took the entire town with him. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 86, Chapter 86. The air in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters was thick with exhaustion. Sengoku sat slumped over a mountain of paperwork, the weight of his duties pressing down on him, when the den mushi on his desk began to ring. He answered it with a tired grunt. Hello? What? Shishibukai? A member nation. Hearing those two words, the Fleet Admiral, who had looked moments from collapsing, sat bolt upright. His posture hardened, and his gaze sharpened on the receiver in his hand. After the recent incident in Alabasta, the world government was on high alert for anything involving the 7 warlords and their relationship with allied kingdoms. The implication was immediate and infuriating. Not again, he thought, a grimace tightening his features. Not another Alabasta. It had to be. Why else would a report from the field mention both a warlord and a member nation in the same breath? Which of them was it? Which of the government-sanctioned pirates had the audacity to make a move right now, while the Marines were stretched thin searching for Vegapunk? This was a direct challenge to the world government's authority and a slap in the face to Marine justice. Sengoku had always detested the Shishibukai system, but it was a policy handed down from the highest authority. As Fleet Admiral, he had no choice but to enforce it. But for one of them to cause this kind of trouble now? Didn't they know how busy they were? A fresh wave of anger cut through his fatigue. His eyes widened behind his circular glasses, and the formidable aura of his office seemed to darken. He suppressed his rage and spoke into the snail, his voice a low, cold growl. Which warlord? Who dares to attack a member nation at a time like this? But the response he received made the anger on his face freeze. His expression shifted to one of confused irritation. What do you mean they didn't attack? Then why are you calling me about a member nation? If you have wasted my time, I will demote you immediately. He snapped. He listened for another moment, as he frowned. Recruiting? A warlord is recruiting workers. In a member nation? What for? Don't tell me he's rounding up slaves. The voice on the other end continued its report, and Sengoku's disbelief grew. It really is just recruiting? You've already confirmed this with Captain Smoker and Captain Dante? Then what business is it of ours? The Marines don't manage warlord hiring practices. He pinched the bridge of his nose, a headache beginning to throb in his temples as the full, ridiculous picture became clear. So, a Shishibukai offered high wages, room, and board, and the citizens of a member nation were actually drawn to the offer. And this upset the local government. He leaned back in his chair, his voice rising with exasperation. What are these kings and nobles playing at? If they cared about their people, they would have treated them better in the first place. They drive them out to fend for themselves, but the moment someone else offers them a better life, they cry foul? What the hell is wrong with them? He was practically shouting now. Their own people want to leave voluntarily to work for a pirate, and they have the nerve to ask the Marines for help? Don't they realize we're not their personal cleanup crew? As long as a Shishibukai isn't breaking the terms of their treaty, we have no authority to intervene. Tell them to handle it themselves. They can call us back when a warlord is actually trying to take over their country. With a final shout, Sengoku slammed the receiver down, cutting the connection. He let out a long, frustrated breath and snorted. These member nations are getting more pathetic by the day. Even if the Marines weren't spread thin, they wouldn't get involved in a warlord's legitimate recruitment efforts. He wasn't attacking the country or enslaving its people. There was simply nothing for them to do. Besides, what would a warlord even want with so many workers? Were the nobles worried he'd empty their entire country? As his anger subsided, Sengoku's focus returned to the room. He looked up to see Garp sitting across from him, leisurely stuffing a handful of rice crackers into his mouth. Having calmed himself, Sengoku finally noticed the activity across from him. He looked up to see Garp leisurely stuffing snacks into his mouth. "Don't you know the Marines are busy right now, you old fool?" he grumbled, dissatisfied. "Can't you do some work for me? Don't you have any work to do, you old fool?" Sengoku grumbled. "The entire Marine headquarters is in an uproar, and you're just sitting there." "Relax, Sengoku. I can't make that much of a difference," Garp said cheerfully, his mouth full. He swallowed with a loud gulp. "Besides, you should try some of these. The tangerine wine is decent, but these crackers are really something else. I think there are even some special yogurt-flavored ones in the bag." "I haven't had a chance to taste anything," Sengoku said flatly, watching Garp devour the snacks. They weren't Garp's, they'd been sent a few days ago by a certain Marine captain from the East Blue. He pursed his lips. "And you can tell that kid of yours that a Marine captain should be more focused on justice and earning achievements, not on making money. That business in the East Blue was a good start, but he shouldn't disappoint his sensei Zephyr's expectations." "Ah, the kid's already gone soft," Garp waved a dismissive hand. "It's only natural he's thinking about money now. Just let him be. I think you're the one who's gone soft." Sengoku shot back, his expression reddening. The old fool would abandon a promising Marine for a bag of snacks. For weeks, the Marines had been in a state of controlled chaos since Vegapunk's disappearance. On orders from the world government, nearly every available combat unit had been deployed across the Grand Line and the New World, chasing down leads. And then there was Garp, who had been doing nothing but slacking off at headquarters. Sengoku let out a sigh. He couldn't truly blame his old friend, he was just venting. This whole mandatory mission was a headache. Vegapunk was vital, of course, but they couldn't keep this frantic, fruitless search up forever. They suspected everyone, the Yonko, the Revolutionary Army, the underworld brokers, but without a shred of proof, they couldn't just storm someone's territory. Did the world government want to start another war? They couldn't even find the Revolutionary Army's main base. Continuing this way would only destabilize the seas further. He'd already raised these concerns with the five elders. They were displeased but understood the reality of the situation. If Vegapunk wasn't found soon, the large-scale search would have to be called off. After that, it would fall to spies and a newly established science division to pick up the pieces. "Forget it," Sengoku said, rubbing the space between his eyes. "This whole mess has exhausted me. I don't have time to argue with you. What do you want?" "Well," Garp began, a wide grin spreading across his face. "I'm due for a vacation. Just came by to get it approved." Sengoku stared at him. The man knew exactly how busy they were, and he had the gall to ask for time off. "When was the last time I had a vacation? Why should you enjoy it if I can't?" "No," he said through gritted teeth. "Absolutely not. I don't have time to sign your leave form. You're staying here and working." "That's fine. I'm just letting you know so you don't come looking for me," Garp said, completely unfazed. He popped another cracker in his mouth. "I can always fill out the form when I get back." "You bastard." Sengoku snatched a slip of paper from his desk, scribbled on it, and threw it at him. "Get out of my office. Now." "Bwahahaha. Thanks, Sengoku." Garp caught the slip with a laugh and casually tucked it into his pocket. "You keep up the good work. Don't worry, when you finally get a break, I'll take you to Romance Dawn to relax." He started for the door, then paused, grabbing one last, huge handful of the unusually colored rice crackers. He turned back, holding them up for Sengoku to see. "So, what do you think? Pretty tasty, right? Get out, and close the door on your way." All right. Click. As the door shut, the tension in Sengoku's shoulders eased slightly. "Tasty," he muttered to the empty room. "How would I know? I haven't had any." His gaze drifted to the sofa, and he noticed a small, uniquely packaged bag of snacks sitting on the cushion, unopened. A small smile touched his lips. "Thoughtful of you, you old fool," he thought. "But after eating that many of my snacks, one bag isn't going to cut it." He turned back to his work, pulling another document toward him and setting the leave slip aside. His eyes landed on a file that had arrived a few days prior. The headline was bold and sensational. East Blue Overlord challenges Shishibukai Bartholomew Kuma in a bid to revive the glory of the East Blue. He had to admit, this new overlord was certainly making waves. The phrase revive the glory of the East Blue had given him pause when he first read it. After all, the East Blue was a special C as birthplace of Roger. It's all that bastard Roger's fault again. But now, looking at the words again, Sengoku frowned. "Something about this," he murmured, tracing the headline with his finger, "just feels off." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 87, Chapter 87. Somewhere in the East Blue, a red-nosed captain was feeling the same unsettling suspicion that had been troubling Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Buggy, captain of the Buggy Pirates, stared at the intelligence his crew had gathered, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He'd secretly attended that little seminar on the East Blue Overlord teaches you how to be a pirate, the one hosted by the so-called East Blue Overlord. To be honest, even for a man like him who had seen a lot of the world, he had to admit the guy was something else. A pirate giving lectures to other pirates? It was absurd. At the time, he'd seen it for himself. The Overlord had an impressive presence, he was a smooth talker, and his analysis wasn't half bad. It genuinely sounded like he was gearing up to restore the former glory of piracy in the East Blue. But now, revive the glory of East Blue pirates? To hell with that. After that man ran his game twice, the pirates of the East Blue were practically extinct. If it wasn't for the 100 million berry bounty on the man's head, and a world government bounty like that couldn't be fake, Buggy would have sworn he was a Marine agent sent specifically to dismantle the East Blue's pirates. As someone trying to lay low, he could feel it in the air. Captain Rogers' home sea was becoming a ghost town for pirates. Should I really keep hiding out here, he wondered. The atmosphere just felt wrong. On top of everything, he'd heard that the tyrant of the South Blue, the Shishibukai Bartholomew Kuma, had also come to the East Blue to start some kind of business. Lately, he'd been occupying islands in non-affiliated nations and recruiting workers on a massive scale. Of course, the idea of starting a business wasn't surprising. Buggy himself had considered opening some kind of delivery service or a mercenary guild. With the world in chaos, sending pirates out as mercenaries to war-torn countries could be incredibly profitable. But he didn't have that kind of capital. Besides, he knew his limits. Without a strong crew, real power, or a powerful backer, a venture like that would be suicide. He would either be swallowed up by other pirates or hunted down by the world government, just like that damned Overlord. For now, I should just stick to treasure hunting, he decided with a sigh, resolving to stay as far away from that troublemaker as possible. Just then, a crewmate burst into the cabin, waving a new wanted poster. "Captain Buggy, your bounty's gone up," he shouted, his face beaming with excitement. "It's 30 million berries." The words hit Buggy like a cannonball. He shot to his feet, a moment ago resigned to lying low, and whipped around to face his crewman with wide eyes. "What? My bounty went up? But I haven't done a thing." "That's our captain for you. Your bounty goes up even when you're not trying." "Yeah, Captain Buggy is the one who should be the Overlord of the East Blue. Under Captain Buggy's leadership, our glory will shine brighter than ever." "Ah ha ha ha, who do you think I am? I am the great Captain Buggy." Hearing his crew's praise, the panic on Buggy's face evaporated, replaced by pure arrogance. He hopped onto his chair, planted his hands on his hips, and roared with laughter. "The so-called East Blue Overlord is nothing compared to me." Beside him, Kabeji, the crew's chief of staff, leaned in close. "But Captain," he whispered, his voice low and urgent, "almost all the pirates who wanted to revive that glory are dead." The smug grin vanished from Buggy's face. He snapped back to reality. "Right, I'd almost forgotten about that." Ignoring the cheers of his other crewmen, Buggy snatched the wanted poster and stared at it. The handsome picture, combined with the 30 million berries printed beneath it, made his heart pound. For some reason, he had the distinct feeling he was being set up. Forget it, he thought frantically. I can't stay in the East Blue any longer. Just as he clenched his teeth, about to order his crew to pack up and set sail, another subordinate rushed in. "Captain Buggy, the East Blue Overlord, Captain Mock, is here to see you." That jinx. Buggy's blood ran cold. What could he possibly want? Before he could finish the thought, a distinctive laugh echoed from the doorway. Wahahaha. Buggy looked up to see a burly figure filling the frame. It was him. The East Blue Overlord, Captain Mock, strode into the room, a golden cape draped over his broad shoulders. When he saw Buggy, his eyes seemed to light up. He sighed dramatically, shaking his head. "I thought everyone had abandoned the cause," he lamented. "But I should have known you would still be here, Captain Buggy." He turned, striking a sentimental pose as he gazed out a window, his large bald head gleaming in the sunlight. "Lately, seeing the desolate state of piracy in these waters has weighed heavily on my heart. But now..." He spun back around, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. "Now I have found a new hope for the pirates of the East Blue. I believe that with a veteran like you at my side, we can restore our former glory." With a grand wave of his hand, his cape fluttering behind him, he extended his arm toward Buggy. "Please, lend me your strength. I need you. The pirates of the East Blue need you, Captain Buggy." Buggy stared blankly at the man, blankly. To hell with this revive the glory crap, he thought. He forced a sheepish laugh, ignoring the excited, hopeful looks from his own crew. "Well, you see," he said, looking at Mock, "I'm not actually a pirate from the East Blue." "Doesn't matter," Mock said, his grin widening into something ferocious. "As long as you're in the East Blue, you're an East Blue pirate. What does this guy want from me?" "This one," Dante said, looking at the red-nosed man's wanted poster with a sigh of mock disappointment. "Does he have no sense of community? No pirate spirit? He didn't participate in a single group activity. Absolutely no sense of honor." If he hadn't seen Robin's report noting that the Buggy pirates had left right after the seminar, he would have forgotten the man existed. Hearing Dante's theatrical pronouncements, Robin rolled her eyes without looking up from her book. "Pirate spirit," she said dryly. "As if I don't know what you're really up to." She turned a page. "You seem to be paying a lot of attention to this minor pirate, boss." "Don't underestimate him," Dante said, shaking his head as he tossed the poster aside. "His background is anything but simple. Just as he finished speaking, a den mushy began to ring. Pura pura puru, pura pura puru. It was Dante's. He picked it up, and the snail's face had already morphed into a familiar bald head. Hello, what's going on? Dante asked. Boss, Mock's boisterous voice came through the receiver. The moment he heard about reviving our glory, the guy turned and ran. He almost got away, but I've caught him now. The thing is, he ran all the way to the edge of the comm belt. What should I do? Bring him back. The edge of the comm belt. Dante nodded, about to give the order. Suddenly, another burst of laughter came from Mock's end. Dante waited, confused. Boss, Mock said, his voice brimming with amusement. You won't believe this, but there's someone up ahead, paddling a little boat through the comm belt with a sword. It's the funniest damn thing I've ever seen. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 88, Chapter 88. Mock didn't understand. One moment he saw a man rowing a tiny boat, and the next, his boss was yelling at him to run. But Mock was good at one thing, following orders without question. If the boss said it, he did it. At his command, he had his men swing the ship around to flee. Then, just as instructed, he had the captured Buggy hauled back onto the deck. He unlocked the sea stone shackles from Buggy's wrists, but then severed his feet at the ankles and pinned them to the deckboards. Before the bewildered clown could even process what was happening, Mock propped him up on the ship's stern, a human shield facing the approaching boat. What in the hell is this guy trying to do? Buggy wondered, his mind reeling. A heartbeat later, a flying slash of compressed air sliced through the water just off their port side, and Buggy understood everything. A stream of unbelievably foul curses erupted from his mouth. He was frozen in place, one wrong move and he'd tumble straight into the sea. His eyes fell on the small boat and the giant black sword resting on it, and a horrifying realization dawned on him. His face turned a sickly green. He glared at Mock, who was casually picking his nose. You bastard, Buggy seethed. I'm going to kill you. Buggy, it's for the honor of all East Blue pirates, we appreciate your sacrifice. Mock said, his voice shaking a little as he cowered behind him, eyes fixed on the approaching swordsman. He had no idea who the man was, but if his boss said to run on sight, that was all he needed to know. This was someone they couldn't possibly handle. We're counting on you. Count on my ass. Do you even know who that is? Buggy shrieked, watching Mock cower without even taking his foot off his severed ones. How did this coward become the overlord of the East Blue? Was he propped up by the Marines? That's Dracul my hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Buggy yelled. They call him the world's strongest swordsman. Aren't you the guy who beat Crocodile and fought off Kuma? Get up there and do something. Shouldn't the world's strongest swordsman be my boss? Mock asked blankly. Who cares about your boss? Buggy roared, seeing another slash fly their way. He was out of time. How did you even get your title? Dumb luck. Stop him now, or we're both dead. He was starting to think this guy really did just by his reputation. At least let me go. Buggy pleaded. My ability is the bane of swordsmen. If we fight together, we might actually be able to beat him. Fight together? Not a chance, Buggy thought. The second this idiot released him, he was gone. He had to get out of the East Blue. This sea wasn't safe anymore. First some tyrant from the South Blue, and now the world's greatest swordsman. What was going on? Why were so many monsters flocking to the weakest of the 4 seas? Was there some kind of treasure here? Seriously, I won't run. He shouted desperately. Hanging me out here is useless. Mock, however, seemed completely untroubled. He puffed out his chest with a sudden burst of confidence. It's fine. I've already got a plan. A plan? What plan? As Buggy stared in confusion, Mock took a megaphone den mushy from one of his crewmen. He took a deep breath and roared into the snail, his voice booming across the water. Hey, on the boat. I know you're close with one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Well, do you know who this is? On his boat, my hawk paused, his small knife still in hand. Shanks's brother is, this week, he thought, frowning at the garish clown hanging from the stern. He recognized the flag, of course, the mark of the so-called East Blue Overlord. As a warlord, he'd heard of the upstart pirate. He wasn't here for this man. He was just trying to avoid the world government's mandatory summons, a tedious assignment to hunt for the master scientist, Vegapunk. To avoid the hassle, he'd decided to take a quiet trip through the East Blue. The rest of the world was in chaos, only this sea was relatively peaceful. After all, no one in the weakest of the blues would have the power to snatch Vegapunk from right under the government's nose. But just after crossing the comm belt, he had run into this infamous pirate. Seeing the man's ship, Myhawk had felt a flicker of boredom and decided to test his strength. He'd heard this rookie had defeated his fellow warlord, Crocodile, and even fought Bartholomew Kuma to a standstill. He never expected the man to turn and run without even a hint of a fight. And now he was using a clown as a human shield? Myhawk watched the flailing, shouting figure on the stern, silent for a long moment. Then, he let out a cold snort. To the horror of everyone on the pirate ship, he sheathed his small knife and drew the massive black sword from his back. A brother of Shanks, let's see what you're made of. He stopped. He actually stopped. The plan worked. One of the pirates shouted. Of course it did. I'm the great Captain Buggy. Buggy's panic instantly flipped to arrogance, but then he caught himself, looking at Mock with suspicion. Wait a minute. How did you know who I am? Who told you? Know who you are. Stop playing dumb, you bastard. Buggy fumed. Since you know, then let me down. You should know that I dash. Captain. a crewman suddenly yelled. It looks like he switched swords. Mock and Buggy froze. They looked up to see Mihawk pointing not a small knife, but a colossal black blade in their direction. Damn it, your plan backfired. He looks even more excited now. Buggy panicked again, staring at the sword. Hurry, let me down. If we fight together, we might have a chance to take him. He started trembling. I'll do it. I agree to restore the honor of the East Blue Pirates with you. Mock ignored him completely. Watching Mihawk raise his sword, he remembered his boss's teachings and shouted to his crew, "Get this ship moving. Run." If the plan didn't work, all they could do was flee. Besides, the boss said he'd be back soon. But as he looked at their battered ship, Mock scratched his head and blinked. This time, he muttered to himself, I might really not make it back to see the boss. Just then, another crewman's voice cut through the chaos. Captain, there's another ship ahead. It looks like a marine battleship. A marine battleship. Mock was stunned. He leaned over the rail and saw a unique warship emerging from the comm belt, its figurehead carved into a giant dog's head. His eyes lit up. He remembered another one of his boss's lessons: when in trouble, turn yourself in. He waved a hand at his crew. Head for that ship. We're surrendering. As his men shouted, "Yes, sir," and began steering toward the battleship, Buggy could only stare. The overlord of the East Blue is surrendering. Aboard the dog-headed marine ship, a man in beach shorts stood on the forecastle deck. What's all this racket? Garp asked, squinting into the distance. Well, look at that. It's that Mock brat. Looks like he's in a bit of trouble, eh? It's not just the East Blue overlord, said a man named Bogard, leaning against the rail with his hat tipped low. The warlord, Mihawk, is also there. It appears he is pursuing them. Ha, the kid's smart enough to come to us, Garp chuckled, crossing his arms as the pirate ship approached. Ah, what the hell? He's not so bad. Bought me a round at Romance Dawn last time. Let him come aboard. Vice Admiral Garp, Bogard said flatly. We are the Marines. Oh, right. I take that back. Garp picked his nose, not seeming to care in the slightest about his subordinate's weary tone. We are the Marines. Let's hurry over there and capture those pirates. Bwahahaha. I can't wait to see the look on Dante's face when he has to thank me for this. Vice Admiral Garp, could you at least try to be a little more subtle? Bogard sighed internally, but he waved his hand anyway, signaling for the helmsman to move the ship forward. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 89, Chapter 89. Hello, it's Garp. Dante stared at the Den Mushi, its face now a perfect, wrinkly caricature of the old Marine. After a moment of surprise, he composed himself. Vice Admiral Garp, is Mock with you? He turned himself in. Bwahaha. Garp's boisterous laugh crackled through the receiver. So, how are you going to thank me, kid? I'll make it worth your while, Dante promised. Bwahaha, good. We're on our way. Oh, and Hawkeye's with us, too. Click. The line went dead. My Hawk. Dante thought, his mind racing. What's he doing here? Doesn't he care about being seen with a pirate crew? He stared at the sleeping Den Mushi, then ran a hand over his face with a weary sigh. Is everything resolved? Robin asked from beside him, noticing the tension leave his shoulders. Do you still need me to contact Kuma? No, that won't be necessary, Dante said, shaking his head. Something unexpected came up, but I think the situation is handled. If Garp had captured him, then Mock was safe. As for Mihawk, he was probably just bored enough to tag along. Mock wasn't a swordsman, so the so-called East Blue Overlord would normally be of no interest to him. Then again, maybe Mock had been rowing his little boat with a sword when they crossed paths. Is there a curse on that title or something? Dante mused. Krieg ran into Mihawk rowing on the edge of the comm belt, and now Mock did too. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Right, Mihawk is coming here. He stroked his chin, muttering aloud, not that he'd ever agree to join, at least not yet. It might be a different story if the Shishibukai system were ever abolished, but for now, it was a long shot. Not that Dante was particularly concerned. The only thing that mattered to Mihawk was the way of the sword. He couldn't care less about shady alliances or who ruled the East Blue. Even if he saw something suspicious, he wouldn't report it. In fact, he'd probably be happy to watch the world government deal with another headache. Robin seemed to remember something and looked up at him. Do we need to hide anything at the house? Hide them. Dante paused, understanding her meaning immediately. Their home was no longer just a home, it was full of secrets that couldn't see the light of day, the biggest one being Vegapunk. Just have Vegapunk keep a low profile, he decided after a moment. The rest of it doesn't matter. There's nothing to worry about. He adopted a self-righteous tone. We're just honest businessmen making a living. We haven't broken any laws. Besides, he knew that as their operations grew, their secrets were bound to be discovered. It was only a matter of time. All he could do was push Vegapunk to build what he needed, then create a big enough distraction to keep the world government from looking too closely in his direction. If things got really bad, he could always unleash Luffy on the world. He was confident that a Nika fruit user would be a far bigger problem for them than some up-and-coming warlord. Robin offered in smile, though her tone was tinged with helplessness. I understand. If it really comes to that, it'll be just as Nami said. We'll all just have to go out to sea as pirates together. She tilted her head. And what about Hawkeye my hawk? Don't worry about him, Dante said, a thoughtful look in his eyes. I'll handle it. He stroked his chin again, a faint smile playing on his lips. We're businessmen, after all. We can't very well turn a guest away, can we? Meanwhile, on a marine warship, we're doomed, Buggy wailed, rattling his seastone cuffs. He glared at Mock, who was lounging in the temporary brig as if it were a resort. Do you have any idea who just caught us? That is Garp the hero. He jumped to his feet and began pacing frantically. I told you to let me go. We might have stood a chance if we fought that Shishibukai together. But no, you had to turn yourself in the second you realized you couldn't win. Is this how pirates are supposed to act? Buggy thought in disgust. The overlord of the East Blue? Even Captain Roger only surrendered when there was no other choice. What do we do now? What are we going to do? It's just a surrender. Relax, Mock said with a lazy yawn. He glanced at the frantic clown, then rubbed his growling stomach. This is all your fault for running. I haven't eaten since noon. You're worried about food. We need to figure a way out of here. You're cursed, you know that. Calm down, Buggy my boy. I told you not to call me that. I'm older than you. How about Red Nose, then? I'll kill you. Buggy snarled, his eyes bulging. He finally slumped back against the wall in defeat. Forget it. I'm done with you. He paused, then turned to Mock with a suspicious glint in his eye. Wait, you said you had a boss, right? Who is he? Is he coming to save you? Boss? What boss? Ha, you didn't say that. Nope, Mock declared proudly. I'm the East Blue Overlord. Buggy decided he was finished talking to the idiot. Since they'd been caught by that old monster Garp, it didn't matter who their boss was. No one could save them now. He buried his head in his hands, trying to think of an escape plan while praying Garp wouldn't discover his true identity. Kriaik. The cell door swung open, and a marine in a crisp uniform entered, a sword at his hip. Buggy instinctively shrank into the corner, trying to make himself invisible. Mock, however, simply walked up to the man, rubbing his stomach. I'm hungry. Got anything to eat? The marine and Buggy both stared at him, speechless. A vein throbbed on Buggy's temple. Doesn't this guy realize he's a prisoner? How dare he ask a marine for food? To his astonishment, the marine simply nodded. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, the marine returned with a tray piled high with a feast fit for a king. Buggy's jaw dropped. Since when do marines treat their prisoners this well, he wondered. Not only do they feed you, but they give you this. As Mock tore into the food, Buggy couldn't help but swallow, his own stomach starting to rumble. After a moment's hesitation, he called out, Hey, you, I'm a little hungry myself. The marine gave him a cool, dismissive glance before turning his back completely. Buggy's face fell. He was being ignored. Did the marines discriminate against their captives? Was he not getting the 5-star treatment because he wasn't the East Blue Overlord? While Buggy stewed, Mock finished his meal with a loud burp and wiped the tray clean. The marine, who had been watching him the whole time, said in a deadpan voice, Vice Admiral Garp wants to see you. Come with me. What does he want with me? Hurry up. Okay. Mock scratched his bald head in confusion as the marine led him out of the cell. Buggy watched them go, his expression shifting from anger to dawning horror. He looked from Mock's retreating back to the gleamingly empty tray and felt a cold dread wash over him. No wonder they gave him such a feast, he muttered, his voice trembling. It couldn't be his last meal, could it? Was Garp planning to execute the Overlord of the East Blue right here on the ship? The anger in Buggy's eyes faded, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. He sighed deeply. Even though you're a really annoying guy, I guess it's your own fault for stirring up so much trouble. I'll remember you, East Blue Overlord. Mock. Wahaha. Mock, my boy. Wahahaha. Boss Garp. Garp clapped Mock on the shoulder with enough force to make him stumble. You made yourself the Overlord of the East Blue, and you're still getting chased around like this? Good thing I was passing by, or I might not have seen you again. Now, how are you going to thank me? To thank you, Boss Garp. Mock puffed out his chest, his expression deadly serious. We'll hit Romance Dawn. Food, drinks, the works, we'll pull an all-nighter. My treat. Wahaha, now you sound like an overlord. Just outside the brig, a marine hero and a notorious pirate were already making plans, their laughter echoing down the corridor as they argued about the fastest way to get to Romance Dawn. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 90, Chapter 90. The Marine's 16th Branch. Myhawks frowned as he stared at the approaching base from the deck of the dog-headed ship. Wahaha. We'll take a little break here, Garp said, digging at his nose without a care in the world. The fact that he was sitting next to one of the 7 warlords of the sea meant nothing to him. I'm surprised you actually came along. Killing time is the same everywhere, Myhawk replied, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the horizon, ignoring the implication in the Vice Admiral's words. I was curious to see how the famed marine hero enjoys his downtime. As a Shishibukai, he knew little of the man's reputation beyond the headlines, but he'd heard enough to form an impression. He glanced at the boisterous man standing on the other side of Garp, the self-proclaimed overlord of the East Blue. Rest assured, Myhawk said, his voice flat. I have no interest in whatever dirty dealings you have with him. Is that so? Then you'd better keep it a secret. Does this man have no shame at all? A flicker of disbelief crossed Myhawk's stoic face as he looked at Garp, who remained completely unfazed. Before he could respond, Mock, the East Blue overlord in the Golden Cape, crossed his arms and nodded with grave seriousness. Me too. Don't worry, Boss Garp, I won't tell a soul that you're my backer. He puffed out his chest and declared in a firm voice, I, Mach, am the most tight-lipped man on the seas. A dead silence fell over the deck. Even Mihawk gave the man a strange look. He has to be doing that on purpose. Garp, however, just threw his head back and laughed. Well, you'd better keep it that way. Don't go shouting it from the rooftops. He paid no mind to Mach's outburst and pointed cheerfully toward the shore. We're docking. At his words, the others looked up. The warship was indeed pulling into the harbor. Mihawk was surprised by the scale of the pier. It seemed far too large for a simple marine branch. Is this East Blue branch so wealthy? Just as he was pondering this, Mach suddenly shouted, Boss. Garp grinned and walked to the railing. Dante, you really owe me for this one. Understood. It's all arranged. Dante replied, grabbing Garp's hand and shaking it with vigor. The handshake confused Garp for a second. Why is the kid so formal today? Then he felt something pressed into his palm and glanced down. It was a gleaming gold card. What do you take me for, kid? Garp's voice went cold. He scoffed, adding with mock righteousness, don't let this happen again. Then, he discreetly slipped the card into his coat. Though the exchange was subtle, Mihawk's sharp eyes caught every detail. He looked at the marine hero with a newfound understanding. So it's not just a deal between a hero and a criminal, but a cozy local arrangement as well. This man is more complicated than the stories suggest. Nearby, Garp's subordinate, Bogard, looked on with a familiar sense of resignation. He knew his superior well enough to know he wouldn't actually be bribed by something like this. The vice admiral may have gotten lazy these past few years, Bogard thought, but he hasn't fallen that far. If he had, he wouldn't still be a vice admiral, dodging work at every opportunity. Still, Bogard felt the need to offer a word of caution. Vice Admiral Garp, a little restraint, perhaps. Wahaha, I know what I am doing. From the completely carefree look on his superior's face, Bogard knew Garp hadn't heard a word he said. At that moment, Captain Dante, commander of the 16th branch, began his enthusiastic welcome. Everything has been arranged, the food, accommodations, and entertainment are all set. I've also prepared your special health rub, and I even paid a hefty price for a special healthy soup recipe from the Pirate King's former ship doctor. There's an elderly health scrub, too, a formula customized for the middle-aged and elderly. It's tailored to their physical needs and is more easily absorbed. One rub will refresh your mind, and a second will leave you full of energy. Oh, something that good, you say? Garp's eyes lit up. Then I will have to enjoy my vacation properly. If it's really that effective, I'll introduce you to the fleet admiral. That's the last thing I need. Dante thought, though he just nodded enthusiastically. That would be a great honor. Makes bringing you that grand gift worthwhile, Garp said with a satisfied nod. Well, I won't bother you any longer. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. When I'm on vacation, I'm not in the mood for work. With that, he waved to Mach and Bogard. Let's go. After so long on a ship, it's time to relax. He then gestured to the frowning Mihawk. Hey, Hawkeye, you coming? Bogard remained silent, looking at his superior before letting out a quiet sigh and following along. Mach, despite having work to report, got an encouraging nod from his own boss and happily tagged along at Garp's invitation. As for Mihawk, not interested. He had no desire for some health treatment. His gaze fell upon the black blade at the marine captain's hip, and his eyes widened slightly. Shusui, the black blade. He didn't expect a satisfying fight from this corrupt captain, but the sight of that sword was enough to make him want to test the man's skill. He looked at Dante and said coolly, it seems this trip to the East Blue won't be so bodash. Before he could finish, Garp grabbed him by the arm. What's this about not being interested? You're already here. Didn't you say you wanted to see how I slack off? The vice admiral started pulling the swordsman along. Well, now I'm going to show you exactly how I do it. That's right. Never mind some shusui. That's just a sword. There's a sou over there I can order for you later, Dracula. Mach laughed heartily from beside them. You gotta learn to have fun. Oh, right, I think I forgot something. Whatever, let's just relax. My brain isn't working right. And this one, too. And who is he calling Dracula? Mihawk's expression turned thunderous, and his hand instinctively moved toward his sword. Remember to have fun. Dante waved to them cheerfully. I won't disturb you, then. And with that, he turned and walked away. Mihawk stood frozen for a moment. He watched Dante disappear, then turned his stiff neck to glare at Garp. Let go of me. Fine, he thought with a resigned sigh. Since I'm already here, a little time won't make a difference. I'll see what Mach and Garp were talking. I'll consider it relaxation. I can walk on my own. In no time, led by the regular Mach and the repeat customer Garp, the group arrived at a place called Romance Dawn. They were warmly welcomed and shown to a large, luxurious room that had been reserved for them. With his feet soaking in a warm small tub of water, Mihawk began to relax slightly. Just a foot bath. He remarked. There's nothing special about this. He had assumed it must be something extraordinary to attract the marine hero all the way out here. Wahaha, this is just the beginning. Garp chuckled from his own basin. Just you wait. That's right, Dracula, I already made the arrangements for you. Mach added. Stop calling me Dracula. Okay, Dracula. A short while later, a woman entered the room. Masseuse number 44, Komomo, is at your service. A moment later, a low sigh of satisfaction escaped Mihawk's lips. How is it, Dracula? Mach asked, looking pleased with himself. When you come here, you have to relax properly. It's merely average, Mihawk said, snapping back to his usual stoicism. I am only interested in swords. A hint of intrigue entered his voice as he added, "That base commander, however, does interest me. The boss. He's a very skilled swordsman, after all. That corrupt marine is a skilled swordsman? Interesting." Mihawk's interest was piqued, and he started to stand. "You want to cross swords with that kid? Forget it," Garp said cheerfully. "He probably doesn't have time for you today. Why do you think I dragged you over here?" It was his idea. The kid said he's looking forward to a match with the world's strongest swordsman and wants to take it very seriously. He believes a duel of this importance can't begin so casually, so he hopes you'll grant him one night to prepare. Looking forward to it? Takes it seriously. Mihawk was taken aback for a moment, then a cold smile touched his lips. It seems I've underestimated him. So he respects the way of the sword, he mused. Perhaps this won't be a waste of time after all. If that's the case, then let him prepare, Mihawk said, a faint sense of anticipation in his voice. He had better not disappoint me. Wahaha, that guy might just surprise you. You should really look forward to it. I hope so. A glint flashed in Mihawk's eyes as he leaned back again. I will. Since he's taking this so seriously, he thought, I might as well relax and gather my strength. He had to admit, this was surprisingly comfortable. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 91, Chapter 91. Mihawk was a man of his word. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his feet from the small tub of water. He'd given the man a full day to prepare, and now it was time to see if he was truly worthy of the blade he carried. The hero of the Marines and the so-called overlord of the East Blue showed little interest in the affair, just offering Mihawk a lazy wave as he left. Mach had absolute faith in his captain. If Dante had made his decision, then he was ready. As for Garp, he was on vacation and couldn't be bothered. He was planning to head back to the Goa Kingdom in a few days anyway, so for now, he was just going to enjoy himself. Ha! I told Sengoku he should have come with me, but he never listens, Garp said with a relaxed sigh. What's the point in burying yourself in all that paperwork? He should learn to be more like me. Sengoku? You talk about him a lot, he is lucky to have you as his friend looking out for him, boss Garp. Mach overheard, letting out a cheerful laugh. Well, if he ever comes this way, tell him the drinks are on me. Wahaha, you mean it. Of course. I'm not just the most tight-lipped man on the seas, I keep my word, too. Then it's a deal, Mach my boy. Don't you go running off when the time comes. And just like that, without a clue as to the weight behind the name Sengoku, Mach made a promise aboard the Romance Dawn to treat Garp's old friend the next time he visited. Meanwhile, Mihawk had boarded a passing ship and made his way back to the Marine 16th branch. He was briefly surprised by how lively the island was for a remote East Blue base, but he paid it little mind. If it doesn't involve swordsmanship, he thought, it's not worth my time. When he arrived at the docks for the 16th branch, a Marine was already there, waiting as if he had been expected. Before Mihawk could speak, the soldier explained that his captain had ordered him to wait and then gestured for him to follow. Mihawk frowned slightly, but he followed the soldier to a cleared-out training ground without a word. And there he was, the Marine captain. He'd clearly been waiting for some time, standing firm with the black blade Shusui in hand. For a moment, he actually looked the part of a true swordsman. But then Mihawk saw the banner strung up behind him. Thank you for your personal guidance, world's strongest swordsman. And surrounding the training ground was a dense crowd of onlookers. Mihawk fell silent. This is what he spent a full night preparing. The flicker of respect he had felt died instantly. Any hint of a swordsman's spirit was buried under what was clearly just a cheap spectacle. You have disappointed me, Mihawk sighed, drawing his small dagger. I was actually looking forward to this. A corrupt Marine captain. Very well. Let's just get this over with. But before he could move, the man across from him held up a hand. Wait. The captain said, his expression completely serious. It hasn't started yet. Mihawk paused, the dagger frozen in his hand. Remembering the anticipation he'd felt last night, he fixed the man with a flat stare. What now? He asked, a scowl forming. Don't tell me you have yet another tedious delay to present. No. First, let's be clear. Are you challenging me? I have already lost interest. Then that settles it, the captain said smoothly. If you're not interested, we won't fight. And you can't attack me, either. Imagine what all these people would think, Dracula Mihawk, if they saw you attacking a swordsman who refuses to fight back at such a formal event. Mihawk's eye twitched as he suppressed his irritation. This bastard. He glanced at Shusui, then remembered Garp's promise of a surprise. Taking a slow, deep breath, he ground out, yes, I am challenging you. In that case, I understand. But I don't accept just anyone's challenge. Just get to the damn point. Before the red-faced Mihawk could speak, the Marine captain continued, his expression grave. If the challenger loses, he must accept a punishment. Mihawk was taken aback for a moment but replied calmly, as you wish. At least that sounded somewhat proper. Can we begin now? You'll have to wait a moment longer. He was stopped again. Before Mihawk's eyelid could even begin to twitch again, he saw the man wave his hand. A woman stepped forward with a smile and handed him a document. While I trust your character, Dante said with great solemnity, in a sacred duel such as this, we must protect the rights of both parties. I hope you will sign this. Mihawk took a deep breath and lowered his head to look at the paper. It said little more than what the man had just stated. If the challenger loses, they must accept a punishment. It did not specify what that punishment was, but Mihawk didn't care. With a slight twitch of his eyelid, he signed his name. Me lose to this corrupt Marine captain from East Blue? Impossible. Can we start now? Just a moment, let me have a look first. The Marine captain had already stepped forward, given the document a once-over, and nodded in satisfaction before having it solemnly put away. Then, he once again struck a resolute pose, holding the black blade shisui. This time, however, the sight stirred no anticipation in my hawk. His voice was cold as ice. Are you finished? All he wanted was to cut down this man who possessed not a single shred of a swordsman's dignity. And this time, Dante finally nodded, looking at him seriously. Yes, we can begin. He, too, was looking forward to crossing swords with the world's strongest. But now it was Mihawk who stopped him. Wait. As Dante wondered what could possibly be next, a faint, cold smile touched Mihawk's lips. Allow me to switch swords. He put away his dagger and drew the massive black greatsword from his back. He hoped this wasn't the surprise the hero of the Marines had mentioned. It was certainly unexpected, so much so that it was making him genuinely want to kill this man. Seeing Mihawk draw his greatsword, the corner of Dante's mouth twitched. He'd planned to throw his opponent off balance, but he hadn't expected the man to escalate so quickly, as if he couldn't wait to cut him down. Seeing Mihawk not only get serious but also switch to his greatsword, Dante got serious. He had been planning to pull a fast one, but he hadn't expected his opponent to become so eager to cut him down. Before Dante could say another word, Mihawk let out a cold laugh, giving him no more time for tricks. His entire demeanor shifted. He was no longer a bored spectator but an unsheathed blade, his hawk-like eyes flaring with a piercing, cold light. I hope, he said, his voice low and dangerous, you are worthy of this sword, Marine. With a single motion, he slashed. Under the wide-eyed gazes of the invited swordsmanship apprentices, the air itself seemed to tear apart. A vast, crescent-shaped wave of pressure shot forward, whistling as it threatened to rip the makeshift stage to splinters. A murmur of awe rippled through the crowd. He truly was the world's strongest swordsman, just as their captain had said. However, the attack never landed. Clang! With a slash of his own, Dante met the wave of force and neutralized it completely. Mihawk, who had expected to end the farce in a single blow, stared in genuine surprise. The irritation vanished from his hawk-like eyes, replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. He locked his gaze on the Marine. It seems, he said, a different kind of smile forming. You haven't disappointed me after all, Captain Dante. Mihawk started getting excited. Now I don't have to deal with mess of killing Marine Captain right under Garp's nose. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 92, Chapter 92. With every clash of their blades, Mihawk's surprise grew. He had initially dismissed this Marine captain from the quiet East Blue as just another swordsman, hungry for a reputation. No, that's not right, Mihawk corrected himself. This man has no reputation to speak of at all. His first impression had been of a thoroughly corrupt officer, the kind who bribed superiors and consorted with pirates. He remembered their first meeting, the way Dante had slipped a card into Garp's hand, the way he'd sent the hero of the Marines off for a foot massage with that so-called East Blue overlord at a place called Romancedon. What kind of proper Marine captain does something like that? Forget chasing fame, Mihawk had never even heard of a swordsman of this caliber in the East Blue. Of course, he didn't care about the dirty dealings of the Marines. The only thing that held his interest was the sword. After parrying another series of strikes, Mihawk looked up. The anger that had been in his eyes since Dante withered his first slash was gone, replaced by a sharp, hawk-like focus. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Captain Dante, he said, his voice level. You are worthy of that blade. He had never encountered a style quite like it, fluid and gentle as a stream one moment, then relentless as a torrent the next. Though he had crossed blades with countless masters, a new feeling stirred within him. The hero of the Marines was right, Mihawk thought, as he continued, you have exceeded my expectations. It wasn't just the man's corruption, but his swordsmanship, too. Even the very nature of this duel was something he had not anticipated. Mihawk pulled back. He stopped. A voice boomed from a distant stage, amplified by a Den Mushi. The world's strongest swordsman acknowledges him. He acknowledges our captain's skill. On the stage, a man held the megaphone Den Mushi, shouting with excitement. And what about our captain? He arranged this grand spectacle so all of you could witness a duel between masters firsthand. This is the mutual respect of the world's greatest swordsman. He then passed the Den Mushi to a man munching on bread with some tangerine jam on it. And now, for a word from our special guest, Vice Admiral Garp. Sir, what are your thoughts? Yeah, you said it all just fine, Garp said cheerfully, still munching. So, about that special gift you mentioned, when do I get it? Wahahaha, I can't wait. It's already been prepared, sir. It will be delivered as soon as this is over. Wahahaha, is that so? Then could you get an old man some more snacks? Shouldn't that bribe-taking Vice Admiral be at Romancedon? Mihawk wondered. I thought he wasn't interested. When did he get here? His grip on his sword tightened. Dante's strength may have been unexpected, but one thing remained constant, the growing urge to cut the man down. And as if that wasn't enough, a big thank you to the hero of the Marines for his commentary. The announcer continued. Now let's turn to our other host. He moved the Den Mushi toward a man sitting with his arms crossed and a serious look on his face. Captain Mach, the East Blue overlord himself, with his vast experience in public speaking. What insights can you offer? The boss is the strongest. Mach declared, his eyes wide. He sat there, an imposing figure with a solemn look on his face. Dracula is strong, too, but I believe the boss is the strongest. With that, he stood up, raised a fist, and shouted to the crowd below, "Go, boss." Myhawk's expression soured. Didn't he say he wasn't interested either? When did he get here? He had fought countless duels, but none had ever been this absurd. He felt his fighting spirit soar even as he desperately wished for it all to be over. And I told him not to call me Dracula. His patience gone, Myhawk sent a slash flying toward the stage. The fierce blade of wind tore through the air, even more menacing than the one he'd aimed at Dante. The announcer shrieked and dubbed behind Garp, who promptly shoved him aside. But it wasn't over. Myhawk seems to be a bit emotional, attacking the announcer. The man, Genre, shouted, having recovered. As your host, I urge Myhawk to control himself. Friendship first, dueling second. He turned to Mach, who was also getting back to his feet. Your thoughts, Captain Mach. The boss is the strongest. Go, boss. These people. Myhawk, resisting the urge to send another slash their way, took a deep breath. He turned to Dante, his voice cool. Is this your doing? It's a good opportunity for everyone to learn, Dante said with a slight smile before adding seriously, don't worry, this is only for internal study. It won't be leaked. That wasn't what I was asking. Myhawk's eyelid twitched. He swung his longsword once more. Instantly, the announcer's voice erupted again. And they'd begun again. After a brief clash of words and wills, the duel is back on. As expected of the world's strongest swordsman. A single swing that seems to tear space itself apart. Let's hear it for Myhawk. Genre's voice swelled with excitement. But our captain is not to be outdone. He blocked it. He blocked that terrifying attack. Let's cheer for our captain. The crowd roared in approval. For the Marine cadets watching, it was an unforgettable lesson. Now, let's ask a fellow swordswoman for her opinion. Instructor Kuina, what are your thoughts? Watching from the stands, Kuina was cheering for her senior while studying every move. She had seen him fight an admiral not long ago and had been stunned by his skill, but this pure duel between swordsmen made her acutely aware of her own shortcomings. Is this the power of a true master swordsman? She thought, her shoulders slumping. I'm still so far behind. But she remembered what her senpai had told her last night, to watch closely. She'd wondered what he meant, but now she understood. Her dejection vanished, replaced by resolve. She raised her fist and shouted with all her might, her voice clear and determined. Don't worry, senpai. I won't give up. I'll catch up to you, so please, wait for me. The raw determination in her voice made even Myhawk pause. He glanced at Kuina on the stage, his eyes lingering for a moment on the white-sheathed sword at her hip. Wado Ekimanji. My Kawarhei, Dante said. Not bad, is she? It seems this trip to the East Blue has been worthwhile after all, Myhawk admitted with a slight nod. A swordsman who could witness such a fight and still reaffirm their own path deserved respect. He pursed his lips. Fine. I won't slash at the stage again. The words had barely left his mouth. Such a determined heart. Genre exclaimed. An inspiration to us all. Now, back to Vice Admiral Garp for his thoughts. Interesting. This vacation is turning out to be very interesting. Garp boomed, stuffing his mouth with snacks. I should get Sengoku to organize things like this in the future. Bwahahaha. Another slash flew toward the stage. Myhawk turned back to Dante, his face grim. One strike to decide this. What do you say? His fighting spirit was at its peak, but his patience was gone. Right now, he just wanted to go up there and cut someone. That works for me. Dante looked at him in surprise, having expected this to drag on. He's more bashful than I thought, he mused. Actually get shy in front of a crowd. Seeing the corrupt Marine agree so readily, Myhawk felt a sliver of relief. Luckily for him, he had no idea what Dante was thinking, or he might have been forced to fight for 3 days. He sheathed his black blade, Yoru, and his focus sharpened. A fierce aura began to radiate from him as he prepared to unleash his final, strongest attack. Wait a moment. Halted again by the captain, Myhawk stopped. Before he could ask what was wrong this time, Dante spoke. This is Shusui, he explained, holding the blade horizontally before him in a formal presentation. One of the 21 great grade swords, once wielded by the samurai Ryama of Wano. It is said to have slain a dragon. He paused. Now, it is mine. Before Myhawk could respond, Genre's voice exploded from the speakers. The most exciting moment has arrived. Our captain reveals his blade, demonstrating the highest etiquette of a swordsman's duel. This is what it means to be a master swordsman. Myhawk's eyelid twitched. What the hell is swordsman's etiquette? He just wanted this to be over. And what of Myhawk? Is he unaware of this custom? Or does he look down on our captain? No matter. Genre raised a fist. Let's cheer for Myhawk. Shout his name with me. Myhawk. The crowd roared. Louder. Myhawk. The chants echoed across the grounds. Myhawk's expression was an impassive mask. He took a deep breath, and through gritted teeth, he raised his own great sword. Yoru, he growled. The world's strongest black blade. Without another word, his entire demeanor shifted. He became like an unsheathed sword himself, radiating a terrifying, formless power as he swung his blade at Dante without the slightest hesitation. A terrifying wave of pressure swept forward, so immense it seemed the very sky would split apart. After releasing the slash, Myhawk didn't even watch it connect. He turned, raising his greatsword toward the stage, his usual cool demeanor replaced by a chilling focus. You, he thought, his focus fixed on the announcer. You're the one who wouldn't just shut up. Dear readers and fans, For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 93, Chapter 93. Despite a minor hitch at the very end, the duel had concluded perfectly. Mihawk had unleashed his strongest attack, and Dante had met it with his own. The transformation of Dante's technique from a gentle stream into a turbulent ocean had been enough to surprise even Mihawk. They had clashed with the purest form of swordsmanship, and by now, everything that needed to be tested had been. To continue would have meant a battle with no end in sight. So when Mihawk, his expression grim, turned his blade on the unfortunate hosts, Genre and Mach, the duel was effectively over. The winner was clear. After all, Mihawk had walked away before the fight was truly finished. Who else could have lost? Sullen and silent, the world's greatest swordsman admitted defeat. He had gone into this thinking Dante was a mere trickster. He hadn't expected the man to be a trickster with genuine power. He'd been played, plain and simple. Still, the world's strongest swordsman wasn't one to go back on his word, especially not with a swordsman who had earned his respect. As long as the request wasn't unreasonable, he would honor it. Dante knew this, of course. He'd been the one to set the trap. But his swordsmanship had been the key. Without it, Mihawk never would have conceded. You can joke around, he thought, but you can't actually be weak. His demand was surprisingly reasonable, for Mihawk to stay and teach the swordsmanship students at the 16th branch, with Kuina receiving his personal instruction. Mihawk didn't say much, and with what looked like an inward sigh of relief, he agreed. However, the man was clearly not cut out for honest work. When it came to the branch students, he would offer a few casual words and nothing more. If a student dared to ask a question, he'd answer with a single slash and tell them to figure it out on their own before turning his back. The rest of the time, he was a master of slacking off. It was also entirely possible that the aspirations of the students simply hadn't earned his approval. His instruction of Kuina, however, was quite serious. Dante had watched him. Mihawk's critiques were harsh, but Kuina never once faltered. As for Vice Admiral Garp, he had graciously accepted his special guest gift and promptly resumed his vacation. With Mach as his guide and a golden VIP card from Dante in hand, Garp had spent his days eating, drinking, and making merry across the Kanamai archipelago, seeming to genuinely enjoy himself. The card was the only one of its kind, granting certain free services and deep discounts on select goods. Garp was more than satisfied. He no longer had to pay to visit the Romance Dawn, and he could even get a receipt. Mach had looked on with pure envy when he heard about it. He wanted one, too. Of course, Dante wasn't taking a loss on the deal. For now, he was just playing the same dirty game as everyone else in the East Blue, but the future was another matter. The title hero of the Marines was an incredibly useful brand. If it wouldn't have been too high profile, he would have asked Garp to do a few advertisements. He was certain they would have been a massive hit. Besides, Garp had brought a parting gift of his own. Marine headquarters had agreed to source a portion of their snacks from the branch. While the profit margin wasn't as high as cosmetics or tangerine wine, it was a steady, reliable income. Even better, they would be placing an order for the wine as well. It was the kind of deal only an old fox like Garp could pull off. Sensei Zephyr is just too honest, Dante thought. He tried for years and got nowhere, but Garp gets it done the moment he shows up. The old man couldn't stay forever, though. Once he'd had his fill of relaxation, it would be time to leave. Every year during his vacation, he would stop by the Goa Kingdom to see family, rounding up a few pirates and bandits along the way. A few days later, Garp stood cheerfully on the pier of the Marine 16th branch, ready to depart. Unlike when he arrived, he was now dressed in casual attire made in the Kanamai archipelago. Wahaha! Now that was a proper vacation. The Vice Admiral laughed, his voice booming as always. Where's that Hawkeye kid? He's not coming with me. He still has some business here for the time being, Dante said with a nod. How could he let that guy leave before he'd squeezed him dry? He'll head back to the Grand Line from here when he's finished. Is that so? Then I won't wait for him. Garp nodded. When it came to the Shishibukai, he had no authority so long as they didn't violate world government laws. He stuffed his mouth with a handful of snacks. It's getting late. I wonder how that brat Luffy is doing. Time to head back. Vice Admiral Garp, sir, goodbye. Mach said seriously, seeing him off. And don't you worry. The next time your old friend comes to visit, I'll make sure he receives the best hospitality. No one will ever know you're our backer. Is that so? Well, thank you very much. But Garp's grin widened as he looked at the earnest Mach. He reached out and snatched him by the collar. For now, you're coming with me. What is he doing? Mach thought, utterly bewildered. Is he really going to kidnap me? You're rumored to be strong enough to take down a Shishibukai, but this is all you've got. Garp flashed a set of pearly white teeth. His smile was bright, but it sent a chill down Mach's spine. Let me whip you into shape for a few days. Can't have you embarrassing this old hero of the Marines. Bogard, grab him. Yes, sir. Boss. The East Blue can't survive without me. You can do it. Dante called out encouragingly to the stunned Mach, then turned to Garp. I'll leave him in your hands. He's been with me a long time. His talent isn't bad, but he has a bit of a thick skull. Don't you worry. As a Marine, I'm pretty good at disciplining pirates. Before the speechless Dante could respond to Garp's sinister smile, the old man spoke again. Well then, I should get going before Sengoku starts nagging me again. Let me give you one last piece of advice, kid. Garp popped another snack into his mouth. His face was still smiling, but his tone had turned serious. Be careful. The world government won't stay blind forever. But as long as you don't touch certain things, they won't care what kind of trouble you stir up in the four seas. You know about my stupid son, right? Just don't make me have to come and hunt you down myself. Dante understood. As long as you didn't punch a celestial dragon or go looking for poneglyphs, the world government would mostly leave you to the Marines. Unfortunately, he had already stolen Vegapunk. They would come for him sooner or later. Dante simply nodded with a smile. Of course, I am well versed in the laws of the world government. Is that so? That kid Kuzan said you didn't understand them at all. Ah, whatever. Not my problem. Garp waved a hand and started walking toward his warship with Bogard. Just don't rat me out when you get caught, he said cheerfully. I'm still the hero of the Marines, you know. This cunning old fox, Dante thought. He quickly put on a righteous expression. Of course not. As Mock's boss, I value loyalty above all else. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. That's right. Me and the boss, we're the most loyal guys you'll ever meet. You can ask me. Wahaha, then I can rest assured. Finally, amidst Garp's hearty laughter, the doghead battleship slowly pulled away from the shore. Dante continued to wave with a smile. Loyalty, he thought. I'm the biggest warlord in the East Blue, keeping pirates as pets and bribing my superiors. Where would I even find something like that? Just as he was about to turn and head back, Robin, who had been silent the entire time, spoke up, and smile on her face. Boss, did we forget something? Huh? What? Who was it that Mock returned with? That old man Garp, of course. Robin looked at her boss, who called him Vice Admiral Garp to his face and old man behind his back. She smiled helplessly. And who else? It was then that Dante remembered. He turned to watch the distant, shrinking warship, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sighed, his voice heavy with mock tragedy. Ah, my great hope for the Grand Line pirates. Meanwhile, in the temporary brig of the Doghead battleship, a figure with a red nose lay weakly on the floorboards, struggling to lift a hand. Is anyone there? Hello? Anybody? I'm still here. You damned Marines. Your master Buggy is still here. Did these Marines just forget about me? How long does it take to deal with one little East Blue overlord? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 94, Chapter 94. The incident with Buggy was a minor hiccup, but nothing serious. It just meant Mock would have to stick by his side a while longer. Vice Admiral Garp's departure barely made a ripple. After all, he'd only been there on vacation, a little rest, a little relaxation, and a front row seat for the duel. He hadn't done much else. And so, the 16th Marine Branch carried on as usual. As for Mihawk, he spent his free time either training the recruits at the camp, guiding Koana, or relaxing at Romance Dawn, all expenses paid. He claimed it was his salary. He even argued he was giving Dante a discount, since a man of his stature, a Shishibukai, could never be hired as a special instructor by just anyone. Of course, it was clear he was just eager for another spar. Still, every time he saw the sheer number of recruits milling about, he managed to restrain himself. The memory of that chaotic last spar was more than enough to put him off a repeat performance. He had no desire to repeat that farce. Koana, for her part, was flourishing. Under the guidance of the world's greatest swordsman, her skills were improving at a remarkable pace. At the same time, Kuma's operations continued to expand. The recent pirate crackdown had made recruitment on the islands near the member nations surprisingly easy. So much so that several member nations were openly grateful, thanking the Shishibukai for relieving them of their unproductive citizens. Their countries, they claimed, felt more spacious and beautiful now. In response, the island managers and station marines, posing as Kuma's subordinates, were more than happy to receive them. The kings and their royal guards were welcomed warmly and then sent packing with faces full of bruises and empty pockets. They were moved to tears by the heartfelt experience. A Shishabukai's forces were forbidden from attacking a member nation without cause, but this was a clear case of provocation on their own territory. How could they let that slide? They stripped them, beat them, and threw them out. Even if Marine headquarters found out, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. They'd probably just berate the member nations for their stupidity. Why were they meddling in a Shishabukai's business anyway? Did they think the title meant they weren't pirates anymore? The fact that they were sent back in alive at all was a favor to the Marines. And so, though the member nations felt wronged, they could only swallow their anger. After all, Kuma had come to recruit workers, and their commoners had left voluntarily. As for the claim that the recruitment was a plot to hollow out their nations, no one would believe that. They couldn't win the argument, and they certainly couldn't win a fight. Besides, most of the commoners who left were from the outskirts anyway, people destined to become scavengers sooner or later. This just sped things up. Before long, a new sentiment began to circulate among the member nations. With those filthy paupers gone, the whole country feels so much more spacious and beautiful. Without them dragging us down, our prosperous days can finally begin. We're one step closer to being named a beautiful country of the East Blue by the celestial dragons. As the idea spread, the royalty and nobles cheered up, deciding there was some truth to it after all. They even began to mock the Shishibukai for being foolish enough to recruit such useless people. Some nations even began to celebrate. And so, while the nobles celebrated, the commoners who had been cast aside began to build new lives, full of hope for the future. For a time, both sides settled into a strange and quiet harmony. Watching it all unfold, Dante just calmly sipped his tea. These nations are doomed, he thought. They'll understand eventually. Once the commoners are gone, who's left at the bottom? When there's no one left to look down on, they'll turn on each other. The lowest rungs of society always bore the brunt of the abuse. Once they were gone, it was only a matter of time before a new bottom was established. The answer was obvious. For now, all he had to do was watch. In any case, the 16th branch was thriving. Their territory was expanding, the number of Marines was growing, and revenue was climbing steadily. And today, knock, knock, come in. Dante looked up in surprise as a stone-faced Mihawk walked in. Before he could say anything, Mihawk spoke. "I'm leaving," Mihawk stated, getting straight to the point. "I thought it best to tell you in person." "Weren't you supposed to be looking for Vegapunk?" Dante asked, a little confused. He knew the world government had issued a mandatory order, and that Mihawk had only come to the East Blue to duck his responsibilities. "What's the matter?" Dante added. "Done slacking off." Mihawk gave him a flat look. Only this man would have the nerve to say that out loud, though he wasn't wrong. It was still a world government order, not that a degenerate Marine like Dante would care. "They haven't found him, so the order is being rescinded," Mihawk said coolly. "From now on, they'll likely use spies to investigate quietly. They can't keep up a public search forever." As he spoke, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his otherwise indifferent expression. "I wonder who had the nerve to snatch someone right out from under the world government's nose." "Yeah, me too, who would be so daring?" Dante arched an eyebrow, his tone full of mock regret. "I didn't expect you to leave so soon. I was hoping you'd challenge me again." "Another match with you? Not a chance." The thought of another fight with the corrupt Marine captain was tempting, but after the last fiasco, Mihawk had made a promise to himself he would never again duel this troublemaker in the East Blue. He pushed the thought aside. "I fulfilled your request," he added flatly, remembering something else. "I have to say, it was a waste of my time." "Ah, was it?" Dante said, unbothered. To a man like Mihawk, anything that wasn't a duel with a master swordsman was a waste of time. It was best to just let it go. "What about Kuina?" "A little girl with some talent. Also a waste of time." Mihawk's tone was dismissive, but he paused before continuing. "She's too influenced by you. That water-breathing style of yours is decent, I'll admit, but if she wants to become a true master, she has to break away from your shadow. Otherwise..." He smirked. "She'll only ever be a clumsy imitation." He had seen enough of Kuina to understand her skills. Though she used other forms, her core techniques were a mirror of Dante's. For some, imitation was a valid path. But if her dream was to become the world's strongest, she could not rely on another's shadow forever. He saw Dante's frown and sneered. "It seems you already knew that. That's why you asked me to teach her, isn't it? To make her see another way, my way of the sword." Of course, he didn't really mind. If it meant helping forge a powerful swordsman, he could spare the time. "Well then, I'll be going," Mihawk said, turning. "I will be waiting for you in the new world." The words had barely left his mouth. He had just turned to leave when a sound cut through the quiet office. Pura pura puru. A nearby den den mushi began to ring. It was Robin's. She glanced at Dante, who nodded, and she answered the call. A moment later, Robin hung up. She hesitated, glancing at Mihawk, who still hadn't left. When Dante gestured for her to go on, she said with a sigh, "Boss, it seems someone has hijacked our cargo." As soon as she finished, before Dante could even respond, Mihawk stopped in his tracks. A flicker of interest crossed his stoic face, and he casually sat down on a nearby sofa. This left Dante speechless for a moment. "Weren't you leaving?" "I just remembered something else I need to discuss," Mihawk said smoothly. "Is this a bad time? Do you need me to step out?" "No, that won't be necessary." "Then don't mind me." Mihawk waved a hand, gesturing for them to continue as he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. "My business can wait." "You don't have business," Dante grumbled. "You just want to watch the show. I thought you were only interested in swords." He ignored him and turned back to Robin. "Who?" "The commander of the 153rd branch," she said. "Captain Morgan." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 95, Chapter 95. "Morgan, don't you think you're pushing it?" Dante said, his voice tight. "You know the Kokoyashi Merchant Association is under my protection." "Ah, a misunderstanding, my friend. Purely a misunderstanding. My men can be a bit overzealous, they seized the wrong cargo. I've already given them a piece of my mind and sent your people on their way." "That's very generous of you," Dante said, his tone heavy with sarcasm. "But my cargo is still missing." "Ah, about that, it seems my men sank it. Fools don't know the value of your goods, do they? Don't worry, I gave them an earful for that, too." An icy silence followed. This old bastard, Dante thought, staring at the metal-jawed den den mushi in his hand. The snail was mimicking Morgan's smug expression perfectly. It was obvious now that this was no accident. Morgan was doing just fine lording over Shell's town, so why would he seize my cargo for no reason? We've been working together for years. It's impossible to do business in this half of the East Blue without going through him, but our arrangement has always been stable. Why would he turn on an ally now? Before Dante could make sense of it, the den den mushi in his hand spoke again, its voice unervingly cheerful. "Oh, and one more thing I nearly forgot. My operating costs have gone up. I just wanted to give you a heads up." The snail seemed to sense Dante's confusion and added, "So, if you want to continue shipping goods through my territory, the price is going to have to go up. Not by much, just 50%. 50% isn't much." Dante frowned further, and he was about to demand if Morgan even wanted to do business anymore when the snail continued with a melancholic sigh. I don't know what this overlord of the East Blue thinks he's doing. In just 2 sweeps, he's nearly wiped out all the pirates around here. You know my business relies heavily on them. Now, they're almost all gone, and my profits have been cut by more than half. A man gets desperate when he's poor. I have no choice. As Morgan finished, the entire meeting room fell silent. Robin and Mihawk, who had likely put the pieces together, both turned to Dante with a curious look. Dante suppressed his frustration. He never thought his own work would come back to bite him like this. So you're poor, he thought. What does that have to do with me? I don't care what the overlord of the East Blue is doing. You think you're the only one affected? Dante snorted. Listen to me, Morgan. You'll give my things back, or this conversation is going to get a lot less polite. Less polite. The Den Mushy sneered, its tone shifting as if triggered by Dante's lack of deference. And how, exactly, are you going to be less polite with me? Are you not afraid I'll report everything you've done over the years to the HQ? That's hilarious. You're just a demoted captain. If you'd just been transferred, I might have been worried, but it's been years. Do you still think you're that genius from HQ? Morgan shot back, his voice dripping with contempt. On these seas, who's clean? You think I'm some amateur like Nezumi? I've got dirt on you, just like you have on me. He paused, letting the thread hang in the air. You've been enjoying yourself with those female pirates, haven't you? Don't think I don't know. That woman from the Arlong Pirates is with you right now, and I'm sure she's not the first one you've played with over the years. The moment the words left his mouth, a sudden sound cut through the room. Pfft. Mihawk, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, choked and sprayed it across the table. He turned to Dante with a look of utter astonishment. He knew the man was a corrupt marine, but he never expected that, on top of sponsoring pirates and bribing superiors, he was also a degenerate who toyed with his female captives. As for Dante, his expression reddened. Crocodile was one thing, but how does even Morgan? No, why does everyone think I'm playing with female pirates? Before he could respond, Morgan's voice came through the snail one last time, thick with meaning. You wouldn't want me to report you to Marine HQ, now would you, Dante? Clack. Before Dante could get another word in, the line went dead. He was left staring at the sleeping Den Mushy, his face a mask of cold fury. He never thought he would be on the receiving end of a threat like this. Just then, Mihawk, having enjoyed the show long enough, took another sip of his tea. It seems your time in the East Blue isn't so easy after all, he said leisurely. Perhaps you should come with me to the Grand Line. He paused, an amused glint in his eyes. There are plenty of beautiful female pirates there, too. With your strength, I'm sure many of them would take a liking to you. What does this guy take me for? No time, Dante said with a dismissive wave. I have a good operation here. Why would I go running around? So, what are you going to do now? Mihawk asked, his eyes flashing with interest. Are you going to go settle the score with him yourself? If he leaves, Mihawk mused, perhaps I can find him on the way and we could have a proper spar. However, the moment he asked, Dante looked at him as if he were insane. Settle the score with him? Why would I ever do something like that? Then your plan is to report him to my superiors, of course, Dante declared. You should know, I'm a righteous marine. You have the nerve to talk about righteousness. Mihawk stared at the shameless man, then frowned slightly. Aren't you afraid he'll report you in return? Not in the least, Dante said, puffing out his chest with pride. As a righteous marine, why would I have anything to fear? Elsewhere, 153rd Marine Branch, Shellstown, Captain Morgan's office. Having just hung up the Den Mushy, Morgan leaned back in his chair, feet propped on his desk and hands laced behind his head. A look of pure contempt was on his face. He wasn't clean, but was Dante. On these seas, who was? If that so-called overlord hadn't been stirring up trouble, they could have continued their profitable arrangement. But thanks to him, his income had plummeted. If he didn't find some extra cash, how could he maintain his lifestyle? Speaking of which, was that overlord an idiot? All that talk about restoring the glory of the East Blue pirates, and now he'd nearly wiped them all out. It would be ages before they recovered. While Morgan was unconcerned, one of his subordinates shifted nervously. Captain Morgan, what if he really does report you? Impossible, Morgan sneered, waving a dismissive hand. That clever brat wouldn't do something so suicidal. He's been stuck in the East Blue for years. Does he really think anyone still believes he has a powerful backer? He chuckled. Besides, so what if he does? You know that base commander in Logtown? The one who was just transferred here. That man is a zealot who hates corruption and does things by his own rules. He's not like Dante. As long as he finds out about corruption, he'll arrest anyone, no matter who they are. Does that kid really want to take me down with him? And even if the Logtown commander doesn't do anything, so what? I heard the Marine hero Garp returned to the East Blue for a vacation a few days ago. Is there anyone the hero couldn't arrest? Why else do you think I would make a move now? If Dante really had such a powerful connection, he wouldn't have been rotting in the East Blue for all these years. So you see, Morgan finished with a loud, confident laugh, that kid will absolutely not report me. He'll just have to swallow this loss. A few days later, however, Shellstown Marine Branch, Captain Morgan. Captain Morgan. A Marine burst into the office, panicked. Captain Smoker is here with an arrest warrant from headquarters. He said someone reported you for embezzlement, bribery, colluding with pirates, and plundering merchant ships. Pfft. Morgan, who had been drinking, sprayed booze all over his desk. He stared at his subordinate, utterly dumbfounded. That brat actually reported me. Is he not afraid of me reporting him back? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the door swung open. Your Captain Morgan, commander of the 153rd Marine Branch. Captain Smoker stood in the doorway, taking a long drag from his cigar before looking at Morgan with cold eyes. Someone reported you for embezzlement, bribery, colluding with pirates, and plundering merchant ships. You're coming with me. Morgan suppressed his frustration as he stared at Smoker. In his mind, he was cursing Dante's name. He then shuddered and quickly raised his hand. Wait. I want to report someone, too. I'm reporting the 16th branch dash. He never finished the sentence. A plume of thick white smoke shot out and filled his mouth, silencing him completely. No, Smoker said, flicking the ash from his cigar impatiently. You don't. He waved to his men. Take him away. With his mouth full of smoke, a stunned Morgan was dragged away. He stared at Smoker, the captain who supposedly wouldn't let him speak. In that instant, something clicked, and his eyes widened with disbelief. Wasn't this man supposed to be an incorruptible zealot who answered to no one? A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Dante? He took a sharp, muffled breath. As I thought. These seas are truly filthy. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 96, Chapter 96. Getting reported for fooling around with a female pirate. What a flimsy pretext. Dante found the idea almost laughable. And even if the report went through, what would come of it? Compared to his other dealings, this was practically nothing. Still, it left Dante with a faint sense of regret. Doing business in this world was never as straightforward as it should be. They'd had such a good thing going, too. Why can't everyone just get rich together? He wondered. Why do people always have to get greedy and try to take it all for themselves? Of course, Morgan had apparently been a decent marine once, full of justice and all that. It was Kuro and Django who'd broken him. Not that it mattered now. Even if Morgan somehow returned to the hot-blooded young man he used to be, would that man go along with Dante's creative business practices? So, really, it was better for everyone if Morgan just spent a few quiet years in a cell. Maybe he'd even recover. In any case, his fate was no longer Dante's concern. After hearing that the East Blue's second most corrupt Marine base commander had been taken into custody, Dante didn't give it another thought. As for Mihawk, he'd lingered for 2 extra days, but when it became clear there was no more excitement to be had, he finally prepared to leave. Dante made sure to look appropriately regretful about it, if only because a few more days of free instruction would have been nice. At the docks, Mihawk saw the somber look on Dante's face and felt an unexpected stirring of emotion himself. Perhaps he's reluctant to see a rival depart, he thought. It made a certain kind of sense. The man was a degenerate, but he was also a powerful swordsman, and opponents of their caliber were hard to come by. Just as Mihawk was about to offer a simple, "See you on the Grand Line," Dante broke the silence. "You should really get a new boat," he said with a sigh, gesturing to the small, coffin-like vessel bobbing by the pier. "And next time, try not to paddle your way through the calm belt with your sword. Someone's going to see you, and people will talk. It's a bad look." His tone shifted, becoming earnestly persuasive. "Listen, I know a shipyard that's about to open up right here in the East Blue. They can build anything, including little sailboats just like this one, perfect for a lone traveler." Dante's eyes lit up as he launched into his pitch. "In fact, they have a model that made me think of you the second I saw it. It's like it was designed for a master swordsman. Don't let the size fool you. It's small but fierce, compact but powerful. It's got an all-inclusive cockpit that makes you feel secure, one with the waves. Gives you incredible handling and stability." He leaned in, painting a picture with his hands. "Imagine this: piano black finish, sleek chrome trim, lines as sharp as a drawn blade. It's not just a boat, it's a statement. And the power system is a hybrid. You can row it yourself when you want the exercise, or just kick back and let it sail on its own. Free up your hands, you know." "Order now," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "and they'll throw in a custom paint job, a genuine leather sofa for the cabin, and a small, variable frequency refrigerator. Free of charge. Down the line, they can even install a fully automated navigation system, so you can truly travel the 4 seas without a care in the world." Dante shook his head, as if overcome with the sheer value of it all. "Even I'm tempted, and I've got a whole crew to house. So, what do you say? It's the only way you'll ever shake that Dracula nickname and become a true warrior of the sea." When he finally finished, the only response was silence. Mihawk stared at him. He had actually thought the man was reluctant to part with a rival, but now he understood. First, he was a free sword instructor, and now Dante was trying to sell him a boat. A boat from a shipyard that he no doubt owned. And as for the Dracula nickname, he was the one who came up with it in the first place. A shipyard that's about to open, huh? Mihawk thought dryly. "I'd wager that shipyard belongs to this degenerate captain right here. And another thing." "No, thank you," Mihawk said, his voice flat. He pointed out that his little sailboat, the coffin boat, was still perfectly functional. The wind was picking up. He glanced at Dante, who still wore a look of deep disappointment, as if he were about to launch into another sales pitch. Wasting no more time, Mihawk untied the mooring ropes and hopped onto his vessel. "See you on the Grand Line," he said coolly, and without a backward glance, he steered the small boat away from the docks and out toward the open sea. Dante watched him go, shaking his head again. "Tisk. Ran off in such a hurry," he muttered to the empty air. "He'll regret it. Next time he orders, there won't be a discount, and he definitely won't get any freebies." Mihawk was already too far to hear, blissfully unaware of the incredible deal he'd just missed. Dante shrugged. His loss. After a moment, he turned to head back, planning to check on Kuina. She'd been training in seclusion ever since her lessons with Mihawk, and he was curious to see her progress. Just then, a familiar sound echoed from his pocket. Pura pura poru, pura pura poru. He pulled out his den mushi and answered. The snail had already morphed, its shell topped with a plume of silver hair and a cigar clamped in its mouth. Before Dante could say a word, Smoker's gravelly voice came through, cold and direct. Marine Captain Morgan from the 153rd branch and his men have been arrested. What? Dante feigned shock. Old Morgan? Arrested? When did this happen? How come I didn't hear anything? I am sure it's just a misunderstanding, he is an honest Marine. Cut the act, you little punk, the Smoker den mushi growled, its face contorting into a scowl as if it could see Dante's exaggerated expression. The man hasn't stopped cursing your name since I brought him in. Of course, Morgan had been cursing Smoker just as much. Don't think I can't guess who reported him, Smoker continued. But it doesn't matter. The guy had it coming. He's been running Shell's town like his personal piggy bank for years. I heard that back in the day, Captain Morgan was a fine Marine full of justice, Dante said with a dramatic sigh, completely ignoring Smoker's accusation. I never thought another captain in the East Blue would be caught so soon after Nezumi. This must be the work of some righteous citizen he was oppressing. The corruption in the East Blue is just terrible. To think such a high-ranking official was hiding in plain sight. This needs to be dealt with properly. The most corrupt one is you, Smoker thought, and you have the nerve to say that. He took a long drag from his cigar, letting the thought pass. He hadn't called to debate ethics. He keeps screaming that he's going to report you, he said, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. You'd better watch your back. Report me? To who? Dante asked, feigning confusion. Just then, another voice could be heard faintly from the other side of the line, softer than Smoker's. It sounded like Tashiji. Captain Smoker, we just got a call from Marine headquarters. They said we're to hold Captain Morgan here for now. Vice Admiral Garp is coming personally to escort him back in a few days. Instantly, the Smoker den mushi froze. Its expression went completely blank. After a long pause, it looked up at Dante again, its voice flat and toneless. It's nothing. Clack. The line went dead. Dante put his den mushi away, shaking his head with a deep sigh. So corrupt. Meanwhile, on Smoker's ship, the captain hung up the den mushi and let out a heavy cloud of smoke. His expression was complicated as he walked toward the temporary brig below deck. Inside, Morgan sat cross-legged on the floor, his one good arm folded over his chest. Smoker paused at the bars for a moment before speaking. When I was sent to the East Blue, I heard stories about you, he said simply. They said you were a real Marine once, full of justice. He flicked the ash from his cigar. Stop thinking about reporting him. Your crimes aren't as bad as Nezumi's. You'll probably just do a few years. Morgan looked up, surprised that Smoker was speaking to him, but his expression quickly hardened into a sneer. In your dreams, are you scared now? I may be going down, but you're not as clean as you pretend to be. The famous captain from HQ, upright, incorruptible, a loose cannon for justice. Ha! Who would have thought you were just like the rest? He spat on the floorboards. I might be locked up, but I'll be damned if I let you and that kid off the hook. You think he's safe just because you're protecting him? Do you think I don't know the hero of the Marines is in the East Blue? I'd bet anything HQ is sending him to escort me back. He glared at Smoker, a savage grin spreading across his face. You don't run things here. That kid wanted to take me down with him? Fine. Let's see what happens when we both go down. I refuse to believe the hero of the Marines can be bought off by scum like you. Smoker's hand, the one holding the cigar, trembled almost imperceptibly from suppressing his emotions. He looked at the crazed glint in Morgan's eye and finally let out a long, slow sigh. He turned to leave. Have it your way, he said flatly over his shoulder, and walked away without another word. Left alone in his cell, Morgan watched him go, his lip curled in disdain. Trying to scare me? Ridiculous. Let's see what you do when the hero of the Marines gets here. A decorated vice admiral from HQ. There was no way he was in on it with them. At that same moment, in Fuchsia village on Dawn Island. Achoo. Hey, Sengoku, what is it? My vacation isn't over, so don't even think about giving me work. You lazy oaf. Relax, it's not work. We received a report a few days ago about a corrupt Marine in the East Blue, taking bribes, colluding with pirates, the works. It's a serious breach of regulations, and I was hoping you could. Before the Sengoku den mushi could finish, Garp, who had been picking his nose, suddenly slapped his thigh. His expression was a mixture of surprise and regret. What? That kid got caught already? Garp exclaimed with genuine regret, before he continued immediately. Hey, just so we're clear, I had nothing to do with it. The Sengoku den mushi froze, its expression turning to one of pure confusion and suspicion. Who the hell are you talking about? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 97, Chapter 97. Morgan? Of course I'm talking about that Morgan, who else would it be? I just can't believe that kid got himself caught, like this. Sengoku continued, settling down his suspicions believing Garp was just messing with him. Calm down, calm down. I'll swing by and pick the kid up on my way back. Hearing questions about his previous comments, Garp said, about that? Wahaha. I was just pulling your leg. Alright, that's enough. I'm hanging up. Don't worry, I won't forget. Click, clack. Garp set down the den mushy and glanced at the crew staring at him before bursting into another hearty laugh. Phew, that scared me for a second. For a moment there, I thought they were coming to arrest me, too. He said he was scared to death, but his tone was completely carefree as he kept right on picking his nose. He looked over at Mock and waved a hand. Don't you worry, your boss wasn't arrested. Still, I can't believe how corrupt the East Blue is. Crooked Marines everywhere. Ah, well. After a dramatic sigh, he snapped back to his usual self and gave Mock a puzzled look. So Dante taught you Tekai, too? He's not just handing out Rokushiki techniques to everyone, is he? But then, how come I've never seen you use it? The boss told me not to use Tekai, Mock said, scratching his head. He said it's a good way to get me killed. And if I absolutely had to use it, he told me to run for it right after. Using Tekai to run away. Garp paused, a bag of rice crackers halfway to his mouth. What is that kid thinking? Tekai is a defensive technique. Why would anyone use it to escape? You can't even move when you're using it, so how are you supposed to run? He seemed genuinely bewildered for a moment, but then shrugged it off with a grin. Ah, whatever. Since you know Tekai, you can help me finish hammering down the rest of these trees. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Boss Garp. I'm a Marine. What guidance? Garp waved his hand dismissively. You're just a kid hammering trees on your own. Don't you dare go saying I taught you anything. Don't worry, I'm the most tight-lipped man on the seas. My lips are sealed. That's the spirit. Bwahahaha. Watching the two of them, one who would say anything and the other who would believe it, Bogard sighed. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, he spoke up, as if remembering something. What should we do with the pirate we have in the ship? The situation had been so unusual that after locking the man up, Bogard had simply instructed the other Marines to leave him be. As a result, over the past few days, it seemed they had all but forgotten the man existed. That pirate? Which one? Garp asked, looking at Bogard with genuine confusion. Isn't Mock right here? I'm right here. Mock added helpfully. Not Mock. Bogard's eye twitched as he realized they had genuinely forgotten. The clown, the one who was captured alongside him. As soon as he said it, Mock seemed to remember. He slapped his forehead. Oh, no. That's my little bro, Buggy. I forgot to hand him over to the boss. Anyone there? I'm still in here. Can anyone give me something to eat? And some water too. At least give me some water. Damn Marines, don't tell me you've forgotten all about me, the great Captain Buggy. That bastard Mock. I'll never forgive him. I'll haunt him from the grave. In the warship's prison, Buggy was slumped weakly against the bars, having not eaten in days. He wailed at the door, his voice hoarse. Is anybody out there? Please. At this point, just take me to be judged. I don't even care anymore. Creak. The cabin door, which had been shut for days, was pushed open. Buggy's eyes, previously dull, snapped open. A jolt went through him, and some of his old fire returned. Like hell I will, he thought. I won't surrender that easily. Two figures walked in. As light spilled into the cell, Buggy recognized one of them clearly. Mock, you're not dead. Dead. Mock looked at him, confused. Why would I be dead? Weren't you taken to be judged? Ah, forget it. It's none of my business. Even if you get captured again, it has nothing to do with me. Buggy waved a dismissive hand and eyed the Marine standing beside Mock. Hurry up and get me something to eat. You didn't just forget about me and plan to let me starve in here, did you? You damn Marines. You're right, Mock nodded earnestly. We did forget about you, little bro. Is that really the important part right now? Buggy's face reddened, matching shade of his nose as he stared at the so-called East Blue Overlord. Just cut the chatter and get me some food. Food? There's none left on the warship, Bogard said with a deadpan expression. We're not getting resupplied for a while. What do you mean, no food? A while? Buggy looked utterly devastated. I think I'm actually about to starve to death. It's okay, I'm here to get you out. Mock patted his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll take you for a good meal. It's my treat, since I'm the big brother. You, take me out. Buggy stared at him, still trying to process what he was hearing. Click. The lock on his cell door sprang open. Then the shackles on his feet were undone. His mind went blank. Led by Mock, a thoroughly confused Buggy was walked out of the prison. He just kept walking, right past the guards, up onto the main deck, and under the watchful eyes of all the Marines, he stepped right off the warship. Buggy was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Weren't these Marines going to do anything? Buggy turned his head in a daze to look at Mock, who was swaggering along beside the stoic Marine. He leaned in close and whispered, "What the hell is going on?" As he spoke, something seemed to click. His voice dropped to a shocked whisper. Wait, did that boss you mentioned come and rescue you? Who exactly is this guy? To be able to spring a pirate from the grasp of the hero of the Marines. The boss? Nah, it wasn't him. Mock scratched his head. I almost forgot about you, too. Just be careful in a minute and don't say the wrong thing. Say the wrong thing? Who are we seeing? Your boss. I already told you, it's not my boss. Then who is it? Buggy was still lost, but the idea that someone could get a pirate away from Garp himself made him intensely curious. After a moment's thought, he decided to play along. He desperately wanted to run, but he didn't understand the situation and was starving. It wasn't the right time to make a run for it. With a flick of his eyes, Buggy fell into step beside Mock and walked on. Soon, they arrived at a bar in a small village. Rubbing his rumbling stomach, Buggy smelled the aroma of grilled meat and ale and was about to ask if they could eat here. Suddenly, Mock shouted toward the front of the bar, "Boss Garp, I brought the guy." The moment the words left his mouth, Buggy froze. The words hit Buggy like a physical blow. His brain completely short-circuited. He slowly lifted his head and looked toward the counter. Sure enough, there was the man himself, drinking heartily. It was the hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Garp. But what had Mock just called him? Boss Garp. What the hell? Buggy's mind raced. Didn't you say we weren't going to see your boss? So your boss is Garp, the hero of the Marines? No wonder you wouldn't say who it was. The man behind the biggest pirate in the East Blue, after me of course, is a Vice Admiral? It's completely corrupt. Seeing that familiar face, Buggy forgot his hunger entirely. He quickly lowered his head, trying to shrink into the background. You're here. Wahaha. Is the kid not starved to death yet? Garp's loud laughter boomed through the bar. Then his eyes fell on the hunched-over Buggy. Garp blinked. He held a mug of beer in his right hand and stroked his chin with his left, squinting. Hey, you, lift your head. You look familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before? Oh no, he's going to recognize me. Buggy thought in a panic. He raised his head with a weak, fawning smile. You must have me confused with someone else, sir. You're that brat from back then. Wahahaha. Garp roared with laughter. I never forget a face. You were that kid with the red nose who was always hanging around Roger. I can't believe you were hiding out here in the East Blue. Roger? Who's Roger? That's not me. If it's not you, then I guess I'll just have to cut you down. Knowing it was useless, Buggy looked up at Garp, who was watching him with narrowed eyes, and forced another grin. To think you'd actually remember me. Wahaha. I knew it was you. Garp laughed triumphantly before his expression turned curious. He stroked his chin again. So how did a kid like you end up with Mock? You're asking me? I'd like to ask you that. Buggy screamed internally. But as he looked at Garp's thoughtful expression, and then at Mock, who was already sitting beside the Marine hero and happily drinking, he felt like he finally understood everything. He's forcing my hand, Buggy realized. Even a veteran pirate like me has to admit, this is corruption on a whole new level. And Mock should have just explained things sooner. If he had known the hero of the Marines was the real boss, he would have surrendered a long time ago. If he hadn't learned the secret, he might have gotten away with a 15 million berry bounty. He wouldn't necessarily be executed. But now that he knew, his choices were to die or to play along. Thinking of this, and seeing Vice Admiral Garp still staring at him, Buggy knew he had to declare his allegiance. With a silent apology to his old captain, his legs gave out and he dropped to his knees without a second thought. Boss Garp, if you'll have me, I'd like to follow you, too. Follow me. Garp echoed, mug in hand. He looked at Buggy with genuine confusion before his eyes lit up in realization. Oh, so you want to be a Marine? Wait, who said anything about wanting to be a Marine? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 98, Chapter 98. What is he talking about? Buggy stared at him, completely baffled. A Marine? When did I say I wanted to be a Marine? All he wanted was to work under Vice Admiral Garp, to become a powerhouse in the East Blue just like this oaf Mock. If a brute like him could pull it off, then with Buggy the Great's brilliant mind and incredible abilities, he could at least become a warlord under Garp's protection. The thought sent a shiver of excitement through him, erasing any lingering awkwardness. He lifted his head, his eyes shining with a greedy sort of hope as he looked at Garp. Boss Garp, I want to work for you, just like Captain Mock. What? Work for me? Garp grunted. This kid doesn't work for me. That's right, Mock chimed in, grinning. I don't work for Boss Garp. He calls him Boss Garp so casually, and he still denies it. Buggy thought, a flicker of contempt crossing his mind. I've already seen right through you two, and you're still putting on this act. Do you really take me for an idiot? The contempt was especially sharp for Garp. To think the Marine hero who used to chase his captain all over the seas, shouting about justice, was nothing more than a hypocritical old man. He plastered a serious look on his face, met Garp's gaze, and nodded firmly. I get it, Boss Garp. I want in on it, too. You really want to work for me, kid. When Garp saw the boy was serious, he shoved a handful of snacks into his mouth and erupted in laughter. One of Roger's crew actually wants to join me. He stared at Buggy like he was the most fascinating creature in the world. Are you sure you're not joking? Of course. Buggy cursed inwardly but kept a wide, eager grin on his face. He puffed out his chest, ready to pledge his loyalty on the spot. Wahaha, we can talk about that later. Right now, I'm on vacation. Garp just chuckled and clapped Buggy on the shoulder, raising the beer in his hand. It's not every day I run into a familiar face. Have a drink with me. To Boss Garp. As Mock raised his mug, Buggy felt another wave of disgust at the charade, but he lifted his own glass, feigning excitement. Boss Garp, cheers. It's an honor, truly, an honor, to have a chance to work for you. It feels like I'm betraying the captain, he thought, but a man's got alive. Seeing one of Roger's old crew brought Garp back to the days of chasing Roger across the Grand Line, and a rare wave of nostalgia washed over him. The thought of one of Roger's old crew shamelessly trying to join him was just too good. He could just imagine the look on Roger's face. Garp laughed until his eyes watered, fighting the sudden urge to drag the kid back to Marineford right then and there. But his vacation came first. He gave Buggy another hearty pat on the back, then remembered why he'd come in the first place. He turned to the owner of the bar with a cheerful grin. Makino, where's Luffy? I've been back for days and haven't seen a trace of the little brat. Don't tell me he snuck off to sea already. Garp-san, Luffy and his brothers promised they wouldn't set sail until they were 17, Makino said with a helpless smile as she wiped a glass. You're their grandfather, how could you forget something like that? She set the clean glass down and looked at Garp, who didn't seem bothered by her gentle chiding in the slightest. Picking up another glass to polish, she said softly, Luffy is working on the neighboring island right now. The moment she said it, Garp froze, his beer mug halfway to his lips. He blinked. Working. He leaned in, his voice suddenly sharp. Neighboring island? That little rascal set sail. I already told you, he hasn't set sail yet, Makino replied, shaking her head. Her tone was a mix of fondness and exasperation. A little while ago, some people came from the next island over to recruit workers in the Goa Kingdom. A lot of people from here went. She explained how everyone was wary at first, especially when they heard the boss was supposedly a pirate. But after a few desperate people from the Grey Terminal went and found out the offer was real, food, lodging, and even wages, more and more people followed. The mayor Whoopslap went to check it out himself, she continued. The place is just as they described. A lot of people from the kingdom have gone there. Haven't you noticed how quiet Fuchsia has gotten? They've all gone to work. Is that so? Garp scratched his head. No wonder it felt like half the village was missing. I just figured they were all sleeping in, so they went to work. He grinned. Ha, so the little rascal is actually keeping his promise to me. He downed the rest of his beer in one go. So, Luffy really went off to get a job. Yes, he heard you could eat your fill, so he decided to go. At first, he refused when he heard he'd have to go out on the water, because he remembered his promise. But when he heard it wasn't really setting sail, just working, and that he could come back every week, he changed his mind. Mayor told him that if he worked hard and saved up, he could buy his own ship, and that sealed the deal. Recalling the scene of the mayor coaxing Luffy, a small smile touched Makino's lips, but it was quickly followed by a hint of worry. However, so many commoners have left the Goa Kingdom that I hear the king and the nobles are furious. They even sent guards over to cause trouble a few days ago. They were driven off, but everyone's worried the king might send the Marines next. If that happens, everyone will lose their jobs. Marines. Garp snorted, slapping his chest. Ha, don't you worry about that. I am the Marines. If anything happens, you tell those idiots from Goa to come find me. They can't even take care of their own people, and they have the nerve to complain? This has nothing to do with us. Bwahahaha. He let out a booming laugh. I didn't expect to hear such good news on this trip. Serves those fools right. Come on, you two, drink up. Cheers, Boss Garp. The other two shouted back. Everyone will be so relieved to hear that, Garp-san, Makino said, her smile returning. She went back to wiping her glass. If I'm counting the days right, Luffy should be back in 2 days. He'll be so happy to see you. You know, that child has saved up quite a bit of money for his ship. He was worried about losing it, so he left it all with me for safekeeping. Even Mayor has been praising how sensible he's become. Bwahaha, is that right? Garp beamed, pleased to hear his grandson being praised. Then, something she'd said seemed to click. His laughter died in his throat. He leaned forward, his expression suddenly serious. Wait, what did you just say? At a construction site on the island neighboring the Goa Kingdom. Achoo! A boy in a straw had let out a sneeze so powerful it seemed to shake the whole site, making the workers around him jump. Whoa, Luffy, that was a big one. You catching a cold? A rough voice called out from behind him. Luffy, who had been dazed for a second, rubbed his nose and scratched his head, his eyes wide with confusion. No, I just feel like something is about to disappear. Disappear? What are you talking about? A burly man in a hard hat walked over. It's time for lunch. How are you not the first one sprinting to the mess hall? That's not like you, kid. Don't tell me you're really sick dash. Before he could finish his sentence, Luffy's head snapped up. Lunch. As if he just heard the most important words in the world, Luffy's face split into a massive grin, all other thoughts instantly forgotten. He clamped his dusty right hand on his straw hat, and his left arm shot forward. Thwip! His entire body launched through the air. I almost forgot about food. Shishishi. I'm starving, time to eat. He left the stunned foreman standing there, mouth still open. Sick. The man stared blankly as Luffy landed right at the entrance to the mess hall, then cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, remember to wash your hands. After getting a distant got it. In reply, the man shook his head with a helpless laugh. No matter how many times I see it, that kid's power is something else. Guess he's not sick after all. As he spoke, he glanced up, and his gaze fell on the straw hat boy who was now single-handedly carrying away the entire rice barrel. His helpless smile vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Hey, you little monster, leave some for the rest of us. I haven't eaten yet. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 99, Chapter 99. The cafeteria at the construction site hummed to life in an instant. Workers who'd been laboring through the morning heat started settling in with their meals, one by one. Ever since the Merchant Association had rolled into Island, everyone could count on their own hard work to bring in wages and fill their bellies with solid food. No more of those lean days when hunger gnawed at them constantly. Life had turned around for all of them, and they owed that fresh start to the association, plain and simple. I'll never understand where you put it all, kid, a burly man grumbled, setting his tray down across from a boy with a straw hat. In front of the boy sat a bucket-sized bowl, piled high with a mountain of food. "You're the reason our team eats the most and has the cleanest plates in the whole camp." Just about every leftover on site had somehow ended up crammed into this kid's stomach, not a crumb in sight. Shishishy. Luffy looked up, his cheeks puffed out with food, and gave the man a wide grin. "I'd never waste food. That's not a compliment. Besides, who around here would dare to waste it?" "Ha ha ha, foreman, you know that's not gonna get through to him," another worker called out from a nearby table. "Luffy probably thinks you're praising him. You've got to be direct. Just tell him he eats too much." The man they called the foreman just stared at Luffy with speechless exasperation as the cafeteria filled with good-natured laughter. "All right, all of you, shut your traps and eat," the foreman barked, though there was no real heat in his voice. "This kid might eat a lot, but he works harder than any of you." He knew they were just teasing, but he cut the chatter short anyway. He turned back to Luffy, who didn't seem to have noticed the commotion at all. The boy's head was practically buried in his bowl as he shoveled in another mouthful. "If you didn't work so hard, and if the boss wasn't so generous, you'd have been fired from any other job by now." The foreman chuckled and shook his head, a wistful, almost sad look in his eyes. "Your folks must really care about you. Any other family would have gone broke trying to feed a kid like you." No, it wasn't just regular families. Kids who could chow down like this one? In this endless sea, it took something special to keep going. Parents ditching their little ones over a scrap of food happened all too often out here. It couldn't be helped, hunger was everywhere, and if they didn't cut loose, the kids starved right alongside them. But with the boss here now, tragedies like that felt like a thing of the past. "Speaking of which, where's your dad?" he asked Luffy. "I haven't seen him on the site. He get a better job in the Goa Kingdom." "Dad." Luffy looked up, his chewing slowing for a moment. He swallowed and went right back to eating. "Never met him." The foreman's teasing smile faltered. "Oh, well, what about your mom?" "Mom?" Luffy echoed, then shrugged. "Never met her either. No dad, no mom." Luffy had laid it out so plainly, like it was the most normal thing in the world, and the foreman just stood there, piecing it together. It fit, in a heartbreaking way. A kid who ate like this. No normal family would have hung on that long. The realization settled in as he watched Luffy keep eating, oblivious and steady, head down in the bowl. Against his better judgment, the foreman's eyes stung a little. The laughter in the cafeteria had died down. The men who had been joking just moments ago were now silent, their own eyes growing misty as they looked at the boy in the straw hat. The teasing mood was gone, replaced by a thick, shared sympathy. "You poor kid," the foreman said, his voice thick. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" "Ha!" Luffy looked up again, a grain of rice stuck to his cheek. "What's there to say? You're a real optimist, aren't you?" The foreman looked into those wide, innocent eyes and had to cover his own for a moment. To be abandoned and still hold on to so much hope for the world. He gritted his teeth, made a decision, and pushed his own barely touched plate across the table, scraping the contents into Luffy's bowl. "I'm full. From now on, you eat my share for me, you hear?" Before Luffy could even react, another man stood up. "That's right. I'm full, too. Here, it's all yours. Keep that smile on your face, Luffy. We're your family now." One by one, the men came over, their eyes red, and dumped what was left of their meals into Luffy's bowl. Luffy just stared as the nearly empty bowl filled up again. What's gotten into everyone, he wondered. Why are they all giving me their food? They're such nice people. He let out a loud, satisfied burp and happily dug in again. The men who had just given him their food were left speechless. Wait, was he already full? Apparently not. Even if he was, he just kept eating. They watched in stunned silence as the mountain of food in the bowl shrank at a visible rate, while Luffy's stomach seemed to expand to match. If they'd known, they wouldn't have given him their food. They were still hungry. "Slow down, kid," the foreman said with a helpless smile, shaking his head. "I'll tell the cooks to make a little extra for you every day. Don't you worry. As long as you're working here, you won't ever go hungry again." Watching Luffy, who was now burping between bites, reminded him of someone. His gaze grew distant. "You know, you remind me of another kid who used to work for me. Not as big an eater, mind you, but just as stubborn. He was a demon with 3 swords, could do the work of 10 men when it came to chopping wood. Fastest, cleanest cuts I'd ever seen. So cool." Luffy paused his eating, his eyes wide. "He uses 3 swords? Where is he?" "Who knows?" The foreman sighed, shoulders slumping a bit. "He swore he'd sign on for the next gig, but we waited all day at the docks and he never turned up." He shook his head, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Come to think of it, I still have his last month's pay. He was saving up for a new blade, said it would make him work even faster, and then he just vanished. We all looked for him, but couldn't find a trace. I just hope nothing bad happened to him. It's not like him to disappear without a word." "He's missing?" Luffy asked, holding his bowl. He grinned. "I wanted to meet him, but it's okay. I bet he'll come back. Nobody stays hungry when they work here." "Ha ha ha, well, when he does, I'll introduce you. I think you two would get along great." "Really? Hey, what's his name?" "Him." The foreman smiled faintly, lost in the memory of the proud young man. "His name is Roronoa Zoro. Said he was going to be the world's greatest swordsman one day. Spirited type, full of life." Meanwhile, on an island somewhere in the East Blue, Roronoa Zoro, swordsman, proficient in logging, 3 months experience. Here for the logging crew. The registrar read from a sheet. "Yes. All right, I've got your info. You can board the ship and wait." The registrar glanced at the green-haired young man, noting the way he clutched his stomach. "There's food on the ship if you're hungry. Help yourself, it's free. He looked up when Zoro didn't move. Is there an issue? If not, please board the ship. Zoro hesitated, his face reddening in anger, before finally asking, can I ask a question? What is it? Where is the 18th construction team now? The 18th? Let me see. The registrar flipped through a small notebook. Looks like they're in the waters near the Goa Kingdom. We'll be stopping there to pick up more workers. He looked at Zoro, puzzled. Why do you ask? Why? Zoro's face twisted into a snarl, his teeth grinding together. That bastard foreman. He ran off with my pay. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 100, Chapter 100. Zoro stood on the ship's deck, letting out a satisfied burp. After days of barely scraping by without a proper meal, he'd finally gotten to eat his fill today. Damn that foreman, he thought, chewing on a toothpick. He was supposed to have waited at the dock, but when Zoro had arrived, there wasn't a single ship in sight. The entire shoreline was deserted, leaving him alone with nothing but the sea breeze for company. He ran off with my last month's wages, too. Ever since leaving the Ishin dojo, his only goal had been to become the world's strongest swordsman and finally defeat those two who had bested him. To make ends meet, he'd started hunting pirates, and for a while, it had been fine. The sea was never short on pirates. But then that East Blue Overlord had appeared and practically every pirate crew worth a damn was wiped out. The new ones weren't worth much, and so pirate hunters like Zoro found themselves out of work, scrambling for whatever gigs they could find. Seriously, he tells me to head to the Marine branch. Which one was it again? Oh yes, 16th Marine branch, but doesn't even say where it is. Zoro leaned against the railing, hands clasped behind his head, a toothpick hanging from his mouth as he gazed out at the waves. That guy's gotta be messing with me. How is it nobody out here knows where the Marine 16th branch even is? Every direction I got just led me in circles. It had eaten up every coin he'd scraped together lately on travel alone, and now he was back to square one, starting over from nothing. He sighed, lowering his hands to pick up the 3 katanas resting on his lap. One of them, Yubashiri, had a black lacquered hilt and a distinctive wavy blade. It was a famed sword, one of the 50 Ryo Wazamano, a graduation gift from Dante. The other 2 were just cheap knockoffs. He thought about the rumors he'd been hearing lately. East Blue Overlord. A faint smirk touched his lips as he held Yubashiri level, the steel catching the afternoon sun. If one pirate is giving everyone this much trouble, maybe I'll just have to deal with him quickly. And after that, I'll come for you too. He wasn't the same kid he was back then. This time, he would wipe that slate clean. The ship began to pull away from the dock, the sea breeze cool against his skin. He was so lost in the memory, in the weight of the sword in his hand, that he almost missed the shouts from a nearby cabin. Rorano Zoro. Where the hell is Rorano Zoro? We need him for the interview now. You can start the second we make port. What's he doing, hiding? Did he even have the experience he claimed? You want this job or not? If he doesn't show, we're grabbing the next guy on the list. The shouts jolted him back to the present. He jumped to his feet, tucking his swords into his sash, and hurried toward the cabin marked Lumberjack Interviews. I'm right here, he called out. Hold on. He stepped inside and found the interviewer waiting. The man snapped shut the file in his hand and looked up, gesturing toward a thick log in the corner. Rorano Zoro, applying for lumberjack position. 3 months of prior experience. Despite the short stint, his work impressed the engineering crew enough for recognition. Last month, his foreman even put in a nomination for advanced lumberjack status on his behalf. But he quit suddenly for reasons unknown, so the promotion never went through. Lodged a complaint regarding suspected wage theft by the 18th Engineering Team's foreman, though the details are still under review. The interviewer closed the file with a snap and looked up at Zoro, nodding toward a thick log propped nearby. Rorano Zoro, applying for the lumberjack position, the man said, his tone all business. Are you ready? Zoro's eyes burned with resolve. First, I earn money. Then, I get a new sword. Then, I train. And then, I go beat those two. His right hand came to rest on the hilt of one of his swords. Ready. One sword style, log polishing. Meanwhile, at the 16th Marine Branch training grounds. Thwack. Ow, that hurts. Kuana rubbed the top of her head, glaring at Dante with puffed cheeks. You said we were done. Why'd you hit me again? Who said you could drop your guard like that? Dante replied, a hint of helplessness in his expression. She was breathing hard, sweat plastering strands of hair to her forehead, her face flushed from the exertion. For a moment, the sharp, fierce swordswoman was gone, replaced by someone who looked a little worn, almost delicate. It looks like you found your own path with the sword, he said softly. Of course. I'm going to catch up to you, senpai, and become the world's greatest swordswoman. At his words, she brushed the vulnerability aside, gathering her messy hair and tying it back. Standing tall again, her poised demeanor returned, and her voice was firm. And I've never forgotten my path. She had always chased after him, but she had her own dream, too. With her hand resting on Wado Ikimanji at her hip, she bowed deeply. Thank you for the training, senpai. Straightening up, she broke into a bright smile. It got me one step closer to thrashing that old man. Dante blinked. So her real dream is to beat her own father, not become the world's greatest swordswoman. He nodded with mock seriousness. Koshiro-sensei will be thrilled. When you go to fight him, be sure to call me. I want to watch. Sure. She replied earnestly. They shared a grin, the moment feeling just like their old days at the dojo. So much time had passed without them even realizing it. Dante let out a wistful sigh. Speaking of the dojo, where the hell did that Zoro kid wander off to? Koshiro-sensei called a few days ago to check on both of you. Zoro was always stubborn about his sword path, Dante remembered. When he realized water breathing wasn't for him, he didn't waste a second, just went back to grinding out his own style. One sword wasn't enough to win, so he picked up two. Two wasn't enough, so he added a third, declaring he'd just keep adding more until he won. I was genuinely worried he was going to end up with some ridiculous seven-sword style. Thankfully, it had stopped at 3. Zoro? Yeah, it's been ages, and still no sign of him. Kuina let out an exasperated breath at the name. Is he really that hopeless? Even if he can't find the place, he could just catch a ride on a merchant ship. He probably tried, Dante thought, recalling Zoro's hopeless sense of direction, and failed. Even if someone were riding on his shoulders shouting directions, the guy would still get lost. It wasn't surprising he hadn't shown up yet. Let's not worry about him, Dante said, waving a hand dismissively. Who knows, maybe he'll show up and blow our minds. He saw that Kuina had recovered her strength and nodded, remembering that Vegapunk had summoned him earlier that morning. Alright, I'm heading out. Call if you need anything. Got it, Dante-senpai. With that, he turned and walked away. Kuina remained where she was, her right hand resting on Wado Ikimanji, her eyes following his retreating back. A small smile touched her lips, her gaze filled with determination. She would catch up to him. There was no doubt in her mind. Then, a new thought struck her, and her eyes narrowed. Speaking of which, what's going on between Dante and Robin? Last night, she had seen it with her own eyes. Robin had been slipping out of his room. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.